this. Played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to the final day of the second round. How did we get here so fast? Final day of round 2 of 5 of Platinum. And yeah, Kirby, we could delete the cam command. I don't know why that is there. It is must-win territory for a couple of the names on our screens today. Probably applies to the players who already have wins, but in many cases we've got like a favorite versus an underdog today. So that's the storyline. First series is going to be Vinchester against Ciskhan. And when Ciskhan played in his first round, he was against Yo. It's a crazy group for the promoted players in that group. Like, I don't know what on earth they're thinking, but they got to start to get some wins and remind people why they won their groups or why they got promoted to Platinum in the first place. Hello, Hyperion. Hello, D-Babs. Hyperion, every time I see your name, I think there might be multiple. I think there might be multiple Hyperions. I'm not sure because this might have been said to you or not. But I always think of the Immortals movie. And I don't know if there's any reference to the Immortals movie. It's very likely that the name from that movie is tied to mythology or something like that. But yeah, so it's like some medieval mythology movie with, I think it had like Henry Cavill before he got really popular. So it might just be like a really well-known name from like mythology, but I'm not the biggest mythology guy. Yo, Plum, thank you. Hyperion was a Titan. Okay, so I think the guy was named Hyperion in the movie. I'm glad I said that in front of the starting viewers instead of everybody, because if we had everybody here that's going to show up today, they might have all judged me for that. Is that an Age of Mythology character too? Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. I played a little bit of AOM, but not too much. Well, it wouldn't be the first time that I've made myself look somewhat foolish or naive on stream. So, yo, Plum, thank you again. Plum, I don't know if it's been all Titans League subs, but it's just been a lot recently, and it means a lot. Thank you. Ciskhan Vinchester will start their draft here soon. Thank you for the compliments on the hoodie, by the way. It is very comfortable. It's a weird dynamic. I have this dedicated AC unit for this room. And it's like perfect weather where I live right now. And this probably is an irresponsible move, but I have it slightly colder in here, so I have to wear the hoodie. Because I like the hoodie, and it also lets you guys know a little bit more about the merch, you know? So my electric bill will be more expensive because of that, but hopefully it balances out with some merch sales and people enjoy that. My dad would be disappointed. If any light is on or any appliance is on for too long or anything like that growing up, he would lose his mind. Oh, no stream notification on Discord. True. Thank you, YouTube chat. I am not going to type all the sets because I'm lazy. I'm just going to ping now. There we go. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, no crazy counter today. The crazy counter's starting to make life too tricky for me. Sometimes things are just crazy. Just like my prediction so far. I'm doing pretty good. I got all 3 correct yesterday. I'm currently in 15th place. We have In Green Heaven, a longtime viewer of mine, actually in first place on the prediction contest. Where is T90 feet picks? Because they were beating me before. T90. Aha! Get wrecked, T90 feet picks, and all these, and also T90's left arm, and also T90's left testicle. T90's left testicle is 513th place. Nice. I don't want them on the same screen as me. Thank you. I don't know if that's the same person or multiple people. Nobody has admitted to being that person. So I have no information there on who that is. Typically, if someone does something trolly, they immediately take credit for it, you know? Or if someone accidentally like gifts subs anonymously on Twitch, they immediately take credit for it. But also, if someone tries to take credit for winning and it's not their actual name, I won't believe them, right? So, to anyone who didn't put their username there, it's going to be a struggle for people to believe you if you want to come out and act like you're the winner. So, Sunny PP, thank you for the 52 months. For real, thank you for the 24 months. We'll have co-casters today, yes. First series of the day I'll be covering with Ornlu. I'm trying to stay positive, but I'm feeling a little sick. So I'm really hoping it's just like an off moment. Yesterday after the stream, I was like really wiped. And then this morning I was fine. But then I worked out and I got my routine out of the way, and now I'm just feeling a little off. So I think having co-casters will be good. To just give me a bit more energy. I'm hoping to bring in as many people as possible, and I think with TTL being such a long project, it also just makes sense for my health, So, because we are doing 4 sets tomorrow, 4 sets on Wednesday, 4 sets on Thursday. We get right back into Platinum on Friday, so it's pretty much full send every day. It's a lot of talking, I don't know if I'm going to bring it. When I say bring in everyone, I don't know about Twitch chat. But hey, the day is young. We'll see. Yeah, Hi King, don't worry. I feel bad about not calling my co-casters. What is it, twice? So I'm starting to get a bit of a routine as far as that's concerned, and actually write it down. So I feel bad about that. So I'll make up for it. You don't need to remind me. Thank you for the offer, though. Hello, YouTube chat. What's up, Luke? What's up, Frost? Aiden, thank you. Aiden, have you been subscribed on YouTube for 2 years, dude? You've got the red badge over there. How can I even see that on YouTube? Can I hover over that? It's not the same. On Twitch, I can hover over it and see. I know there's been some people who've consistently supported there, and they prefer to go that route, even if I don't stream on YouTube as much. That's sick. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's awesome. All right. I'm going to get the scoreboard up. The draft will be here soon. I just wanted to talk about the groups. I like to get in here early so things aren't too rushed. But at least we'll get our scoreboard up on screen. Get all that firing. Lieutenant Dan co-cast. Honestly, would you guys enjoy it if occasionally I brought in like a random chatter just to talk and cast? It's a little risky. I think I wouldn't do so for Titans League. Titans League is too big stage for that. It's also very risky, right? Like if I bring somebody in and they say something that gets me banned or something, that would be horrible. So I probably wouldn't bring in a random chatter. That seems like a disaster. But I think like bringing in a community member could be good. You know what I'm a little scarred by, though? How many people with the show of ones remember joining random voice channels on like TeamSpeak and stuff? Or even like Xboxes and just like horrible mic quality. Just listen, you hear their fans in the background, you hear their dog in the background, you hear a bird. Like, I'm just so just talking about that makes me so paranoid that it's just going to be some awful mic quality. And then I don't want to be a jerk and be like, you're booted. So that would be my concern there. And I don't even think it's that bad. I feel like these days there's probably a better standard across the board as far as like microphones and headsets and stuff are concerned, but that would be the scary thing for me. What's up, Jerp? Thank you. Jones says, your mug is as handsome as your voice after all. Well, I'll take that as a compliment because, oh, wait, you meant like my face, not the TTL mug. Well, I thought the mug was pretty handsome. So I take that as a compliment anyways. I didn't realize initially what you meant by that. But yes, welcome. Jerp, thanks for the 67. Mako, thank you for the 22. Monster, what's up? Thank you for the 2 years, and you are welcome. I will keep it up. Now, Arbase is referencing the calendar. Yeah, if you want to look at the calendar and want to see kind of what the broadcast schedule looks like, you can always use the calendar command on Twitch. I don't think we have that. There are no like commands on YouTube. YouTube's a little featureless as far as the chat bots are concerned, I think. Could be I'm ignorant. But this is what everything looks like right now. Look at all these games, guys. Look at all these games. Here's today. I feel like I guess this is technically like a work calendar for me. Very rarely do I work off of a calendar quite like this. But, yeah, as far as your viewing pleasure is concerned, there's the schedule for the next 3 days. We'll be covering the entirety of the last round of Silver. That'll be super fun because You have the same thing there as you would with gold, right? Players are trying to get promoted to gold, so win their group, get into the top 3, get into the playoff positions. So, do we have the same guy back in YouTube chat just kind of being a jerk today? Yeah. Damond, we saw what you did yesterday, and we noted it, and we said, you know what, let's give him a chance to redeem himself. And he showed up, and he spammed, everyone in this chat has low IQ besides me 6 times, on top of some of the BS he said to me yesterday. Which, ironically, is a very low IQ thing to say. But anyways, I think he's banned now. Sorry, YouTube chat. Like, come on. Like, if you get banned on my channel, the bar is so high. Just, like, be chill, you know? Be chill and don't harass me and don't be whatever that was. I don't know. Anyways, you can still watch, though. We'll let you watch. Actually, I need to run ads, so Damond, enjoy the ads. Enjoy the ads, bro. Sorry about that, YouTube. Thank you, Blue Pill. Thank you, mods, for keeping an eye on that. Keeping an eye on 2 chats is a lot. I just don't get it sometimes. I just don't understand. Very frequently, if you ever were to get banned on this channel, you can do a ban appeal and just be like, I had an off day, I had one too many beers. You know, just be reasonable, and you'll give you a second chance and just see how it goes. But occasionally, if like 1% of people, it's not even 1%, but, you know, if a certain percentage of people are just going to go crazy, it happens, even here. So, T90, do you think dinosaurs are real? Honest question. Yes, I do. Well, not like currently existing, but did they exist? Absolutely. Also, same with Loch Ness Monster. I've seen that in-game on the one Red Bull map, so that's confirmed. Okay, that's confirmed. Thank you, Strawberry, for the 52. Yeah, don't worry. The hydration thing I've actually been really good with. I've been pretty good with it, so thanks for the reminder. Spruce, thank you for 40 months. Gandalf, welcome back. T90, is there a way to access the break time AoE2 inspired music you play? Yeah, we have a playlist. You might need to search my YouTube channel for it, and there is stream music there. On Twitch, again, we have a command for it, but maybe someone can link it there for you. The majority of the songs are there. Honestly, new ones have been added, though, so they might not all be there. There's quite the mix. But, yeah, I would say take a look for that. You should be able to find it. Yo, Callow and Shinoxia and Nerubar, thank you for the primes. Also, if you ever subscribe new on this channel, because my pronunciation sucks, feel free. Well, maybe this is a bad precedent to set, but if I ever really butcher your name, the time to mention it to me is right when you first subscribe, because if we get like a year in, then I'm stuck. You know what blew my mind last night is I was watching a community game player and someone who's active in the chat, Emu Warrior, cast Masty James, and I have always been saying Masty, and he was saying Masty, and I was like, excuse me, Masty? And apparently, it's either or. So I was like, thank God. But Doov says I'm saying Doov wrong. How am I supposed to say D-O-O-V differently? Duvet? Like, there's no way I've been saying that wrong, right? Maybe, actually, I take it back. I'm going to mispronounce names. Please do not try and correct me. I take it back. It'd be way too difficult to keep up with. Yeah. I take all that back. That was me being ambitious. So. Robo says, T90, you mentioned Leary had some confidence issues versus Harry yesterday. Would he benefit from a coach? Or maybe you or someone else from the sports team do it, a mental coach? I don't think I would be a good fit for that. Maybe a mental coach for all players could be good. I've heard from Sebastian. Sebastian said that he had a mental coach that really helped him. He credits part of that to his rise as a player. As far as Leary is concerned, I've had a take for years. Okay? Like, who is winning all the events right now? Okay? Hera. Who is Leary training with a lot? Hera. I feel like if you're running into someone in the finals consistently and you're getting number 2, like, I just feel like you should not train with that person. But, you know, if you're friends and your teammates and stuff, then you still want to probably do it. But I feel like all of your tricks are figured out. I just do not think you should be training to the person you run into in finals. That's my opinion. But maybe that's overstepping. I don't know. So I think that's a valid take, though, right? Would you guys agree? Like, it's a valid take. You probably, unless you're the person winning the finals, you probably shouldn't want to train with the, you know, and at least it shows certain openings. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Particularly because Leary's a little one-dimensional in terms of, like, he isn't as creative. So you could see what he's going to do, get a feel for how he likes certain maps, and then you can kind of come up with a creative strat to beat it. So we'll see. I know he trains with Hart a lot. Hart makes sense. Their styles are really interesting and very similar. So here's what the group looks like, guys. We're going to start the first round of the day here soon. Keep in mind, we haven't seen 2 rounds played from every single player yet. Tatau and Lix need to play. That'll be tomorrow. And then we have Vinchester, Ciskhan coming up. We also will have Hart and Lucho today, so we'll know what Group B looks like. Today, as far as the big boys is concerned, Hart and Vinchester, really curious to see where they end up. They've got an opportunity to leapfrog Yo into the top 3 position. I think odds are that they will do that, but Lucho and Ciskhan are seriously good players. Lucho went up against Hera. The Hera's the favorite for the group, so probably didn't see Lucho's best yet. Maybe that'll come today. Ciskhan went up against Yo. I think confidence could be an issue for those two. Not just in each set, but also when they look at who else they have to play. They could very easily underperform if they just feel like there's no chance. Group C, dude, what a group. These groups are crazy fun to look at. After 2 rounds, ACCM 5, Sebastian 5, Lewis and Nikov 3, freaking Andy at 2. And then in Group D, we got 4, 4, 4, 4, 2, 0, which makes it the most competitive group so far, at least when it comes to like the overall. Because typically being 0-6 would be really bad for survival chances. But when you're only 4 wins away from the others, makes it more doable. Similar for, like, especially for Dragonstar. I mean, Dark's still in a rough spot, but like Dragonstar is a couple wins from leapfrogging everybody right now. So there's a lot to play for there. But in those groups I just showed you, Freakin' Andy and Dragonstar have done a really nice job. They'll lose the sets. They're not getting swept. So if you snag a win and then you plan on a series win or 2, we've seen people get playoffs with 6 wins before. That is incredibly rare. We've also seen people get relegated with 6 wins. It really depends on the whole group, but yeah, it's kind of interesting when you factor in how the previous years went. Yeah, Robo. I think that'd be the main thing for me, but I'm not exactly gonna like go to him and try and tell him what to do with his life. But that's always been my take. Max, thanks for the 13 months. Welcome. Show me your genitor. Thanks for the 32. He says, if my sub was a child, it would be running around by now. Well, thank God it's not. Thank God it's not. That would be... I don't think I have it in me to be a father for 1 child. Being a father for a few thousand would be terrifying. So they're about to start the draft here, guys. So I'll get the draft up on screen for you. Rodin says, but you're my dad? I can promise you I'm not. But sometimes it does feel like I have to be very parental to get, or teacher-like. Like, class, now settle down, you know? Remember last week, class, we talked about the Italians versus Turks build order on Coast Arena. Do you remember that? And then there's a bunch of people that are like, yeah, I remember that, even if they don't remember it. Yeah, maybe teacher's a fair comparison. Marak, thank you for the $5 dono on YouTube. Let's go. Says T90, yesterday you gifted Twitch subs every time you said crazy. Are you going to do the same with YouTube memberships today? Look at you calling me out. Honestly, I don't even know. I've never done it on YouTube. I don't know if my payments linked up. I don't know how that would work for my streaming dashboard. Maybe we can tie in some YouTube gifts at some point. But I really would. I would prefer not to do the crazy counter situation if possible, because that's a word I use a lot. So that was just kind of a one-time thing, at least for now. All right, maps are just completing here. And it'll be Quarry Game 1. Bypass. Yes, we get Bypass. Thank God. I love Bypass. Finally, we get Bypass on a draft. Woo! Let's go, baby. It's expected certain maps are going to be banned. Bypass has been banned a lot. So it'll be Quarry Game 1, Valley, and then Bypass as the home maps. Sick. Andrea says, hi, Master. Best civs for 1v1 Arabia in 1100 elo. Persians, Mongols, Chinese, Khmer. Thank you, Master. Well, thank you for calling me Master. It's not necessary. All those civs are good. If you're very aggressive, Mongols and Persians and Khmer. If you're a bit defensive, maybe Chinese. All those civs are good. I honestly wouldn't stress out too much about it. I can promise you, if you're 1100 elo, you can play all four of those civilizations, and you can get higher elo. All four of those, no problem. You could probably play any civ, no problem, and get higher elo. If you want me to pick one, I would probably pick Persians, just because I think Persians are easier to play for your skill level. But yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize the bans were in. Bans are coming in. First pick for Vinch. I'm going to guess it's going to be a closed map civ, because we have Quarry, which can be kind of closed. Bypass, also the same. And it's, ooh, Bengalis. Ah. The civ that strikes the fear into the heart of people, even on open maps these days. If the civ is banned, it can never be picked by anybody. To answer the question from chat. So the bans apply to both players. They're global bans. Burgundians and Persians for Ciskhan. So I think that's pretty simple. I think he goes Persians on Valley. Burgundians, I would guess Bypass or Quarry. Excuse me. Interesting, Andrew. I mean, at the end of the day, Andrew, Vinchester's gold in that one game was problematic because he didn't have proper military control over the map. So that's probably what Vinch's thinking was. It's just he needed to have better control over the map, and then that gold wouldn't have been an issue. But yeah, it was certainly a headache, at least for Dave, who was casting with me, to see that all the time. I don't think Bengali's first pick means it's going to be the fast castle that Dragonstar and Viper tried. I just think Bengalis are a really flexible civ on closed maps. More so Bypass. There's actually a chance that Vinchester doesn't even play them, because you get 5 picks. Maybe he's just scared of it. He kind of removes that possibility from the opponent there. I haven't promoted it too much, guys, but can't wait for the Community League. We'll have the Mud League, the Wood League. We'll have all the lower elo leagues. So if you're 1100 like that one player, or 200, or I don't know, 1600, we will have leagues for you all. You can join the Discord now. It is a month until the sign-up, so I'm not going to push too much for it. But we do have a Discord for that Community Cup. I think we have 100 sign-ups already. But I'm not going to mention it every stream just yet. We'll wait until the last couple weeks. It should be sick. All right, Britons and Shu and Japanese, the final picks for Ciskhan. Spanish and Incas there for Vinchester. All right. Good civs. What's up, Turs? Thank you for the 17 months. Good day, good day, good day. I will be casting with Turs this week. Bringing it. I've never covered games with Turs. Turs is a Gold League player. Also have some Silver League players joining up to do some casting for the Silver League stuff. It'll be good fun. So looking forward to a Turs. Let's hop in. Let's talk to Ornlu ahead of time about the series instead of jumping in last second like we did before. I like Ornlu, man. He's got a lot of fun takes. I'm calling him. I hate these moments because I don't know when he's going to pick up. And so I'm just sitting here speaking, waiting for him to be able to hear me.
Hi.
Hello. Sorry, I didn't mean to surprise you.
No, it's fine. I was just like, I wonder what T90 is doing right now. And I open your stream and it's like, I'm waiting for him to say something. And I'm like, oh no.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I didn't want to do what I did last time and forget the call, which I still feel bad about. But welcome in, dude. I think today is going to be, if you look at the prediction contest, today could be a day of sweeps, according to the community. But I think that Ciskhan, Lucho, and Lix need to remember this is a marathon and not a sprint. And they're amazing players. They could snag a win, maybe two. That's my take.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation because obviously we're in Platinum League. The groups are very stacked. But if you can cobble together enough wins here and there, at the very least, you can try and not get relegated, even if it might not be as realistic to try and even get out of the group. But, you take every single win that you can. And Ciskhan is certainly capable of doing that, as are a lot of these guys.
Yeah, I'm curious how Vinchester wants to play, because Vinchester, I find, can be a little overconfident against players that aren't in the top 10. Whereas if he's up against someone who's in the top 10, he maybe respects their ability a little bit more, at least in his approach. Vinch has this weird tendency, which is amazing, but could also get him in trouble, where it looks like he's never worried or never panicked, right? And then some people, they die and it's like, holy crap, it's because they're panicking for 5 minutes, then they're dead. For Vinchester, he dies because he acts as though everything's completely fine when it's not.
Definitely underreacting sometimes to what his opponent is doing, or going too greedy, or just, taking a fight that you think, oh, I can just out-micro you, and then maybe not.
Yeah, and I think that can get you into a little bit of hot water against a player who's desperate for wins and needs to be really on point and aggressive. So, are you able to spectate the game? I just clicked it, and it dropped for me, I think.
Oh, I'm on the countdown right now, so...
So it's still giving you a countdown?
Yeah, in the spectator delay countdown.
Okay. I got an error, and then the dashboard isn't showing them in-game anymore. I'll see if I can join via the lobby code.
Yeah, do you have that?
Yeah, I can get it from their scheduling channel, so that should be no problem. But just another day, another DE bug.
Oh, yeah.
But Quarry game 1, see if that works. Yeah, they're restarting this apparently, so your countdown's going to drop.
Well, it all worked out in the end, by which to say that a lot of things didn't work out, so it all cancels each other out.
Yeah, which is fine. We'll take that. We'll take what we can get. That's good, because we could talk about the civs a little bit. Any big standouts on the draft? Anything that comes to mind for you here, with the maps being Quarry and Bypass, which are quite closed, and then Valley, which is the more open land map?
Nothing especially stand out to me, at least. I mean, Britons are kind of interesting, but who knows if they'll actually ever be picked. Spanish, maybe, to some degree, but I don't know. Looks like a pretty solid slate of civs. Is anything especially jumping out to you?
Well, I just like that Britons is picked there. I think people still remember that when the map was first introduced, Britons were crazy strong. But I think we've seen Britons drafted, but not played that frequently, which is interesting. So it's always an option. I still don't hate it against a lot of the civs on the other side there, but we'll see, I guess. I think Ciskhan will have to choose between Britons and Shu for Quarry, which means we'll know soon. I would go Burgundians on Bypass and probably Persians for Valley based on that draft.
Yeah, I think that seems pretty reasonable. I would say Vinchester is very likely to go Incas here, because that's what he picked in the countdown.
In the countdown. Okay, so tell us then what Ciskhan picked.
Oh yeah, you can still not see it. It's Japanese. It's Incas Japanese. So although we might have that Britain's pick, it's still going to be the much, much more common meta aggressive options here with both Incas and Japanese, which when we see Quarry, yes, it is, I guess, what you would call it semi-open, semi-closed map, but because of that very wide opening, it's still going to be lots of early pressure.
Yeah, I'm naturally going to repeat all myself in a minute once we're into the game, and I want YouTube to hear stuff, but like, the things you typically see on this map in terms of late game bonuses, traction trebs, bombard cannons, right? Like big, boomy, strong unit civilizations. Incas and Japanese, for me, it's all about the discounts, right? They have lots of early discounts. Their units are strong in heavy numbers. They don't have fantastic siege. I guess the Japanese trebuchets would disagree. But yeah, this is definitely all early game approach, right? Like early discounts, militia, archer transitions.
And I think that's, reflecting the shift in focus of this map, where it used to be much more, okay, maybe go for a drush, and then we're going to like wall up and then try and like go for a fast imp or try and boom it out.
Yeah.
Nowadays, these guys just want to smash each other in the face and go for those early barracks, go for the early militia, and make the game messy. And these are two of the very best civs for doing that.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll be into it. Looks like DE's cooperating. I know that Vinchester was having some lag issues, so hopefully that resolves itself. We've got the llama there for Vinchester, which he has slayed underneath the TC, and he is going for a barracks immediately as well. So we saw the civs, even though a lot of players like to play the late game into Turks and Woo and bombard cannons and traction trebs. Both Ciskhan and Vinchester are going to send it here, apparently, with the Japanese and the Incas, Ornlu.
Yeah, and that just very much seems to be a bit more common, I would say, in the meta on this map. Very early barracks, as you mentioned. Incas, one of those civs that you just have that early food discount, and you get the early wood savings on the houses. So you can see here, guys, that between your 200 starting wood, you can afford both the barracks and just one house gets you to 15 pop. You can take some stragglers, and then you can go for a very, very early drush.
Yeah, and that is something that Vinchester is very well known for. I don't think that is something that will surprise Ciskhan at all. Already bringing in a lot of his sheep underneath the TC. He spots the eagle. He knows that eagle is on the prowl. But yeah, I'm interested to see how the eco flows. For those that don't know Ciskhan, like Ciskhan is a fantastic player with Arabia style, which these openings tend to play towards. The early archers, the early infantry, the clean builds. I think where Ciskhan struggles is more in the late game adaptations, the walls, the defensive measures. So this does play towards Ciskhan's strengths in some way in theory here.
That's a very polite way of saying that he's a hamster. He likes doing the hamster maps and strategies.
Some
yes,
people would call it a hamster. I have to be more professional than that, though. I do suppose. I guess I do call arena players clowns, so I guess I should even it out and call everyone else hamsters.
Yeah. No, but I do totally agree with you. I think his execution and his micro is actually very, very good.
Yeah.
And it can actually, I'd say, compete with Vinchester in those sorts of games. But what Vinchester is so good at is making a game a mess. He does it so well. He's done it for longer than I've been casting. And that is going to be something I think Ciskhan is going to try and make the game a bit more normal. So we'll see how we can do that.
I'll tell you what's not normal. Making the barracks as quickly as he did. Making one militia and then using the militia to walk around the back of your base to scout. It took him some time here. He's had that militia. I guess he wants to wait for the third. And so, yeah, now he'll have the full army moving forward. But Ciskhan hasn't been under any pressure yet. And with Ciskhan's build order, this is a bit more standard. You wait for the wood from the lumber camp, and then you build the barracks. So I think if Ciskhan sees this, and that's going to be the key here, he can always make his own militia to match and be just fine. But he hasn't seen it. He's only seen the eagle, and he just doesn't know.
Yeah, and this is really going to come down to just how fast is Ciskhan's reaction time, because it's a very heavy early investment here from Vinchester. Okay, Loom at least is coming in, so maybe his spidey senses are tingling because you don't normally get Loom at 16 pop if you don't expect anything too aggressive. So we'll have to see how well Ciskhan can react here. He even has a villager coming in on the correct side to see it. Oh,
yeah, Loom is huge. Without Loom, these are 2 villagers dead, but he's clearly not ready for this. And Vinchester still has that eagle to block. Ciskhan's doing his best. That seems like it's going to be one villager kill, and already...
Oh, no way.
Villager gets the quick wall down. Oh my god, and Ciskhan says hello. I am ready for you. That's sick.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what did we just say? Ciskhan's early execution is very, very good. And that is the exact perfect... Actually, there you go. Deletion coming at the perfect time. The villager now has enough space to walk it back to the TC safely. That said, this is causing a lot of idle villager time. And you have to be very careful there. Okay, that's... oh, no.
Yeah, this is still so worth it for Vinchester. It was a nice highlight there from Ciskhan and more highlights. But as you said, lots of inefficiencies in Ciskhan's eco. And the beauty of Vinchester is what he's actually able to do behind this. He's got a lumber camp with 4 on wood. He's going to the berries. He still has the sheep. So many people can make the militia, and then their eco just falls apart, and they never reach feudal age. Vinchester, I would expect to be prepped to still reach feudal age at a good time, but Ciskhan is going to move forward now with his own militia, and unfortunately a very weak scout.
Yeah, that one is quite rough. That said, Vinch does not have Loom, and because he made the 3 militia and hasn't gathered the 10 gold yet, he cannot get Loom.
Ooh.
And he is going to need to have absolutely perfect walls here, but it's Vinchester, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, beautiful job. That house actually needed to come up as well. So he gets the house. All things considered, pretty close. I think if the roles were reversed, we wouldn't maybe be feeling like the Inca player's position was quite this good, but we know it's Vinchester. We know he's the favorite, so that's always in the back of our mind. But I do got to say, like, if there was a list of 3 things that I would tell a player if I was their coach when going up against Vinchester, I would say pre-wall your wood lines, especially if he's Incas or Japanese or any of these early drush tips. Pre-wall your wood lines. If Ciskhan just pre-walled with 2 palisade walls, none of this would have been a big problem.
And we've seen players in TTL do that, especially on these maps that really welcome the sort of early aggression. And, you know, sometimes it's worth that little bit of inefficiency just to, you know, spend a couple tiles of palisade wall, but it really does just help keep you safe. That said, this was an extremely fast drush from Vinchester, even by his standards. So it clearly was just a specific early game opening that caught Ciskhan off guard, as both players are now on their way up to feudal age.
Yep, that's important. You got to be on the way to feudal age here if you're Ciskhan. Could honestly make a third militia here, and his militia are still healthy, so that could be Japanese man-at-arms. And he also has pushed in another deer with that scout, so that's more food for underneath the town center. And normally Vinchester would be inclined to add more militia himself. We haven't seen it yet. He's going to Q1 as I say it, and so is Ciskhan. So yeah, this is both players doing the same build, but again, just so crazy to me that these are not the civs I would have expected. We talked about Britons, we talked about Shu, there's Bengalis. There's so many good, like, economic late-game civs that both have gone for the aggression.
Yep, and that really does seem to be a bit more of the trend we are seeing, but Japanese men-at-arms are going to be on the way. The Inca men-at-arms, I mean, you're only going to get them for another few days, so got to have the last grasp of the
true,
the
they're going to get
rush.
champies, right?
Yep.
All right, well, yeah, that's true. Enjoy it while it lasts. It'll be 5 militia. They're both just passing each other in the middle, and they're both determined to just ignore the other and do damage, but this is about damage control while simultaneously dishing out some damage and pressuring your opponent at the same time. But I gotta say, really like how many militia we have here for Ciskhan. This is no joke with Japanese. I don't think you even need arson for that palisade wall to go down. And again, Ciskhan needs to understand that the same thing could happen from Vinchester and pre-wall that woodline, Orlu. That's key.
It's mostly okay, that's exactly what he's doing. That is exactly what we want to see. Bills on gold also getting walled in, and I like what Ciskhan's doing here in that he's pressuring the forage bushes, because your food income is very, very poor at this moment as Vinchester if you don't have access to those forage bushes. And now a villager is all off by his lonesome. The low HP scout is doing enough, and there is evening up that KD on the eco right there as Ciskhan is still looking to apply more pressure.
Yeah, and he also needs to defend right now. He's going to need an archer range, which he has on the left side in front of his berries. I'm seeing a lot of idols right now, though, Ornlu, and I know Ciskhan, I think this is just the pressure adding up. 2 villagers on gold still idle. That needs to be sorted, but he's still applying pressure, and he still could get kills. And there's a villager on the front. Another villager dead for Vinch. Ciskhan blocking, and another villager dead for Vinchester. Ciskhan with a 2-villager lead.
And that is actually possible because of the speed buff that Men-at-Arms got a while ago. Able to just run around the villager fast enough there to block it.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see the application of that buff that they had a little while ago. Archer here back at home. So long as it is micro weld here for Ciskhan, he is in a reasonable position. Now, the res collected look really ugly for our blue player, so he's going to need to be careful about that, because although you get the villager kills, if you have so much idle time, it won't really matter.
Yeah, but there's a key difference. If there's going to be a follow-up army from Vinchester, he will not be able to get into Ciskhan's eco, because Ciskhan will be completely walled. Vinchester clearly distracted there, runs into the town center fire. These men-at-arms are pretty much a non-issue now for Ciskhan. And I agree, Ciskhan needs to start to add the farms and fix his economy, but those men-at-arms are still there. He could also send a follow-up army towards Vinchester if he wants to.
He sure can. Men-at-arms are still quite scary. I mean, there's 5 of them left. Their HP is starting to go down, though. And of course, with Vinchester babysitting these archers, they shouldn't take any damage, he said, with the decreasing confidence there for a moment, but I'm, like, relatively sure that none of these archers are going to die.
You know what we'll never see, but could be a real possibility right now for Ciskhan, especially with his Civ? He's about to encounter these walls from Vinchester, which does keep him pretty safe behind here at the end of the day. He could go to the left side right now, build the lumber camp with Japanese, and chop through those reeds, and then go hit the entirety of that eco. But we have seen more chopping through on this map than in other tournaments. But at this stage of the game, it's just not in the players' minds, I feel.
Yeah, I totally agree with the timing aspect of it, where the players will go to the sides once the front has already been closed off to them. But I think what you're getting at is something a little bit more proactive, and I think that would be an interesting, at least, choice that these players could make. That said, that's not what is happening here, and it's actually just a scout patrolling there for Ciskhan and a random men-at-arm still guarding the relic.
Isn't it just crazy, though, how many farms Vinchester had behind all this? Like, he's been on these 14 farms for a long time. Ciskhan's just now adding them, but the food count for Vinchester's unreal. He lost his berry villagers, so he's left 250 food out there. He didn't push the amount of deer that Ciskhan did earlier with the scout because his eagle was super active, and yet Castle Age is going to be so much faster for him.
He also spent a lot less food. Not only do Incas get the men-at-arm discount, but he also made fewer of them.
Yeah.
So that's also giving him some important
then there's a hole.
There.
And there's a hole here, and Ciskhan didn't have his blacksmith because he thought he was completely walled. Are you kidding me? You got to be fully walled. You have to check these things. It's a relatively simple situation right now. It's pretty relaxed, at least as far as what it can be. I guess this isn't too bad. I thought without fletching he would be in trouble, but there were some weak units there for Vinch, and maybe it's fine for Ciskhan.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to echo that if your strategy revolves around you being walled, it is imperative that you check. I mean, I know AoE, it can be very weird and unintuitive with holes in the walls, but if this is your strategy, you have to check it. That said, Ciskhan had a bad situation, and he reacted literally perfectly to it.
Yeah.
Amazing micro. He actually debated the archers a little bit to the left with the villager trying to go for the quick wall, and that allowed the archers to make up for the lack of fletching range and just go in. It's a really cute little move as far as the micro goes.
Speaking of cute, Vinchester's Eagle's still in there. So he's used the man-at-arm in the north to double check. He doesn't see anything. Now he's using the Eagle. He's looped that the whole way around, and these two villagers have chopped with the lumber camp, and he is building a gate there, so he will know that Ciskhan is walled along the front now. I'm wondering if Ciskhan will be active in looking for this, because he's sending his archers to the north, I think because he knew the man-at-arm and Eagle was there. But in the south, the villagers are through.
But he's sending the scout cavalry in the right direction. That is what you need to see here, because the last thing that you're going to want to Ciskhan is to be caught off guard here. Scout's on 2 HP, but look how much that 2 HP scout did, right? It got the villager block earlier, and it's seeing this critical information here. And just goes to show that a low HP scout is infinitely better than a no HP scout. And right now, Ciskhan is faster up to Castle Age.
Yeah, so nice shot from Ciskhan to realize that. I'm going to assume he's aware of that now, because he's actively moving the scout around. He is bringing the archers over. I've seen players who are Vinchester's caliber just use this as the mind game and not do anything out of the ordinary now. Now that your opponent is aware of this and has to react to you, he might just drop town centers and boom. This doesn't mean it has to be a siege workshop or anything. And then Ciskhan might, he might be extra worried. He might drop a tower. There's a lot of things that Ciskhan could do to overreact to this. It's just a couple archers encountering each other at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, really all Vinchester invested here was a little bit of idle time. The villagers are still being efficient. They're still chopping wood.
Yeah.
So at the moment, Ciskhan isn't overreacting. He's not disproportionately adding in defenses relative to what his opponent could, in theory, be throwing at him. That said, Vinchester is on 2 archery ranges, and he is actively using them, whereas Ciskhan here is only on the 1, as far as I can tell, and he is immediately going to add a TC here in a good position to protect this side of his base.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations, though, where you cannot fall behind in the archer numbers. But I think if with Ciskhan's micro, I've experienced this many times, played against him, he can be late to ballistics and be completely fine. It feels risky against Vinch because Vinch's micro is obviously far better than mine, but he will take the eco advantage where he can. He drops even a monastery. That's interesting. Clearly thinking about the relics. But you could see Ciskhan's micro. It's not bad. He's had lesser numbers here. That's really good value from this army.
Oh, man. Like, not bad is an understatement. That was a beautiful micro against somebody who has literally some of the best micro in the world from Ciskhan. And that's what you're saying. His execution, very, very strong. He's got a second TC up. That said, the numbers are not favorable, as you were mentioning. And this is still a very tricky situation. And he is all but guaranteed to be losing at least a villager or 2.
Yeah, and Vinchester had crossbow a bit faster. The monastery is the thing that I'm looking at right now as the question mark. You have 3 options. You have the university for ballistics, which can benefit the crossbows. You have the siege workshop, which can obviously help against enemy crossbows. The monastery is just to get relics, and I know that there are relics out there, and that can be valuable. Vinch will probably get them as well, but it feels like maybe that's a little early. And Vinchester's got to be more than happy with this because he's got the army control, and this comes back to what you said. Like, Ciskhan, while his micro's been great, he just hasn't really had the numbers here.
It's tricky, and especially because he was only on 1 archery range, and is still only on 1 archery range. That Mangonel probably needed to come in a lot sooner, as you were saying, that monastery. If it was literally anything else, it would probably be a bit better. University Siege Workshop, an extra TC even, all probably would have been a little bit more efficient. That said, at the end of the day, I don't think it matters all that much at the moment, as the villagers are still coming in, and at least nothing's dying right now. The Mangonel's almost out.
Yeah, I mean, again, great micro. I think this could have gone sideways quickly. He's got the villager lead, so even if he loses a couple villagers, he'll still be ahead of Vinch. Vinch is still 1 town center, by the way. No additional town centers behind this. No ballistics. And he does have a siege workshop of his own, but Vinch has been a little late to the eco. Amazing job from him to control the game. He'll see the 3rd town center. He'll come in from the left side again, but just waiting for Vinch. I feel like he's got to at least have a 2nd town center here soon.
Oh, that was the first fill right there that Ciskhan has lost. Like, were you seeing how he's pulling back every single weak villager? Like, just to make sure nothing died to the crossbowman?
Yeah, and I mean, he notices Vinch is on the left. He won't expect the siege, though. He doesn't know about the siege workshop. He micros again.
How did that not hit? I have no idea sometimes how shots hit or don't hit.
Yep.
But right now, it is all about the beautiful act of nature that is the Mangonel mating dance.
What? I'm sorry? Would that not... I'm going to move past that. I've never called Mangonel micro mating dance. You should... Next time you should say that in your best David Attenborough voice.
Yeah, I should.
But...
Well, you know, I got to keep you on your toes, man.
Oh, I'm on my toes. I'm very much on my toes. I wasn't on my toes before. I am now, so... Vinchester just now dropping the 2nd TC. He is 20 vills behind. Again, reverse the roles. If this was Vinchester defending up by almost 20 villagers, we would never think this game was losable for Vinchester. But this is now Ciskhan's time. He got promoted to Platinum, and he needs to stay here. He needs to start off and get any wins. He got swept in the 1st round against Mr. Yo. Can he hold this and stabilize his economy, or will it be too tough to manage? You could just tell... Sometimes when the player's on the 3 TCs, they do have to put a higher percentage of their focus on the town centers. And the micro gets difficult. But some decent shots. And Ciskhan will get the repair. And Ciskhan gets the kill. Wow.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is a razor-thin margin here for both players. Note, guys, that the... Oh my goodness. That is so important. That is so important there for Ciskhan. The vill count is great. The resources collector is still actually decent enough for Vinchester, going to show the inefficiency of Ciskhan's eco. That said, you throw enough villagers at the problem, eventually it's going to work out.
Yeah, you know what the game from Ciskhan reminds me of right now? It reminds me of very Viper approach. Present-day Viper, at least. the low army, get the relics early, defend with the eco lead. And a lot of times if Viper's losing these days, it's because that early pressure from the enemy adds up. But Ciskhan's given up the map control, maybe because of the style of map. And he's got a nice lead. I don't think he will realize how big a lead he has because there's too much to focus on. But as long as he can keep this up, this can be amazing.
It's so tricky to judge where your opponent is going to be going with their Mangonel. You can also consider going for either Cav Archers here, which are much tankier against Mangonels, or even Redemption Monks. So you do have some options here, but you're doing well enough as Ciskhan. That said, that food is looking pretty good here for Vinchester for Imperial Age.
Yeah, I think that's my worry now too, is will Vinch find a timing there? Vinch's gold count's pretty low, though. I don't know if Vinchester's going to necessarily have the gold. You have to imagine with 21 farms for Ciskhan and only 18 for Vinch, that maybe Ciskhan's going to eventually be able to ramp up those numbers. He could also use the market. But Ciskhan's micro has been unreal here. And I said so after the first round. Like, it's easy when when players you don't see as much get swept the first round to just think that today's going to be a series of 3-0s. But they got here for a reason, right? Ciskhan won his group in golds, and I love the confidence he's shown here.
Yeah, it is definitely not a scaredy cat play to go immediate 3 TCs with bare minimum defense, only 1 archery range. That is somebody who has a clear plan and honestly just believes in their own execution. And why shouldn't you as Ciskhan with how well he's playing?
Yep. No, agreed. I think if this was another map where he would maybe have some army activity potential in Vinchester's base, he would have been... He could have won the game. He could have gone counterattack with any army and defended with the Mangonels with this micro. But that's the thing, is still in the back of my mind, is which Civ is better long-term. I think it's a pretty close matchup, to be honest. Japanese might even be favored. But the mating dance, as you call it, continues, and Ciskhan continues to get the better of Vinchester here.
It's darn impressive, that's for sure. Ballistics is on its way for Vinchester. We did have the second archery range, and actually now the third archery range coming as finally Vinch gets a good Mangonel hit. He sorely needed that one. But honestly, if you're Vinchester at this point, yes, his eco upgrades being in way sooner is helping him a lot maintain at least a degree of equilibrium there. But if he doesn't make something happen soon, it's actually going to be Ciskhan who's almost to imp and has castle resources.
Yeah, now, there's a lot of continuous pressure from Vinchester, and so... You have stone and gold on the left of your base. You may feel like, in normal circumstances, just defensive castle, but I love the thought process here from Ciskhan. It might be a little too risky, but he's like, I'm not going to react to you, Vinch, because if I react to you, you're the experienced player, and you'll make it happen. He's going to bring all of his army to the middle now and think about a forward castle. I would say, yeah, that's a better one for your first castle, especially now that he sees the skirmishers from Vinch. That castle should complete for Ciskhan. That should be no problem, and it's right near all the gold. I would like to see a follow-up castle, though, so he needs to have more on stone for the second one.
But this is fine. It's getting sort of that stronghold at the front of your base. It's going to help secure this gold access, and it gives you sort of that launching point that you need to start to cross the map, because it's hard to push your opponent because of the middle being a pit area.
Yeah.
So I don't hate that. And of course, now both players are transitioning into the almighty skirmisher, because why would these two infantry civs make anything else?
Yeah, right now with the archers they have, feels natural now that their economy's improved to add in skirms, especially for the Incas because it's cheaper. I think it feels awkward right now for the Japanese. You probably just have to match the skirms. But then eventually, if you have multiple castles, I think samurai are very viable in this matchup. So, skirms for now. You've invested into all the ranged upgrades and have the ranges. Get Bracer, get Chemistry and Imp. You'll beat Vinchester's skirms, and then you can go Trebs. Then you can use your castles for Samurai.
I actually totally agree with you. I think that Samurai, especially when they were given their charge attack thingy now, where you can sort of close in on the ranged units more easily, that should help out that unit switch a lot. But what you need for the time being is to, stay alive. And right now, the Skirmisher is just the best unit to do that. You need to be, of course, careful with the unit control. But Imperial Age is now in for Ciskhan, and he should be ready to rumble.
Yeah, nice micro there. That's crazy. Good micro. Vinchester saw Imp, and Vinchester wanted some kills before the upgrades came in. Actually ended up losing just as many units as Ciskhan. Ciskhan will be with Bracer in a second. Small detail, though, is the left side is still open. And I would just love to see Ciskhan build 2 guard towers there. 2 towers, so you never have to worry about that. I could push the middle would be so nice. Vinch is definitely going to try some shenanigans over there if he gets an opportunity, but nothing yet from Vinchester.
At the very least, you do have the outpost. I kind of wish the Mangonel wasn't all off by its poor lonesome, so that it's just asking to get killed, and honestly, that seems to be potential right there, but no, I'm sure all of the focus for these guys is right here in the middle of the map because this skirmisher are really dancing a trebuchet back and forth.
That's Ciskhan. Welcome to Ciskhan. For those that don't know, like he'll micro a trebuchet back and forth. That was not a bug. Here he comes. Now he wants to pressure. Maybe still a little bit ambitious. I love the confidence from Vinch. He's like, you're an imp. I'm not giving you ground. I am not allowing you to. I'm going to still use my skirms at an upgrade deficit and patrol through here. This is giving him a lot of time. And I don't know about you, Ornlu, but it's starting to feel like Vinchester, even though he's down to relics, he's holding at it, and he's giving himself a chance here for one big pushback in early Imperial Age. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I love the castle that he has in a very safe location in his base, recognizing that his opponent could be bombarding him at the front very soon. So it's going to be... There's no way that that castle can be pressured before Vince can get his own sizable numbers of trebuchets out, and that's exactly going to be the case. That said, Ciskhan is still here with his own trebuchets. No Katapuruto yet, guys. And right now, it's just spamming skirmishers, and Incas do that better than Japanese.
I like how Ciskhan has decided, whatever, I'll take the fight up the hill. I'm down upgrades. I need a castle on the front. This has to happen. The castle has to complete, otherwise this is disastrous. I think the castle's got enough villagers there to complete it. And then the archer ranges for Vinch, which he's using to produce, are now exposed. The TCs could be exposed. And honestly, if Ciskhan can get Katapuruto, things could go sour very quickly here for Vinchester. His castle's been spotted, and Ciskhan could pack right up and make a move.
Exactly the case. We have chemistry in here for Vinchester, and the thing for Vinch actually is that he doesn't have anything other than skirmishers. He can go over and there's Katapuruto. It is not a cheap upgrade, guys. It's not one you can just freely pick up. 750 wood for oh no, they made it cheaper. My bad.
Yeah,
it
550.
750 wood.
Yep.
Now it's only 550, 300. So it is actually much easier to get.
And neither Civ gets Bombard Cannon. And Ciskhan has more skirms, despite his skirmishers being more expensive. And Vinchester would need a lot of time to ever make a full-on Eagle switch. This could just straight up end the game. Katapuruto Trebs could treb down Vinch's Trebs, take down the castle, take down the TCs, and then it's just game over. Ciskhan I like what he's doing. I'm very pro go for the castle if you're on the offensive instead of going for the Trebs. I'd prefer he do that instead. But maybe with Katapuruto, it's worth it that you just hope your trebuchets get the damage done.
I think the thought process might just be that your castle's on the low ground, so in a protracted repairing castle wars, you're at a big disadvantage.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, I do agree with you, but I think that might be the thought process there for Ciskhan.
My thought process is you're sinking a lot of stone into repairs. Your opponent's not. And, like, I think this has gone horrible for him. He hasn't taken down a single trap. Yeah. He had all the momentum. He has the better trap. He hasn't taken down a single trap, and he's lost his castle. Couple raids coming from Vinch on the left side. Such a nice job for Vinch to hold there. And Ciskhan might start to worry now, but also might start to think, can I make something other than Skirmisher here? Because I will back up with another castle. My eco could be better. I think he needs to have more on food again to get into Samurai, but Samurai are still a very good option here.
Yeah, his eco upgrades have started coming in, just as you say, that queues up 6 Samurai right there. So he's got the right idea. It is, of course, going to be the key counter there to those skirmishers once they get upgrades. It's, of course, the big qualifier. That said, Incas do have the Slinger, and for the time being, they still demolish infantry units.
Yeah. Look at all the stats. Look at all the game position. We've got better military numbers for Ciskhan, even though it's light. He's got access to all the gold in the middle. He has 4 relics. This should be Ciskhan's game as far as those stats are concerned. But Vinchester still has a lot of gold on his side. And Vinchester still has this cut open on the left. And this is always going to be about this left side. There's always going to be something. Ciskhan sees a tower. He will respond with a castle, not knowing that Vinchester has Trebs prepared for that castle. I think Ciskhan, if he sees that, just needs to delete it. He needs to delete it. Yep. Okay, so he deletes it. And now he needs to push Vinch. He cannot allow Vinchester to have control on the left side like this. That's a lot of stone and gold. He needs to consider a push. But can he push?
Oh, I don't know about this, T90. I think that you need to recognize that the only actual unit that your opponent has are skirmishers.
Yeah.
So they're not a very scary, like, destroy all your buildings in your base sort of unit. So I think what you need to do is you just need to, like, go right for the gut of Vinchester's base, because your stuff will demolish everything faster.
It's so hard to, though. Vinchester's eco is so good. Like, he has so much more continuous farm and food eco. And now Vinchester, after the distraction in the south, is going to simply position some trebs in the north to go for Ciskhan's castle. This is Vinchester taking some control of the game. This is the underdog panicking despite having the lead most of the game. Masterful work from Vinchester to pull his opponent out of position. He's using villagers against the trebs. He does lose 2 trebs of his own. I don't know if that's going to work, but he is Incas, I guess. Maybe he'll get one.
Yeah, they are tankier, but Sapper's coming in too. Remember, trebs have that ram armor class. So, Bills get bonus damage against them.
I mean, he just took down 2 trebuchets with villagers. I think that's worth it. As Ciskhan lost his castle in the middle. Ciskhan never had the time for the upgrades on the samurai. Oh no, what has happened to Ciskhan? Well, I thought he had this. He was pushing so well. He wasn't unable to take down any castles from Vinch with his trebs. And Vinch on the left side has all of his stone and gold now. His eco as well just fell apart there when the fights were going poorly for him. He didn't have auto farm on. A lot of those farms were not reseeding. And Vinchester, 200 pop.
Yeah, this is just that experience and overall skill level coming in for Vinchester. The eco efficiency at these top levels of play is so critical.
Yeah.
Because if you just have more resources to play with than your opponent, then you can usually make something happen. I mean, the Inca discount on top of all of that is very nice, but even without it, Vinch was taking the better fights. He had more resources coming from behind, and despite Ciskhan being in the better position, Vinch is simply just more experienced.
I think there's still a chance to hold and stabilize for Ciskhan. If he can hold against this, he still has the relics. He will still have the center gold. If his trebs defend on both sides here, we have ourselves a game still. He's got 4 trebs against 1, firing uphill in the middle. And then he has 2 trebs against 2, firing actually a little bit uphill in his base. I mean, he's also added more farms. He's up to 44 on food now, but he is running out of stone right now, and that's my concern. If you just straight up run out of castles, if you can't go for samurai in this matchup, you're very limited on options.
Yeah, and I think part of the issue is that although the stone collected from the 2 players is pretty similar, Ciskhan spent so much more stone repairing castles, as Vinchester's treb production's been very good. And then Ciskhan, like we were saying, has just been trying to focus down the enemy trebuchets. Also, it doesn't matter really that Ciskhan has so much more gold collected because he's only making skirmishers. He's not able to spend that gold on a better unit now.
This is now the 3rd time, about to be the 4th time, that Vinchester has used Inca villagers against trebuchets. Getting that Sapper's tech is something so many people wouldn't do, Ornlu. So many people would forget that. So many people wouldn't cut the north as well. Vinchester has now cut through. He knows Ciskhan is already out of space in the south. He will now tower rush and slinger and skirmisher rush up there. And now he's sending more vills to their death underneath the castle. That's probably a little bit ambitious. But Vinch is just going full chaos mode, and Ciskhan is running out of space.
Ciskhan is running out of space. He's running out of resources. He's now 5,000 resources behind. And now, I mean, there's just guard towers in the back of his base. Vinch has the resources now to make that Eagle Warrior switch, which, I mean, there's nothing now that can stop Eagle Warriors. And the one thing Vinch was really lacking was just a power unit, and that is going to change very soon. And it doesn't even matter. He's just killing his opponent's eco with skirmishers and towers.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might not even need to change anything at this point. Like, there's so little defensive structures for Ciskhan. He's just going to run out of steam eventually. I don't think Ciskhan even noticed the cut in the north, by the way. If he noticed it, it doesn't really change much. He can't push these keeps, or what will soon be keeps from the Incas. But yeah, he's just lost his whole eco up there as he's focusing on stabilizing the south and trying to push again in the middle. His Vil count's 86 now, and now he sees it.
Yeah. He just doesn't have the food income to switch into champions, and even if you did, you already have fully upgraded slingers. So they would just clobber the champions anyway.
Here comes Vinch again. Here comes Vinch again. He'll take down another Treb with these Vils. Oh, wait, no. Catapruta maybe saves it because of the fast pack-up. But, man, I wasn't expecting 4 trebuchets to be killed by villagers today.
Well, it's why it's fun casting these games. You know, you see something new every day.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that's really enjoying Vinch really utilizing everything at his disposal with the Incas, and you love seeing players really try and leverage every single strength they can.
That goes back to the early game as well, right? Like Vinchester's rush was all because of the bonuses from the Incas. Man, he's got keeps everywhere. Like everywhere. He's got keeps on both sides. He keeps sneaking in. I don't know if he has murder holes, but probably needs to snag that. And yeah, now Ciskhan needs to send army back. I think Ciskhan knows he's dead right now, but I think you play on because you were frustrated. You thought you had this one. And it's the first game. You want to cool your nerves, but this could snowball on you mentally as a player, right? Like if you felt like you had it and you let it slip away, maybe you start to feel some doubt in your strategies in the next one. I'm sad for Ciskhan on that. I really think had he used his trebuchets on that one castle from Vinch instead of against the trebs, at least he takes down the castle. At least he forces a lot of stone spend from Vinchester to repair. But like that moment was game-changing because the second he lost the middle castle, he's super focused on stabilizing the middle, and Vinch just packed up his trebs, rolled right to the left side, came in, and then it was full panic mode from Ciskhan.
And I think Vinch also just did a better job of making more trebs, and just having that treb numbers advantage felt pretty significant throughout a huge portion of the Imperial Age there. But yeah, those keeps just kept Ciskhan's eco a complete mess.
Yeah.
And that, 7% difference in eco efficiency is gigantic, guys.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Japanese can go towers themselves. Japanese actually have superior towers, right? We could have seen Yasama towers. But like I see some people questioning, like, did he need to go forward castles? Can he just play into samurai? To be honest with you, I think forward castles were completely fine. You just got to continue to push. You have to kill before the sides matter. You can also play super defensive. You could play super defensive castles and towers and samurai, but that's not Ciskhan's style. Ciskhan also knows Vinchester's got some heavy discounts on the other side with Incas. And Ciskhan was probably very much aware of his own eco, too. That maybe his farms were expiring. But, yeah, I mean, we said it already. Great game for Vinchester. Vinchester happy with the win. Hopefully for Ciskhan, he can play as well as he did the first two-thirds of that game, because that was quality.
Yeah, he absolutely has the opportunity to make something happen here. And looks like they're already going to be in game number 2. So we have plenty of good AoE ahead of us, hopefully, because this is already far more competitive than I honestly thought it would be. So I'm happy.
I felt like Ciskhan lacked a lot of confidence against Yo to be aggressive. Like he sat back and walled a lot. And I was expecting Ciskhan to play more along the lines of what he did here. I guess he was pretty low on army numbers at Castle Age, but I mean in Feudal Age, he made the man-at-arms. Like he made the army. That's what Ciskhan can do. So it's got to be tough, man, to push that first game out of your mind. But you have to, because this win matters so much for you. And for Vinch, you're in a group of absolute killers. You have Hera, you have Hart, you have Yo in the group. And I think the top 4 in the group are going to be convincing themselves that they can't lose any games against Ciskhan and Lucho, because the other players are potentially going to get the sweeps. So there is still that meaning on the other side for Vinchester.
Yeah, I think that especially between Yo, Hart, and Vinchester, one of them's not going to the playoffs.
Yep.
So
yep.
I think that you're dead on in that, okay, at a bare minimum, you need to sweep the poor guys coming up from Gold League who had to go into the group of death here. And I mean, yeah, Hera's almost certainly going to be getting first place in the group, but I mean, it's no guarantee in any of the series. I think Yo, Hart, and Vinchester. I mean, yes, I would say Yo is the favorite by a bit, but not by that much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still curious. I know I'm with you. I think you look at Hera right now and you see he's inevitable, but I still feel as though like Hart or Vinchester could potentially, if they win their set against Hera 2-1 and then match all the other Hera results, maybe, just maybe there's a chance that Hera isn't a guarantee of first. I think Hera 3-0ing though, Mr. Yo, to start things off, is going to end up being very good, because Mr. Yo is definitely going to step it up. So, yeah, game 2. Ciskhan has to fight past any negative feelings he feels, possibly letting game 1 slip away. He's now 0-4. We look hoping for a win. He's gone for Persians. We have Vietnamese for Vinchester, and then we have the new and I would say improved Valley with all the additional food in the middle, and most of that food with the exception of a couple ibex, is not pushable to your town center.
Don't tell that to all of the chicken funnelers of the world. They'll find a way.
Boar steal.
Oh.
Boar steal, and Ciskhan needs to notice that. You're against Vietnamese, and he didn't notice it. He notices it now. Oh, man. I mean, if he noticed right away, he had the chance to block it. There's a couple civs out there that when you see they're up against you, you have to respect they could be stealing. Mongols is one. Vietnamese would be the other. Ciskhan is going to try now to block this. Let's see if he can. This would be a nice start for Vinchester. And, the block happens. Wait, no, it doesn't. I thought it...
Yeah, it stopped.
Was it just stuck? Or did it full on stop?
It had the animation like it was just standing there, right? It wasn't like it was frozen mid-run.
I want to look at that again. I'm going to go back and take a peek at that.
All right.
Vinchester obviously gets it. It looked like it stopped, yes. But no, it still was like mid-stride. It still was mid-stride. Okay. It didn't actually stop and stand. So no bugs. It felt to me like it was still in range of Vinchester's scout, and Vinchester with a very good start here. I know Persians start with extra res, but when you can't push deer, when you can't guarantee to push 4 deer to recover, it could be brutal to get lamed on this map.
Yeah, this is where soapbox time. It's why the only laming I don't like is exactly scout stealing boar, because what happened is Vinchester sent his scout right over and happened to run into the boar immediately, and Ciskhan was like very slightly out of position, and it was entirely then on Vinchester to screw up. Like, there was nothing Ciskhan could do to actually get an advantage at that point. It was just entirely reliant on Vinchester messing up.
Well, and Ciskhan also did the right thing. He's going to steal some sheep, which may eventually get back home. But he did bring in his first boar right away.
Yeah.
So that's the right call. And I just, unfortunately, with both those boars being forward, which doesn't always happen. Like, Vinchester's got one in the back. Yeah, he kind of gets screwed over there. But that's what laming can be. It can be very all or nothing. It can be high risk, high reward. But I would argue at this level, when everything matters so much and when it's not easy to recover the food with a deer push or two, yeah, you got to do it as the Vietnamese.
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, use every tool at your disposal, and the Vietnamese have that bonus for a reason. And one of them is so that you can lame effectively, and that is exactly what Vinch did. And what's amazing for Vinch is that he only took the minimum 2 boar hits with the scout.
Yeah.
So, like, the scout is still at least on half HP, because what can happen is if you screw it up even a little bit, then suddenly your scout's almost dead, and it's, not too useful in the early game. Militia gives it a little love tap there, but still pretty decent here for Vinchester.
Yeah, so this is also when we balanced the map, I wanted some pushable res, because now Ciskhan has the ability to recover. It's a tough balance, though, because if you make all the hunts in the middle pushable, you will never see any incentive to go there, because players will just spend all their Dark Age pushing in deer. So happy to see that Ciskhan gets the extra food there, still has the extra sheep looping home, and he's going to militia, which Vinchester is going to see. And for once, Vinchester's not doing the same here.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. And I wanted to ask you, do you think that this 2 militia rush was always the plan for Ciskhan, or do you think it was an adaptation to getting lamed?
I think he is really comfortable with the build, honestly. I think this is always his plan. He did it in the first game, and it plays towards archers, which he's best at. I mean, look how good he is. This is Vinchester. Vinchester gets away from this against the majority of players, but he also found out in the first game that he blocks faster than Vinchester does. Like, he can get in front of Vinchester's clicks, and usually Vinchester is out-clicking him. So he's going to take the risk here, and that villager survives. But that's still worth it. You still end up killing one vill and disrupting Vinchester.
I mean, for having a very bad start there for Ciskhan, this is as good a recovery as you could ask for. And yeah, I think just being very confident in that blocking. We do have villagers coming forward here for Vinchester. See if it's going to be for just a mill or any sort of more aggressive forward. But as it stands, no swordsman queued up for him whatsoever. No villagers on gold.
Yeah, but he got a big look at Ciskhan's base. He's seen everything here. He sees the main golds very far forward. He sees the berries and the woodlines on the back. This isn't that common, but this feels like a tower forward from Vinchester behind the woodline. I don't know exactly what it is. I should point out as well that Ciskhan did not get those 2 sheep from Vinch back home. Vinchester found them.
Yeah, that was a nice little catch there for Vinch. Feudal Age is going to be in, and yeah, one bill almost certainly going to be for an archery range, and then more for towering.
Yeah, so archer range on the hill. Ciskhan is trying to get even more food. He will find the archer range with his scout as he is pushing in the eye bag. so that's
hi there.
That's nice. I mean, he gets a little lucky. He was obviously unlucky before. But what a tower from Vinch. That tower will be really annoying long term for Ciskhan.
And it's interesting because towering feels like it could be a little bit better these days because the uptimes are so fast and everyone's just sticking on one lumber camp. So if you kind of get that one wood line denied, it can often be very difficult to actually secure another one. And there's literally only one other wood line even available for Ciskhan anyway.
But if you go forward archer range and forward tower, that's now 2 investments onto the front where if it doesn't pay off and they ever counterattack you, you are very exposed, right? So I think that Ciskhan needs to keep that in the back of his mind. This is obviously going to be very uncomfortable. But if he can get 2 archers to Vinchester's base, I mean, Vinchester will have no skirmisher, no ability to tower there, at least for now.
Yeah, you do still need to be super careful. That said, I do like that Vinch was able to get both Bidaxe and Horse Collar, so able to leverage that discount you get for the Vietnamese. And he's actually sending 2 of the forward bills on stone. Like, how often do we get to see a prolonged tower rush these days? This is fun.
Yeah, Vinchester, he lamed him, right? And he knows that Ciskhan has to have perfect eco management, perfect balance to stabilize. That tower definitely affects things. Like, Ciskhan wanted to make his own skirms. He couldn't do it. He couldn't add the farms he wanted. There's just a lot of delay. And now Ciskhan, he abandons the golds because he has to change his strategy. He's now towering the wood line because he doesn't really have a lot of army. And that is not a tower that is really that good long term. So, yeah, Vinchester no doubt feeling good after the comeback in the first game. But I think feeling very good right now just with how many reactions he's going to force from Ciskhan.
Yeah, and if Vinchester sees that tower, he can just build a tower in a better location. Now, you do have stone at the back for Ciskhan, so that is potentially important. But look at this eco balance. That's 26 on wood and 2 on food, T90. That's not good.
Yep, and if you didn't need to invest into that lumber camp and spend all that time walking over there, you would probably have 4 or 5 more farms right now, which seems crazy to the viewers probably, but it definitely has just been idle time. We now have another tower from Vinch. That will deny 2 of these farms, so those farmers are going to need to be moved away. Score says right now that Ciskhan's still in this. Res Collected says Ciskhan is still in this. But I'm going to need to see some positives for him right now because this is just... It's not looking good if this continues in this way.
The Vills are sick and tired of being sick and tired, T90. Here we go. The house is also only on 32 HP. You need to make sure the Vills are properly positioned right there. But that tower is going to be getting battered down there by Ciskhan, so there's at least something of a win.
Yeah, that's good work. I mean, I think Vinchester will try his best to harass here, but he doesn't have any archers behind. He doesn't have any skirms nearby. I think that tower will go down, which saves the farms. Ciskhan still has a lot of farms. He's building up his own skirms. We'll still need perfect micro, but he did show us in the previous game that he can micro at a numbers disadvantage pretty nicely. Not bad.
I'm a little concerned about the skirm numbers because, you know, he who skirms more will skirm best. And especially Vietnamese, 6 extra HP, that means 2 more skirm hits to go down. It does feel like Vinchester is just going to be really difficult to actually get out of his base.
Was that a Sun Tzu quote? I'm pretty sure that was a Sun Tzu quote, right? He who skirms more will skirm best.
Behind me, I have to double check the actual page number, but it's there somewhere.
I'm pretty certain that's what Sun Tzu said. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what this is going to transition into for Vinchester, because obviously Ciskhan's gonna just play skirms for now, but you play too heavy into skirms and your base is too open, and then scouts become very possible. So I keep looking back at Vinchester's base. He's not doing anything just yet, but even like Knights in Castle Age could just wreck both economies because they're so open. So I think we could see a stable soon.
Yeah, I would love that decision. I love it when Vietnamese players go ahead and get that wheelbarrow upgrade. It just comes in so fast. And if you're going for skirms and scouts, that extra food income is very, very helpful to have. And a transition here for Vinchester could be totally possible. Or you could just click up to Castle Age. I think you could justify either. He's got gold in the back of his base. He's not walled yet, but at least he's going in that direction right now. And we only just now have Horse Collar coming in for Ciskhan, who only after 16 farms have been built.
Watch Vinchester scout. this is obviously live. He will find that stable. He is so locked in when he's playing to what will come. He will look for that. That could have been a blacksmith on the front from Ciskhan. He actually had it placed and canceled it. And Vinchester's just been waiting. He's like, I know that this could go into scouts. Now he knows about this. And this is great because he can now queue up the spears behind. What's not so good is if he loses all of his skirms on the front, then suddenly it becomes very obvious for Ciskhan. Ciskhan's not going to think it's a skirm war anymore if Vinchester loses his numbers. So well played, Ciskhan, to clear that up. Now I think Ciskhan should recognize that, like, Vinchester can't even play straight spear defense in theory because there's enough skirms out there. As I say that, there's more skirms, so maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, come on. When did you ever think that the skirm numbers would go too low in a game of Age of Empires? There are always more of them. But the full HP scout here for Ciskhan is quite relevant, as the scout there of Vinchester is going to go down, and the skirms could, in theory, just micro down the spearmen without too much difficulty.
Yep, that's why skirms are always going to be needed for Ciskhan. Skirms against the spears, scouts against the skirms, and then skirms against the skirms, and spears against the scouts. That's the idea here. But I like
a lot of S words all at once there.
Yeah, seriously. I like the positioning, though, for Ciskhan. He's actually boxing out the archer range from where the spearmen are coming from. So he's getting in the middle. Again, like right when you think, okay, game number 1, Vinchester kills the villager at the start. Vinchester's just going to win. Ended up being a game where Ciskhan had a nice lead. Here as well. Vinchester with a really good start. He gets the lane. Ciskhan recovering. I mean, he's recovered, but can he actually win the game? Or will Vinchester find a way back to pressure and get win number 2?
Well, that is, of course, going to be the big question. There are 3 villagers here who are kind of stuck, and the skirmishers are going to come forward and slowly whittle them down. Both players have Castle Age aspirations at this point. That said, Vinchester's market isn't quite in, so the eco balance isn't quite perfect. And although this was, again, an excellent recovery from Ciskhan after the early game disaster, he still has kind of an exposed eco. Is still going to be up against Vinchester, who is super safe.
Yeah, but I think if Ciskhan recognizes the way this game is going to flow, he shouldn't be this exposed. I think you can wall between the houses in front of your TC into the wood line. You can simply shift those villagers that are on the gold to the back golds. There's no reason. You even have the neutral gold in the corner if he finds it. There's no reason for you to be fully raidable here. This can be easily full walled. Vinchester's dropping an archer range at home, which, again, feels odd to me because your one range is kind of on an island. I know I have experience with ranges on islands, but you don't want them there. You don't want them forward and exposed like this. You would want them together if you're going to play cav archers, so I'm just not so sure about this. And now Vinch is in fully walled, and scouts can get in to take a look around and see it's going to be an archer range.
Love to see that. I mean, you can reasonably guess that Vietnamese here are going to be going for cav archers themselves. Maybe, you would get caught off guard with like a Fire Lancer play, but as things stand right now, it's going to be cav archers from Vinchester. And something I want to ask you is, what do you think about these civs in the mid game here? Do you think Persians should try and match the Vietnamese cav archers?
No, I don't like matching the Vietnamese cav archers if you still have skirms alive, right? It really just comes down to the flow of the game. And actually, that's part of what makes Ciskhan's Feudal Age so good. It wasn't just the villager kills. He is 4 now, and the fact that he lost 0. But it's the fact that he still has skirms alive against a good CA civ. So I think Ciskhan can actually just kind of boom it out and drop villagers here and drop town centers, rather, and make vills. And he's dropping a monastery again, which he did in the previous game. A little surprising, but Persians have the better boom. They have more vills to spam, and for Vinchester, I guess we'll drop the TCs, but yeah, I like skirms for now.
Yeah, and what I totally agree with you. You gave me the answer I wanted to hear, thank you. But I really think that, okay, you're playing Persians versus Vietnamese. As Persians, you're not really going to be at your strongest if you click up to Imperial Age, let's say 80 to 90 villagers, and then you just try and go for like an early imp timing. That's not what Persians do well.
Yeah.
Persians like having a gigantic eco so they can spam very expensive units. So what you can do is like just play defensive skirmisher here, get those villagers down, and then if you can just sort of invest not as much into army, then you can click up to imp with a better economy and get that cavalry transition that you will need to win the game.
Same situation as last game, pretty much. Only the army count's actually higher for Ciskhan. This is a better situation. He's got a nice villager lead. He's just sniped another villager. Ciskhan needs this win.
Yeah.
He cannot survive in Platinum if he cannot get this win. And he has done all the heavy lifting so far, right? Like, getting a lead over Vinchester is so difficult. Like even like someone like Hera, for example, doesn't have a lead against Vinchester that's this significant. He normally takes it later game. So I would love to see Ciskhan make it happen, because right now I feel for him. Game number 1 is just still in my brain, in my mind.
It's a tough one mentally, for sure. That said, he's escorting the monks here with his skirmishers, so the relics are going to start to come in. TC number 3 coming in for Ciskhan as well. Good macro so far, minimizing idle TC time with a Civ that is kind of tricky to keep that idle TC time low with. And, you know, Ciskhan's listened to both of us. It's just some skirms defense while going for a boom.
Yeah, not fully walled, which really upsets me. And I think that is something that he may end up regretting. I just do not understand it. You are so close to being fully walled. You should never allow your opponent to just run into your base like this. It's just the small things sometimes that players consistently do that we just get used to. Vinchester's going to run through. Vinchester might not kill a lot with this, but what he does do is he gets the whole map behind it, because there will be no skirmishers moving forward anymore. This is the first sign of control that Vinchester's had in a minute. He will be very happy. He will nerd out with these cav archers. That's for sure.
Absolutely. And if you're Ciskhan, if instead of, you know, if you only invested into a few houses here at the front, you wouldn't need the university for ballistics. It's just not something that is all that important for you right now.
Yeah.
And that university could have been a bunch more farms.
Yeah.
And that's really where you want to be going in the long run here as the Persians. You don't want a super wood-centric eco, which is the current moment.
Oh, the Lycav actually sniped a Mangonel, though, in front of the Siege Workshop, and those Lycav were very weak, so nice find there from Ciskhan. He does need to get back onto the farms in the back, but that's crazy value for 2 weak Lycav to find the Siege Workshop and snipe the first Mangonel.
I literally saw the Light Cav go over there, and I'm like, okay, the Light Cav see the Mangonel, but they're going to get sniped before they can kill the Mangonel. I just panned away immediately thinking, that's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Nope. Nice job there getting the kill from Ciskhan. Ballistics is in. That said, he's still only on a single archery range and only 10 skirmishers. Vinchester will eventually start to outnumber his opponent with his own ranged units.
This is the problem I have with the Persians myself. You get to the 3 TCs, you get the villager lead, and then you never have any resources for army. It takes so long because you need to constantly have so much food to keep the town centers running. And, oh man, the cav archers have made it into the back. They're sniping the farms. That's 3 farms sniped. That's 180 wood down the drain. The skirms for Ciskhan have still missed this. Ornlu, that freaking hole, bro. The fact that he didn't have a couple houses have led to all of this. It's so frustrating to see if you're a Ciskhan fan, but he will clear up the CA. He will snipe the Mangonel. He still could be fine, but he's got to start to be shaking a little bit more. My goodness. Great job from Vinch to create the chaos. But I'm surprised at how late Vinch has been in the town with the town centers in both games. Like, he's just now to TC3. He isn't making any heavy food units, except for a couple nights.
And yet his food income is very good. He got the eco upgrades very early with the Persians. It was actually one of the advantages he had in the last game, was just getting those eco upgrades a lot sooner.
Yeah.
Ciskhan only with basically the feudal age level upgrades. Now you're going to be adding in, I guess, another lumber camp there at the back. But the thing with Persians is, again, they are not a good early imp civ. Especially not on this current meta where you click up between like 80 to 100 villagers. You're going to want a big eco so you can get your big fancy cav units.
That monk has ran away from where the CA are multiple times. He finally gets found. Vinch is going to go crazy army here. Look at the worker efficiency stats. 54% last minute for Ciskhan versus 65%. It's a 10% overall worker efficiency lead for Vinchester across the whole game. That has been the difference, even though the worker count isn't there. And the knights, 3 knights go down. No. It's going to be 4 knights go down. And without sniping the Mangonel, and now it is +2 armor for Vinchester's knights to push the skirmishers back too. This could get bad for Ciskhan. Very, very bad.
Ciskhan does have 10 vills on stone, but it's very far away from a castle. He's got the stables incoming right now, but at the moment, Vinchester's army is very significantly better. And these days, it's hard to tell Vietnamese from Huns, because this is like a Hun mid-game push, but Vinch's eco, very solid. A couple light cav, not really doing a whole lot there in the back of the base for Ciskhan. Both players getting housed, because that's what everybody does in Age of Empires. And right now, Ciskhan's going to struggle to hold on.
Yeah, imagine if those knights, if he had some patience there. There was no immediate damage happening. If he had some patience there, just conserved his army, he would have 4 knights right now with upgrades on the way. Also have his skirms, maybe still have the tools to be able to fight this back. But now, lacking some numbers, it gets a little bit more questionable. He does recognize, though, he needs full army. And there are only 12 cav archers for Vinch, and a lot of them are weak. So I don't really know if Vinchester's army is big enough. But he does have the full map control. And he will find some openings for damage long term, because eventually Ciskhan's going to have to move out of his base.
This is actually really interesting, T90, because Vinch has 2 forward stables. He's like going all knights at the moment.
Yeah.
And I don't really know why. That feels like you're playing into the Persians who can just make camels. And the mid-game booming is still better for Persians as well, so I'm not entirely sure why this is a thing.
Well, he saw skirms, and he's just now seeing how many camels are out. So he got a good look in there. So, but ultimately, I think it really comes back to he never got a big, massive CA, and that's the goal. I think if you have both, camels are not so good. If you don't have both, camels are going to be fantastic. And Ciskhan, again, it's looked rough at times, and it maybe feels inevitable Vinchester's going to pull out a comeback because of the experience between the two players. But he's really booming up with army numbers. He would drop a castle on the front. He snipes the cav archers there. Yeah, this army from Vinchester is just going to hit a massive wall. I do not think he can push 17 camels.
No, and I think what I really appreciate what Ciskhan did is he did not underinvest into the stables. Like, it's not like when Vinch's push started, Ciskhan had a ton of stables and camels being produced. He just saw the knights, he saw the forward stables, and was like, nope, we need camels, and we need them yesterday. He's on 5 stables here in sort of this mid-castle age time frame, and this is ensuring that he is going to be able to safely deflect what his opponent's throwing at him. And this should be a good fight for Ciskhan.
Should be really good. I'm actually surprised Vinchester brought the fight to him. I think Vinchester's telling himself it's fine because cav archers still kill camels, but there's not that many cav archers, and there's still the skirms. Ciskhan will get the full clear here. Vinchester needs to get away. There's no way Vinchester should ever be near that many camels. And Vinchester in a panic now, dropping the barracks. Will go for fire lancers, but that's going to take some time.
It's going to take some time. You don't really have the barracks down yet. You don't have the Fire Lancer-related upgrades in. That said, Vinch does have Imperial Age coming in, and that is huge because Vietnamese, one of the very strongest early Imperial Age civs with Bracer, with the free conscription. That said, that's a forward castle, and that's an interesting one.
This castle either needs to be on the hill, which he's now doing, or it needs to be repositioned so he can actually range the town center for Vinch. You cannot place a castle that's just on the flat ground there. The hill makes it tougher to take down. Imp is on the way for Ciskhan too. Vinch has the knights. He knows there's a hole from earlier because Ciskhan sent a couple camels to snipe his mangonel. And yet again, a continuous problem for Ciskhan is holes in his walls. He doesn't see it. He sees it now.
He does.
But that's such a good raid for Vinchester. My goodness.
Now, a lot of the knights are low HP. I mean, it's still only 3 camels, so it's not like it's that great. But you have to be a bit careful there as Vinchester. And, I mean, in terms of number of vills, okay, those knights are... quick walls?
Yeah, I mean, quick walls have to happen here, or you lose 20 villagers. That's perfect quick walls from Ciskhan. Yep. He will get camels back there. I love it from Vinch, though, because he's finding a positive moment when it's looking very bleak otherwise. And with the faster Imperial Age time, he could have Trebs pretty soon to take down Ciskhan's castle. So, nice play from Ciskhan. I just can't help but feel like there's just so many avoidable situations in regards to damage he's receiving because of holes in his walls.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that it's not like important in like the overall skill level as an AoE player, but it's these little things that can really separate a win from a loss when these guys are so close and they're both so high level in overall skill. So it's definitely something that when he looks back at these games, which he absolutely should do, I'm sure, and then he'll notice it, I'm sure.
Well, here's another detail. Vinchester sent one of the knights to the wood line. It got sniped. Ciskhan says, I killed everything. There's still another knight there, so I'll keep an eye on that. see if that knight ever comes back into the fights. I think Ciskhan's just feeling like if he can keep these castles up for as long as possible, Vinchester's going to run out of resources and run out of gas. But I should point out that Ciskhan still doesn't have a lot of the stone and gold to the north of his base because Vinchester's tower and villagers still there mining the stone. So with 4 relics, that's good. But if you lose 2 castles, it can be the same story as the previous game where you have no defensive castles anymore. And Vinchester's got like 3 or 4 stacked up for the late game.
Yeah, now chemistry is coming in, and the hand cannoneers for Persians are going to be an important tool here. And look at this, the camels immediately trying to come in and snipe the trebuchet, but the fire lancers are there. Make those elite fire lancers 102 HP on an infantry unit. Skirms are here being a bit annoying to the north.
The knight went back in too.
Yeah.
Sorry, knight went back in. That's just so frustrating for Ciskhan. It's the tiny things, right? Killed 2 vills, yeah. Ciskhan reacts. Sorry to interrupt, but I find camels very frequently run into this exact situation. You make them against knights, and then they switch into anything else, and you can't raid with the camels underneath town centers, and you can't really utilize the camels. It becomes a very expensive liability that you never want to lose or use, which I just hate.
Well, at the very least, they're still going to be efficient at chasing down cav archers.
Yeah.
And any of the raids that are coming in. I mean, camels are still a very strong defensive unit.
Yep.
So you definitely do want to keep them alive. But Vinch Siege Engineer is coming in. His own castle is on the high ground. I have no idea if Ciskhan's castle is on the high ground.
It is. Okay, at least part of the castle hit the hill because he repositioned it. Vinchester is really out of stone because of that additional castle from Ciskhan. He can't mine his main stone, and Vietnamese don't have the university upgrades for their fortifications, which makes this really difficult. And Vinchester getting desperate now will go in with his fire lancers, hoping this is enough to take down the trebs. But if he loses his castle, he could lose all of his trebs as well. He needs to keep that castle up. He'll lose it. Oh, but he'll take all the trebuchets. My God, the fire lancers, though.
What a fun interactive unit right there. That is just so insane. 100 HP on an infantry unit.
100 HP on a unit that gets ranged upgrade for free. That doesn't cost food. Like with this, with the changes and the introduction of the Fire Lancer, there are obviously a lot of complaints. They will be nerfs in the near future, but for now they have not come in yet, and Vinchester will hold. I don't know if he can take down all the castles. This still could just be full hand cannons in theory for Ciskhan, but that was ridiculous clear for just having one unit underneath a castle.
Yeah, I mean, it's the timing there was absolutely perfect for Vinchester. The hand cannoneers were still in very low numbers, but I mean, even then, it's a lot of HP that the hand cannoneers need to chew through.
Yeah.
For Vinchester, and he's even starting to get crop rotation. This map can get very stalematey.
This is 2 straight games where Ciskhan has said, I need to kill him early imp. And he's tried again, and he's losing more castles again. This is the same situation as before. His archer ranges were all in the front too. So now with cav archers there, he can't necessarily even hop out, and hand cannons are too expensive to lose like this. Oh no, not again for Ciskhan. Vinchester, it also has the better late game civ, I would say, despite not having any relics. The Vietnamese are really one of the best late game civs there, and Persians will struggle.
And remember when I said, T90, that the issue for Persians is early imp?
Yeah.
I do think that it's a little incongruent, I guess, with his civ. And even in the game state, he could have just played a bit more passive and really worked towards Savar plus hand cannoneer.
Yes, yeah.
Because if you get to that, then you're cooking. But I think that his desire to say, I need to go and end this game now because I don't trust my late game versus Vinch really is setting up that situation where that exact outcome is inevitable.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it, though, because you think about the tech trees. Vietnamese tech tree is superior, and Vinchester is the better player. So I truly understand. I've been in that situation where you feel like you have to do a lot. He does get some nice value here. He's snipe a trebuchet with the hussars. But even with, like, 4 relics with Persians is not enough for you to have a better late game than Vietnamese. It's just not. So, and Savar against Fire Lancer is just awful. Fire Lancer is super cheap, and it kills Savar. So I could see the logic in it, but he is going to have to buckle down here for late game. Try and get the north lockdown, which he never has been able to get back to, by the way. Play some defensive castles, and yeah, maybe get to Savar and hand cannons to have a chance.
It's one of those situations where Persians are going to struggle often to find a very cost-efficient army in Imperial Age, but if you can actually just get to 200 pop Savar plus hand cannoneer, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Just nothing kills that.
Vinch is being a little sloppy protecting his trebs here. That's another trebuchet down, which gives Ciskhan some time. I know Ciskhan's lost some pop here, but he did also rate a bunch of vills here this game. He's up 30 villagers with the 4 relics. So if he's got the worst comp, he does have the better eco to match it at least. And he's adding a lot of farms in the back as well. So if he holds this middle area, maybe he could start to raid Vinchester more. And there are the hand cannons with no skirms in the middle.
Skirm plus Fire Lancer army, it's just so good at just rushing up to 200 population.
Yeah.
Ciskhan is still quite far away from that, and because he had 2 forward castles, as you were mentioning earlier, T90, it's going to be rough here actually trying to defend, even though he is doing a good job of sniping the trebs.
Well, I mean, right there, that's the issue for Vinchester. He's trying to raid with the Fire Lancers and the skirms, and while that could do something, he loses his trebuchets. Behind this, he's building another castle on most of his gold. Ciskhan's also aware and has somewhat denied the gold to the north for Vinch. So that's good. But, like, look at Vinch take this gold on the left side. He's taking that. He's taking the stone in the north. Ciskhan needs to get his side locked down. Like, he needs army to just double check for the res there. He cannot forget about that.
I mean, especially Persians are a very gold-hungry civ. Vietnamese, not so much. Vietnamese don't even need all that much gold to be successful. Persians, their best units are all still very, very gold-intensive. And right now, it's going to be imp skirms against hand cannoneers. And as soon as the Hussars try and close the gap, then it's a disaster.
It's an unkillable comp. I know they're going to nerf the Lancer, but, like, even still, I think it's kind of an unkillable comp. The cost-effectiveness of an efficiency of Vinchester's army is just so good. And now we have Ciskhan without some of his golds. Only with the 4 relics as the positive. And then even paper money on the way for Vinchester. So he needs big moments soon. But he's never been maxed out on Siege. So maybe waiting until he gets 4 bombard cannons, and that could make a difference.
He's on the 2 right now from 2 siege workshops, so he's at least looking in that direction. But something I noticed is that Ciskhan's ahead by 3,000 gold collected.
Yeah.
But his army is so much more expensive. I mean, yeah, Fire Lancers cost a decent amount of gold, but the fact that you can combine them so effectively with the skirmishers means that there is no sort of low-ish eco counter to this army. Ciskhan needs a super scary, powerful, expensive unit, like a Savar or like an Elephant, to really stop this, and he simply doesn't have the resources for either.
I think he could use these moments, though, to double-check. He gets some good raids. Again, both players have had holes in their walls they maybe wouldn't want. So he gets the raid there. Ideally, after you raid there, you make a push to the middle where he'll lose a bombard cannon, or you go to the north. And in the north, he will find the castle from Vinchester. We'll see if Vinchester notices, but that's exactly what's happening here, Orlu. Vinchester being a little casual about his armies and about his defense. If that castle's denied, Ciskhan could run up there himself, take the stone and take the golds, and then have more resources to work with.
This is also where getting the Citadel's tech would also be really sick for Ciskhan, because Persian castles are actually some of the very toughest to push in the game.
Yeah.
And especially if you have the high ground here, which you're basically guaranteed on this map, then what you can do is try and make it more of a mobility game as Ciskhan. If you're not able to get to Savars, then at the very least you can use your far superior cavalry to raid your opponent and just sort of camp the front of your base with your castles.
Ciskhan will snipe a bombard cannon. This is after Vinchester also sniped a bombard cannon. Vinchester just still, every time I look over here, whittling down the hand cannon numbers. It's down to 13 now. I want to see Ciskhan just sell all of his wood, buy some stone, and drop a castle in the north. Do not allow Vinchester to complete that and get that position. And maybe...
So many more hand cannons just went down.
Yeah, you got to keep your hand cannons just underneath the castle right now. The same issue as the camels, right? It's like they have a very niche use. They're not a multi-use unit. The Fire Lancers feels multi-use. You can use them against any unit, and they can still do some damage.
Honestly, imp skirms also feel multi-use. Just use them against everything.
Yep.
And they'll do at least okay. But look at the eco balance here from Ciskhan. He has 4 on wood and 79 on food. That's a lot of cavalry and gunpowder units also here that are going to be made. But you need to be gold efficient here. And it's going to be eventually a situation where you run out of gold, and then Vinchester just needs to add in, like, a few units here and there, and we'll probably win.
Oh, Vinchester shifting his villagers to the north to complete the castle. Ciskhan finds them. He sees them. He will drop his own castle. There were also big raids from Ciskhan in the back. There's also big raids from Ciskhan down here on the left side, where he will drop another castle on the gold, which Ciskhan cannot see. Ciskhan cannot have his castle be denied. He cannot have Vinchesters go up in the north because the south is really, really bad for him. I don't know if he's going to complete this castle. It's super close.
Oh, jeez. Unfortunately, guys, Persians don't have treadmill crane.
Oh, man. Dow Castle at 95%, and Vinchester's castle will go up uncontested in the south. Again, the army's just so cheap for Vinch. The civilization is just so adaptable here. Persians just struggle. That is a doubt castle.
Build a navy.
And I don't know exactly what Ciskhan was saying there. But
yes, 34 RFZG percentage.
But then he says GG. Man, like I don't think anyone's biased here, right? But you just end up feeling a little bit bad for Ciskhan because it's been 2 games with the same theme where he has the lead. You can tell why he's here. You can tell why he's so good. But then Vinchester just reminds you why he is seen as like top 8 in the world right now. Vinchester honestly has struggled in the early game compared to Ciskhan, but when he gets to Imp, he makes it happen. And Ciskhan let it slip away a little bit again.
Yeah, it's really tricky. I think that the fact that Vinch is just the better late game player and his Civ is so much
too.
easier.
Yep.
It's just so much easier to play Vietnamese and Imperial Age than it is to play Persians.
Yep.
Persians have their outs, but I feel like you really have to lean into those strengths.
Yeah. What I would like to see from Ciskhan, just to take it back here, I mean, obviously I would have liked to see him not have holes in his walls. I think that would have been nice. But okay, he drops that first castle, right? He drops the first castle. Let's even give him the second castle, because the second castle was good. But I'm looking at 41 minutes. Okay, from here, you have full map control. You have to expect your castles are going to probably go down, right? And you know it's Fire Lance or whatnot. I think what you don't want to do is you don't want all your production to be in the position you could lose. That's what happened. All of his production's right there instead of on the other side of the hill. And so I think you use this time to basically go to the north. Find that villager from Vinchester. Take that. Drop a castle there. Take more stone. You take that stone. Then you can castle the south. And I know it's a better late game for Persians. But, like, there's so much golden stone denied for Vinchester at this state of the game. He does not have much beyond wood in the back of his base. I think the raids could add up. I think you can be more patient because you're less exposed in different areas. And you can still win the game. But it's easier said than done, right? Easier said than done.
So. It's a tough one. But we do have one more map here in the series, T90, and it is going to be on Bypass. So what are you thinking? It's probably just going to be Bengalis versus Burgundians. This just feels like a Vinch map. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit closed, but also with a lot of early game Dark Age potential.
I think we see Ciskhan try and kill the game, kill him in early imp again. I think it's the same theme. He picked Burgundians, which is a complicated matchup to manage, I would say, if the Spanish can get to Conquistador. So maybe you have to be creative and slow down the Spanish a little bit. But the way the draft plays out, even though it's a play all 3, the previous map was Ciskhan's map. That was the map that he was going to look best on. I mean, I'm always favoring Vinchester here, Orlu, not going to lie. I mean, it's not going to be easy for Ciskhan. It's the 2 mental losses, too. Like, it's 2 losses in a row where you maybe feel that you were ahead and it didn't happen, and now you got to go to an arena map against Vinch playing Spanish. Like, painful.
That's going to be even before the missionaries can start picking up relics all over the place.
Yeah, right? So,
oh, man, that's going to be insane.
I'm okay with missionaries picking up relics if you go back 3 years and there weren't other buffs, you know? Like, that was an idea I had a long time ago, and then they added some of the other boosts to the missionaries, right?
Yeah, they get the armor upgrades, they get bloodlines and husbandry. That's
But, like, it's cool. Missionaries have existed for so long, and you so rarely see them. So I'm looking forward to missionaries getting mixed into the armies a little bit more. I think we have a bug or a re in this game. I was wondering why the game sped up for us. And
what is the issue, actually?
I do not know. I imagine Vinchester will discuss that with the admins, and it was weird. He got into the game and like immediately said, "Sorry, I need re," so he didn't lose anything. I don't think it was a bug. I don't know what that was.
Well, regardless, it's not like anything important happened in that game. So
yeah.
I mean, Vince went with the treehouse opening with Spanish, so that is obviously very telling of his overall build. It shows that, he just likes that little bit of extra efficiency.
For people that want the explanation there, Vinchester says DE will sometimes give me random lags from game to game. The previous game, it was perfect. So they're just going to restart because his game was stuttering and lagging.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Obviously, I think what should happen there, is a pause. And then, my admin's saying, "Hey, pause next time and talk to us first."
Yeah.
Because what we don't want is a game plays out and someone doesn't like a map generation or something, and then they do that. But that was so quick. I don't think there was any ill intent from Vinch.
I think we all know Vinch is just one of those most toxic players out there. Always using subversive tactics to gain an advantage in the tournament. SMH.
And for the 1% of people that couldn't pick up on it, that was sarcasm there from Orange.
It was absolutely sarcasm, guys. Don't hate on Vinch. He's a delightful person.
Sarcasm's so tricky when you're streaming or making videos because like we do have a lot of people watching from different cultures, and at least my sarcasm isn't too far off from me saying something like normal and serious. But if you make sarcasm too obvious, then it's just lame, So
yeah, that's true.
I felt I'd clarify for you there. Vinch is one of the nicest guys in AoE, so
absolutely.
Did you do a prediction contest by chance? I didn't remind casters this year.
Nope. I didn't know it was a thing until it was too late.
Sad.
Sorry. I would have done it, but I forgot about it.
Well, I have done it, and I will take this opportunity to brag that I am currently tied for 15th, which is a lot when there's 672 entries.
I was say there's probably hundreds. Yeah, nice.
So I'm doing pretty good. I was behind an entry named T90 Feet Picks for the first week, so I passed that person, whoever that is.
Are you sure that's? I think we know who that is. That's your alt account.
No, that's not. It's not. I would take credit for it. Trust me. If I was winning, I would take credit for it. But yeah, it's always fun to look at that. Also, I guess they're going to be back in the game here, but if you go to the site and go to the matchups, which I've completely neglected to do and talk through it when breaking it down, but every single matchup is listed there, and there's their TTL history, their tournament game history, their ranked ladder history. It's a really cool breakdown. So I find it wild how some players will have like hundreds and hundreds of games against each other in ranked, and then other people basically like nothing.
I mean, I see 3-0. Is that? Oh, no, that's a prediction.
Yeah, go click matchups, and then you have to find the matchup. It sorts by group. So,
yeah, I see.
So there's the TTL history, where they have no games. Tournament history, this is the first time these two have ever played against each other in a tourney. Ranked ladder is 8-3 Vinch. And then predicted outcome is the, I think the stats and the data we have predicting it. Shows my prediction, and then also shows the community prediction. So it's really cool.
Yeah, that is kind of neat.
But like, I should have looked at that earlier. It says a lot about Ciskhan, how good he's gotten, how quickly he's gotten, that he's never faced Vinchester in a tournament, ever.
I mean, was Ciskhan a top player? I don't remember him from Voobly.
No, he wasn't. He came in on the Definitive Edition.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And it's really been the last, 3 years he's really risen up. I think he was, 2K for a while. I don't think he went from being a low elo legend to 2K plus anytime recently. But this is him qualifying for Platinum League was probably his best tournament result. And now he's got to try and stay alive. So it's not looking good. But Ciskhan has drafted a very good civ for closed maps. We have bypass here. This, of course, is Vinchester's home map. I guarantee you, Hera, Hart, And are very big Ciskhan fans right now. They're like, come on, Ciskhan, please finish one of these games and beat Vinchester, because they're going to be racing Vinchester essentially for the top 3 spots there. But what are you thinking here as Burgundians? What do you like? What do you hate about the Burgundians on Bypass?
Well, what you can like about Burgundians is that they're such a streamlined civ to play. You just have a good eco. You can play defensive early on if Vinch decides to do something super aggressive with towers. And they're just very flexible in that you can play sort of a low eco style or a high eco style well. And that's going to be important because there's no way that Vinch is just going to be sitting back and booming here with Spanish. Burgundians do have good monks, but it's still not going to be like as 1 TC friendly a civ as, say, like a Bohemians or Portuguese.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting one, right? Because I feel like many of the things that can happen on this map work against each other for the Burgundians. If you want to play this super smooth eco style, you typically want to do that against civs that are not going to go for unique units. And so then if you're up against Spanish, and Spanish can drop the castle and go for conquistadors, which is definitely one of the things at the top of the list, then you feel like you have to play against your economy style and against the double lumber camp, early eco upgrades, and stable openings. So I think what I would probably do if I'm Ciskhan is I would expect the castle from Spanish. I would maybe try and play towards skirmishers and monks and defending from those conquistadors. But that would be... It's not so easy. Like, playing skirmishers and boom is way more difficult than playing a couple scouts and boom. And then skirmishers can get flattened by the mangonels, then you got to make the monks, and then you got to get redemption. It's just, it could snowball out of control. So it's a really nice matchup for Vinchester, I feel.
It definitely has that opportunity, and I think that when it comes to the people who don't like closed maps, which I would say Ciskhan generally fits in that category, they tend to gravitate towards Burgundians, I feel. I don't know if you disagree with me on that. Because you can sort of play them the most like a generic civ, and you don't need to go for like the crazy clown type aggression with them. You can just sort of sit back and boom and play more towards late game. Burgundians are good enough at defending. I mean, you still have a fantastic economy, but they would much rather the game be passive than aggressive. And this game is going aggressive, guys.
Well, so the other thing, too, though, is if this was Arena, Ciskhan would have no potential to do any damage in Feudal Age. So sometimes the Arabia players, they actually want to attack through the middle, which you can do. They're right next to each other. You can't build on the extra sandy terrain with the little skeletons there, but you can build on the other side of the opponent's gate and go for towers. So maybe like Flemish Militia Tower Rush to pressure Vinch could be a play here. I know that would potentially put Vinchester on stone for defensive towers, but Vinchester's, I'm thinking, going to go to stone anyways. So also a fast feudal means you can get Bosaw earlier. So I don't hate it. He's got the mining camp right there. So I think the plan is to go for a tower rush here.
Well, yeah, obviously he does have the mining camp. This is going to be a fast uptime. I mean, you have double bit axe and you're still able to click up here on 18 population. That is quite good. That said, it feels a little odd to tower rush Spanish. Not only do they want to be on stone anyway, but they have the faster build speed, so you can react with your towers a lot more effectively. Now, Burgundians are fine keeping a game in Feudal Age because of that Feudal Age Bowsaw, but I don't know. It feels a little weird. Doesn't it feel a little weird?
Well, again, it does, but I think the whole matchup feels weird. So if all of life is weird, just send it, you know? That's my life advice for you. I think pretty sure Sun Tzu said that as well. It's just not a matchup that I foresee going well for you if you play the fast castle. So I feel like maybe the eco upgrades are going to be impossible to get here. The fact he's got 3 on stone now is actually completely unnecessary. You would only need 1 on stone if you wanted to plan on having a second tower follow-up when he needs it. So this doesn't seem like an experienced tower rush player at all.
Yeah.
But let's see.
This might just be okay, I don't like this map. I don't like my matchup against Vinchester on this map, so we're just going to go send it.
The other thing about a super fast tower rush, which is kind of weird and niche, is if you tower rush too fast, Vinch can snag Loom before he clicks up to Feudal. Vinch just clicked up to Feudal with no Loom. Vinch has a decision to make here. Will he cancel Feudal Age to get Loom, or will he feel like he's fine? There's the Feudal Age time. There's the tower. Vinch no
I don't think
loom.
he cancels feudal age. You have the faster builders, so you can just get those fortifications down a little bit faster. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm saying that, and he's not really reacting very much.
Classic Vinch. Classic Vinch. Like, something could get really bad, and Vinch is like, whatever. Nothing changes. He's going to wall.
Alrighty, Vinch. He is a braver player than I am, that's for sure, because I would immediately be sending like 3-4 vills over here just to full wall, but Vinch is chilling, man.
Yeah, of course, Ciskhan doesn't know where the resources are in here. I think Vinch is being way too chill, though. Like, what is happening? That's no loom, dude. That's no loom. More house walls. There's another tower coming up from Ciskhan on the stone. Ciskhan is showing great patience with the scout to not lose to the TC. This tower goes up and gets garrisoned. All the villagers are going to have to leave for Vinchester. They cannot be anywhere near this tower.
Yeah, you're still 15 seconds off from the feudal age. I kind of wish he had his scout over there just to harass the villagers so that as they were retreating. I mean,
I think
Vinch can still certainly win this game. It feels a lot uglier than it needed to, though.
Well, this is maybe the positives of the fast tower rush. You expect Vinchester to go Castle Age. You now have him off of stone. Here's the thing, though. That first tower is not connected to this line of towers. So if Vinchester wants to get rid of that, he easily can. And Vinchester... Oh, he wants to rush down both of them. And Ciskhan drops some quick walls here. There's only one arrow from the other tower. There's the garrison from Ciskhan. How many villagers survive here for Vinch? He's going to go for the scouts. He will lose one vill. The other vills are weak.
Jeez.
I mean, I think...
Oh, yeah, focus down the low vill there. Oh,
Yeah.
she actually survives. That was a little bit sloppy, but...
Oh, Ciskhan's
Yeah,
getting hit by the town center. Vinchester's still hoping to get this tower down.
At least force the villas to stand under there a little bit longer.
Yeah,
now, we
that's
also
fine.
didn't mention Vinchester's probably the single most experienced top player when it comes to tower rushes on close maps.
But
Like, I don't think anyone has more experience than him.
I mean, look at the eco situation for Ciskhan. He has Bowsaw, he has Horsecolor, he's added farms, he's lost 0 villagers, he is the Spanish player off of stone. This has been an amazing build from him. Vinchester does find the stone on the outside. He might still get to a castle, but you're now eco upgrades up, and your villagers up on Vinchester.
I mean, this is huge. I mean, Ciskhan, it's been a rough series for him, not because he's looked completely outclassed, but just because he's been that close.
Yeah.
And right now, he is, with everything going wrong, he's 0-5 right now in TTL Platinum. Is like, okay, we're just doing this, and he executed that perfectly. Like, that is so hard to micro, and it's not something you typically have a ton of experience with. And right now, this is about as good as you could ask for, and delaying that Castle Age from Vinchester is just so huge.
Yeah. This is where things get a little bit more dangerous, though, because now Vinchester's even more desperate to kill you because he knows he's far behind. It's less likely he'll play more passive, which is always an option for Vinch. Interesting, Ciskhan's made a barracks and wants some Flemish militia. That's a nice call, actually. You could run in there. Vinchester's not expecting any army, but yeah, Vinchester's going to get that castle. And I do wonder, will Vinchester drop it in the middle, which would clear up some towers, which would be the standard play? Or, since he has his scout, will he go around the outside and drop it on the outside of Ciskhan's walls? Oh, man.
These vills are going on an adventure, T90, and it's an adventure around the side of the map to castle at the back of his opponent's base, and Ciskhan is not getting to Castle Age this millennium.
And Ciskhan's walling the middle, too. This is just so intelligent from Vinch. This is the right play. It could be for a town center over here, but he's got all of his villagers coming here. A couple vills are going to go on hunt. I think if you're building this with only 6 vills, even with Spanish, you don't want it to be seen by the walls. So it does need to be positioned away from a gate, actually, because the gates have more vision.
Yep.
And the Flemish militia for Ciskhan, dude, he's going the wrong way. Imagine if he sent the Flemish militia in the south. That would be multiple kills.
I mean, that would probably just be GG right there, honestly.
Yeah, it would. It would.
There is still the potential that this gold mine is going to get harassed. So it's not like bad, but it could have just been, almost GG right there.
Yeah.
That said, this is going to be tough to stop. Vinch has the stone necessary for a castle, and you are going to need to defend against conquistadors in the feudal age, and that is never fun.
Did Ciskhan notice the Vils were on the gold there? I think he did, and he's waiting for the two Flemish. They're going to run in together. Vinchester is walking the perfect distance around the gate. Okay, so there's the gate showing it. If Ciskhan were to notice this, he needs to run all of his Vils, bring Flemish, tower that, and stop that castle. Vinchester's looking, and Ciskhan's looking at the villagers on golds. And there's the castle. Will Ciskhan be able to stop it?
Yeah, and I think that, unfortunately for Ciskhan, we can reasonably guess his vision was on the Flemish militia at that time instead of on the gate. Like, he is just trying to micro make sure he doesn't get quick walled by Vinch, and that is almost certainly what happened there, I think. Now, you can go for defensive towers here at home, and that's going to require a siege workshop and mangonel follow-up from Vinchester, and it will buy you time. But these defenses, they need to come in, and they need to come in fast.
Yeah, and he forgot a second building here, so he can't click up. But I think Stonewall towards the TC on both sides. You still have your wood line, you still have your gold. You can be pushed off of stone, but that's okay. The tower is coming up. Obviously, it's panic time for Ciskhan, but can he damage control? We know he can do damage. I find he is not as good as Vinchester when it comes to the damage control. Both in holes in walls, just lack of towers if necessary. The tower is going up here.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, the Conquistador could sit right underneath that tower to prevent the stone from being mined. But it will run through.
Just walk out there. It's tricky. Also, something to keep in mind is that Ciskhan could literally just go take Vinchester's main stone. It's protected by towers.
Yeah,
he could
true.
Do that. So there is an option there, even if that main stone gets denied.
Well, I think you don't really necessarily even need the stone right now either. I think you need a little bit of stone for a tower, but you need skirmishers, and you cannot allow the Conquistadors to get back there. And the quick walls from Ciskhan. Can he kill the conks? He's so close to killing the conks. The conk is through, though. Maybe you can kill him with the Vils. It's only 13 HP.
I mean, that 13 HP might as well be infinity, though, because of all the armor and range of the Conquistador.
Again, the eco-efficiency for Vinchester. Ooh, it's not so good, actually. The Flemish have gone hard here. They found more villagers. So,
oh, wow.
Nice picks. And he does have an archer range to make some skirms. Ciskhan still needs to balance out his eco a little bit. We'll probably need to use the market for that. It's still a lot of work, but nice finds with the Flemish militia.
Well, I mean, it's the sort of thing that he needs to stay alive in this game. Now, the resources look very good for Ciskhan, but 1,000 of that is wood. And as I will always say until the end of time, having a huge lead in wood collected isn't usually all that important here in the early to mid game. And right now, those Conquistadors are going to be tough to stop as soon as they get some siege reinforcements, and that's coming in very soon.
It's one of the strongest units the game has ever seen. And despite dozens of civs being introduced, remains that way. This unit, it dominated the whole conversation, right? It's what we talked about.
Like the Flemish militia?
In the dark. No. No, the Flemish militia are great. But, like, it's what we talked about, the Conquistadors being the conversation. And Ciskhan's got the villager lead, but it's not even that significant. He's lost so many, and Vinch has done such a stellar job balancing his economy. Look at his farms. Vinch feels at home here.
Yeah, I mean, he is so clearly experienced with all of this. Now, we do have Bodkin in for the skirmishers. Elite skirmisher is probably not too far away. There's a monk coming in too. But then how are you going to deal with these mangonels, which is probably why you probably just wanted a more monk-centric defense in the first place here.
Imagine if he sent one Flemish militia to the north and one to the south. He would have found the villagers coming forward for a castle, could have adapted and added more Flemish, and this castle might have never happened here. It's amazing how one tiny little detail can change a game. A nice hold from Ciskhan so far.
That it is perfectly reasonable to ask that of Ciskhan, right? Like, you know that you're right in front of Vinch's face. You know he wants to go fast castle conquistadors. What are the ways that Vinchester could still make this castle drop work after he does a bad early game? That's, of course, to walk around the villagers and castle drop behind you. So I think it's actually, Ciskhan should have done that.
But when you have such a like, we've been casting AoE for way longer than Ciskhan's been playing, right? And Ciskhan doesn't have any tournament results against Vinch. We're all kind of a product of our experiences, right? And I think for Ciskhan now, the next time he encounters this situation, it's going to click for him. But experience has made a big difference, and Vinchester looks pretty confident right now. He goes in with the Conquistadors. He'll lose some, but he's still sinking tons of damage into the town center, and he still has the Mangonels there for a very low skirm count for Ciskhan. Ciskhan barely has food. The skirms are going to go down. Vinchester does lose the Mangonel, but does that even matter? The conks are right on the wood line.
Yeah, they're going to need to run for their lives. You're now -2 in the villagers killed here as Ciskhan. Yeah, you've got eco upgrades, but this is still super ugly from him. He does not have another monk on the way, and this is just the trouble, right? You're spending all of your APM trying to micro your heart out, and that is just not really going to be working out for you too well at this point for Ciskhan, as his population is dwindling fast.
And you just don't have space, right? Like, you don't have space to think. If this castle was anywhere else, if the castle was at home for Vinch, there would be space and time and resources available for Ciskhan.
Oh, that's greedy. Oh, that's not respecting your opponent right there, T90. That is not respecting him at all. Saying he's not going to get the attack round, he's not going to get the garrison.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't like that at all from Vinchester.
I mean, I've seen it all series from Vinch. Like, not having some walls. Like, Vinch is... It's either been overconfidence or sloppiness all series from Vinch. He's been able to get the job done anyways. But Ciskhan's micro, this game might not be over here. Ciskhan, he's holding on, and he also has a score lead, which is significant, at least for his confidence. My goodness. Oh, man, okay, I jinxed him there. He splits directly into a Mangonel.
That's on you, man. I'm sorry. Oh, no.
I wonder what Ciskhan's feeling like, though. Like, how do you expand your economy here when you're eventually going to run out of space and resources? Oh, my goodness. Again, Ciskhan gets a conversion, and he gets a kill with the skirmishers.
I mean, that is exactly... Oh, Vinch saying, okay, man.
Oh, I looked away. Oh, big shot, and now Vinchester also takes down the skirms as well. Does Vinch see the villagers fleeing right now? He does not. Vills are fleeing to the north, which feels critical.
I think the important thing, though, is that Vinch just got the Mangonel kill, because now what are you supposed to do? You have no Mangonel on the way.
Yep.
You're going to be back to running to your town center, and you're just going to be running out of resources and army very shortly.
Ciskhan, bro, don't TC there. TC a bit further on. There's like all that hunt, all the berries, the stone and gold. That's also so close to where Vinch can find you. I do not like that town center spot.
And what's the one resource you can actually take very safely right now is wood. Like,
maybe
that's
wants
the only thing you can do safely. This TC gives you no other resources that are safe.
I mean, maybe he can chop out faster that way, and then the villagers can freely escape. Maybe there's some weird logic there. I think
maybe.
I think redemption is needed now for Ciskhan. No longer can you rely on your own siege because the conch numbers are back up. At least hope for the monks to get conversions there.
Do you mean redemption technologically or literally?
Both.
Because I think he needs both.
Both. And I mean, there's the start. No tech yet, but he's weak in the conchs. 2 town centers for Vinchester. Do wonder if Vinchester will start to look around a little bit and see if Ciskhan has ever moved elsewhere. Because Ciskhan will eventually run out of gold. He's got to be thinking about that.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, and that's why one of the reasons why we wanted the TC on the outside in the first place. I mean, with the level of Mangonel control that Ciskhan has shown, like, it feels like he always has a chance so long as he has a Mangonel, but Vinch might suspect something right now, T90.
Yeah, that villager just walked towards the main base. Vinchester decides, let's get double bit axe. We haven't had that all game, but and now, yeah, he sees it. He loses the Mangonel again. Ciskhan's micro again is exceptional, but Vinchester sees the farms even. It's a TC right below a hill when your opponent's siege pushing you. I really hate that town center for Ciskhan.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. Nice job sniping there on the Mangonel of Ciskhan, though, by Vinchester. Note that he does not have any Conquistador upgrades, so no bloodlines, no armor upgrades to help against the skirmishers. We have another monastery coming in here from Ciskhan. And yet, Vinchester himself, his own eco is so much safer. He's ahead by 6 vills, which is not something that you want to see as the guy getting conch pushed.
I think the big reason Vinch's score was so low was because he didn't have eco upgrades. And now that that's starting to get closer, the score is as well. Vill count's never been there. Micro from Ciskhan is truly insane. But again, against Conquistadors, you're just going to lose your siege right away. This is why I would have said Redemption Monks with skirms, but gold is kind of hard to come by for him right now because he's running out of it in his base. Oh, man, look at the micro from Ciskhan. He has to split against 2 Mangonels. He doesn't lose any HP even. It's not even losing units. He doesn't lose any HP there. That's impressive.
Wild.
Yeah,
I mean, it's very impressive. And I will say that even if Ciskhan gets relegated after the season of TTL, the level of execution that he's shown, I think it's easier if you're a player that has good mechanics to gain that experience and gain that better decision making, which will just naturally occur as you play more AoE 2, rather than if you're somebody who naturally has very good decision making but just isn't quite there mechanically. And
agreed.
That's I think why we see Lewis really making that jump this year as well.
Yep. I think I mean Ciskhan is definitely part of what I call the next generation of AoE. There's no doubt about it. But people have been calling Group B the group of death because of all the talent in there, and Vinchester's just been around for so long. Considering the first 2 games, feels kind of inevitable that Vinchester's going to win. He still is the villager lead. He still has a castle at his opponent's base. He snipes 2 monks with the Conquistadors. He will just wreck the skirms who have had no armor upgrades. Not that would even matter that much against the Conks. Another Mangonel will go down too. So there that goes. And then the TC is still being pushed with Siege on the hill and could go down soon for Ciskhan.
Yeah, it's just a little too inefficient here from Ciskhan. The Res Destroyed are actually quite similar. It's just that the Vinchester is making such better units. Conquistadors, Mangonels. It's been a combo since 2000, and it's just as strong now as it was back then, even after some nerfs to Conks.
Yep. And they've even buffed Conks and Imp, but we haven't really even seen many games to complain about it because with Conks, it feels like that Imp doesn't even matter. It's all about before the Imperial Age, right?
I mean, to be fair, going from 18 to 19 attack doesn't really feel all that significant.
Yeah.
I mean, percentage-wise, it's a tiny increase.
It's significant to people who have died to Conquistadors and got to see that the unit was buffed, you know? the emotional damage the emotional damage is there for some. Again, the Flemish Militia have been the MVPs. They'll find more pickoffs there. He hasn't forgotten about that. He needs to prevent this town center from going down. 75 versus 76 population. There is still a town center over on gold and stone there for Ciskhan. So he has been able to expand there, which Vinch was never able to do. He is still denying Vinchester's main stone. And just when we think it's inevitable, Ciskhan keeps fighting here.
I mean, that shows some real mental toughness, which is also something that you can't really teach somebody, right? If they don't have that sort of grit within them, like it's tough to sort of get that over time. Ciskhan clearly has that, right? He is fighting to the last, even after 2 heartbreaking losses, and it's really impressive to see, even if he does end up getting swept, which is still in doubt.
Yeah, he just lost some skirms, but Vinchester also lost 2 conks underneath the town center. I'm worried about the gold situation for Ciskhan. This just got really bad. The gold he wanted to take was underneath the TC, and Vinchester is bringing Vils. This could be the killer blow. Vinch knows he's there. The only direction that Ciskhan can realistically run is directly where this castle is going to go up, and there's no army there to stop it.
And the Anish villager train coming on in, and that castle is just not possible to be denied. That TC is getting very low in HP, and this is going to be so tough now for Ciskhan to do anything at this point.
Yep. He's played well at a deficit the entire game, Ciskhan. But the key here was to prevent this castle from being close enough to put on this much pressure. And it's just as simple as patrolling 2 Flemish militia to the north instead of 1 to the north and 1 to the south. If he has 1 in the south, he will find those vills, kill 1 or 2 of them. Vinch would never go for the forward castle because it was always about the surprise. And then the castle's further back, and then Ciskhan has more time, and then Ciskhan can make easier decisions. It is literally down to that to decide between the $30 per win and all the wins that are going to be needed for Ciskhan to stay alive. But Vinch, he played it well. He created some magic. Some people wouldn't have gone for that castle there, right? They would have gone for the defensive castle to clean up the towers. And he made the right decision in the end.
I mean, that's playing to win right there. You know, you're in a bad spot. I mean, the early game execution was so good for Ciskhan.
Yeah.
But Vinchester's like, you know what? A castle drop forward and Conquistadors will just win you the game sometimes. That's just how it works. And that is exactly what it's doing. There is a defensive castle coming in from Ciskhan. The issue, though, for him, though, is that he just doesn't have any gold.
You know what?
You're not likely to win this game without gold.
You know the best play here for Ciskhan? That castle doesn't save you the game. Castle on Vinch's face saves you the game. Run through the middle, drop the castle right there, and hope that kills a bunch of his eco and takes his stone. And who knows? Maybe you can take his gold. That would have been the play. But
Yeah.
he's got a lot of work to do. And obviously feels like he'll just continually get pushed on the other side. And the skirmishers get flattened again. So do the conks, but Vinch can make more. Oh, man,
And
so
throughout
brutal.
all of this, Vinchester's eco has been so much more efficient. And again, it looks like the res collected are really good for Ciskhan. It's all wood. And
Yeah.
that just doesn't give you anything useful at this point. Vinch has more food and gold collected, and those are the resources that actually matter here.
And actually, one of the relics for Ciskhan will be ejected out of the monastery as well. Love to see the fight.
Insult to injury.
We've had players who have shown very little fight. Like in Silver League, we've had 30-second GGs, which is frustrating for me to see because you want people to take the opportunities that are presented to them. And this is Plat League. He's staring down the barrel of 0-6. Probably will be 0-6, but Ciskhan, I hope, is earning a lot of respect, both for his skills, but also just his mentality to fight despite being surrounded by castles and conquistadors.
Yeah,
So,
but this isn't like the game is totally over and I'm just dragging things out. Like, he is still actively trying.
Yeah,
and he's
yeah.
trying to find ways to make something happen. I mean, we can see that it's just not going to be there. And of course, Ciskhan, in his heart of hearts, I'm sure knows that. But it's still very impressive to see, and I think is going to be, it's a great indicator of his long-term growth.
yeah, agreed. Could be a sign of things to come. But I think Vinchester's about to drop the get out of my game Castle Ornlu. Here it comes. Castle on the TC. The other TC's getting eaten as well. The other TC's going to go down. The score says it's maybe within reach. He's going for the Custilier to snipe the Mangonels, but even there, the attack rounds were good for Vinchester. That castle for Vinchester is likely going up.
Yeah, Custilier just not going to be quite good enough there against the Conquistadors. That castle is happening. I'm like pretty sure.
Oh!
I'm like pretty sure.
How does he keep surviving? Okay, well, he's pretty sure as well. He's going to cancel it. He's going where he can. He's going to leave his base. He's going to castle the north now. I still really think maybe it's too late now because you know there's siege, but I think he completely forgot about Vinch's base. Like it is easier for him to get to Vinchester's base to get gold than it is for him to go anywhere else to get gold. So this whole no gold situation, not going to get any better here. But he keeps fighting, Ornlu. And somehow the pop, every time I look at it, is still very close.
Something I want to give Vinchester a lot of credit for is he added the exact right amount of eco.
Yeah.
It's a really tough balance when you're going for something as aggressive as this. And it's something that I always thought that Vivi was one of the best people at. Is like, you're doing something aggressive, but then you add the exact right amount of eco behind it to both keep up the pressure and still develop that economy for a long-term win that you really need in most games of Age of Empires.
Yeah, typically you have, with Conquistador players at any other rank, they just make no eco, right? And then their attack gets stalled out by a good player like Ciskhan, and then they're dead. Or they add economy way too early, and then they don't have enough for the Conquistadors. It really was the perfect amount of pressure. But I also wonder how much of that was the position. I think the position allows you, when you can make the unit and be right next to your opponent's main TC, it opens up the siege push. It opens up so much. And Vinchester, yeah, he got the position, of course. Still has all the gold and stone locked down. Ciskhan's villagers are even going to wander for berries into the castle fire in the north now, which is, of course, a mistake, but that's just a sign of how bad it is. He is going to try and get imp by just selling, which, again, respect to Ciskhan.
Oh my goodness,
He's
man.
still trying. He's going imp. Let's go. Can it
What was that Red Bull stat? Fighting Spirit or something like that?
Yeah.
Give him 11 stars or whatever, man.
I mean, how much is it to get some gold income from your farms here? Worth it.
How much is Burgundian Vineyards?
Yeah, worth it. Let's get Burgundian Vineyards.
400, 300.
Yeah, save the res and click Burgundian Vineyards because you're not getting gold any other way. He did also reclaim his second relic.
Oh my god, he's adding another TC.
Let's go, dude.
He's getting his eco upgrades this bad.
Let's go, dude. I love it. This is so much better than a player who maybe has 5% chance and we'll tap out. I like this energy. I respect this. You don't know. It could be fighting spirit. It could just be absolute tilt as well. Like, you don't know. Like,
Yeah, that's also true.
He could just be so frustrated because of how close he was to winning the first 2 games and how he could have maybe stopped this castle if he went the other way. I mean,
okay.
he'll have
He
skirms.
secured a little bit of gold. That's going to be enough for a few trebs and bracer.
Where did he even get the
That's
gold?
enough.
I don't even know.
It's to the west of his westernmost TC.
To the west of his westernmost TC. I went east. West. Oh, that gold.
No,
Yeah.
your other west.
Yeah, the other west. The anti-east. Okay, so... All right, he's got golds. He's got 500 golds. He'll get bracer. He could get that. He can make a treb. That's a lot of conks, though. Holy crap.
That's a lot of cogs.
That's, I mean, out of nowhere, too. I think they were just being saved up in the castles. All you can do is really hit and run from them. Vinch is on the way to Imp. I think Vinch is completely fine here, but let's see. Vinchester would have to make the proper transitions, and Vinchester might need to plan for life without a couple of his castles.
Like I said, bracer and a couple trebs. If you can snipe the castles.
Yeah.
And that's a huge if.
Well, this
Then
castle opens up your gold income there, and this
Yeah.
castle would also protect your trebs. So that might mean that Vinchester loses that one. Vinch is planning on it, though, and is building another castle behind.
That castle is in. Bracer's also about to be in. Vinch doing the dance with the conquistadors. They are fully upgraded as far as castle age goes.
Yeah.
So they're at least going to be doing as best as they can versus the skirmishers. We have another treb on the way. I mean, guys, we're talking still like a 3 to 4% chance for Ciskhan to win this game, and yet he is doing all of the correct things to get that
Everything.
3 to 4%
Yep.
chance.
Yep, get to the golds. He takes all the golds. Now he's goldless again, except for the relics. He'll need to leave. Once he gets the trebs here, he could go for the gold underneath the castle, though, and maybe make more trebs. He's losing all the vills, though. Oh, God.
Oh, the peasantry. It's always the peasantry.
I mean, he's lost 73 vills this game, so it's amazing. He's lost 73 vills, and he's been completely surrounded by castles for 20 minutes. There are people
Still gonna
watching.
At least open up a little bit on the east. Herbal medicine coming in, man. And yeah, now you just switched to paladins.
There are people watching right now who will be mildly inconvenienced by a Russian feudal age, and they'll tap out and say, nope, I don't want to play anymore. No, thank you. And they'll go move on to doing games against the AI or something. Ciskhan's like thousands of people watching, knows how significant these are, has been surrounded by castles on both sides by the Spanish, and is still in this game. Crazy. But
It is absolutely crazy. I think what's important, though, for Vinch is that, one, he's actually already mined out most of the gold over here to the east anyway.
yeah,
He's getting the trebs. He has that secondary castle at the back, so he still really isn't giving up any important map control.
yeah, and I think Ciskhan senses this. The way this game should flow is that it will now be Paladin. So it's great game sense to know what Vinch is going to do, but can you actually stop it? It feels extremely unlikely that you're going to be able to take the castles down on the left side. Feels extremely unlikely you can push much further in the other areas. He's also waiting until he gets 4 trebs. So he's going to max out, or it's not really maxing out on trebs, but I feel like 4 is the perfect number. So he'll wait for that. But there's a lot of conks inside that castle, which you'll find out by all the arrows from it. And there will
As
be
the conquistadors somehow
Paladins
aren't able
soon.
to shoot from the castle, but they can pick up bows and do extremely well with them.
yeah, true, dude. True. Nobody talks about that. They sit their guns down when inside the castle. Just-
Only Persians figured out how to use guns with their castle, and even then, their archers become gunners.
Oh, man. Yeah, here we go. He's not trickle-trebbing. 4 trebs.
Nope.
Vinchester will react, and Vinchester will react too late because the 4 trebs is the perfect number. But Supremacy's coming in for Vinch. Vinch still has castles everywhere, and Vinch is just waiting for Paladin. He might even go with some style here and bring some villagers into the rush. I think it's a good play.
Why not?
Yeah.
At the very least, they would absorb some of the pikeman pokes,
Yep,
and
yep.
that would be even better for your paladins. But guys, this is going to be a little bit sad.
Yeah, when you look over here and see the Paladins storming you when you haven't even seen a Cavalier, that's not so good. And there is the full focus fight on the left for Ciskhan, which he may or may not win, but he's definitely not going to have the right side. The Paladins are here. Vinchester will drop another castle. Vinchester himself has 3 trebs. And with this, Vinchester will earn himself 3 more wins, which feel important because he did only end up having 1 after the first rounds. He got 1 win against Hart. Now he's up to 4 wins out of 6. Good performance from Vinchester. I do feel for Ciskhan. The 3-0 scoreline does not tell the full story of this series.
Not at all. This is one of the closer 3-0s I've seen in quite a while,
Yep.
where every single game, Ciskhan put himself in a good position, but it was both Vinchester's resilience and his experience in decision-making that just are going to get him the win. But, I mean, Ciskhan absolutely should have earned himself some fans here.
Do you think that he added the Flemish militia expecting there to be forward vills, or do you think he added the Flemish militia to just find some damage? Because my guess is the latter, and if he now has that experience, this happens again, I think he never lets that castle go up on the front.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he was just looking to kill some villagers that were gathering mineral resources outside of Vinch's walls, which was the case, by the way. He still actually did get a couple villager kills.
Yep.
But it just wasn't as important as actually just getting that castle not dropped on his face, and it's going to be a good learning experience from him.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to the point of the game, like 16 minutes when the Flemish militia are in the middle, right? If he has that one there, and then he has the one right behind it over on the other side, he finds that. And if that's patrolled, he starts to kill the vills. Vinchester will fight back with his vills. He might not lose one, who knows? But then Ciskhan can add more, bring a couple of his own vills, and stop that castle from going forward. Vinchester then probably castles more towards the side, which means that Ciskhan can expand to all of his resources and have a lot more space and time. And I think with how good Ciskhan played, that space and time might have changed the game. And he probably ends up having the better eco. Probably can expand more freely and make better decisions, and then maybe gets the win. But that's just how it goes in high-level AoE. Every game came down to some tiny decisions that Vinchester was able to do better than Ciskhan was, Orlu.
Yeah, very close, but Vinch is getting those important wins, and if Vinch wants to be in the contention for the top of the group, like we were saying, it's important to get that 3-0. So every single win going to matter for him as well, and I mean, that's going to be getting closer and closer down to the wire. The difference between that 3rd and 4th spot here between, especially, I think, Vincio and Hart is going to be quite tricky.
You know what Vinchester might benefit from doing right now? Maybe you give it a day. I don't know their relationship, right? But Vinchester should become Ciskhan's training partner now. Because Ciskhan is going to be playing Lucho next week. He's going to be playing Hera then. He's going to be playing Hart. If Vinchester can work with Ciskhan to just show him a couple things he could have done differently to beat him today, and then Ciskhan gets a couple wins, gets some more money in the bank, but more importantly, takes wins away from his competition, that's huge. So I wouldn't surprise me if that happens in groups. I know it's happened in Silver League where players will play each other in the first round and then they immediately train together, and they both want the other to get lots of wins because they won't be competition. But yeah, Vinch will be happy with the 4. I'm bummed for Ciskhan. We'll then see a similar scenario coming up here where it will be Hart versus Lucho. And Lucho had 3 very quick losses against Hera. He showed way less fight than Ciskhan just did. But I do think Lucho has a better matchup against Hart in the next one. But Orlu, thanks for joining. Any hot takes, any thoughts, anything to leave us with? I'll have you join again in the future for more casts.
No, I mean, I honestly thought that it would be more one-sided than it was, and I am always glad to be proven wrong in these situations, and it's really great to see Ciskhan put up such good of a fight, and like I keep saying, it's good for the long-term development of, I think, the high level of AoE when you see players really who are shooting to beat the very best players.
Agreed. I hope that he can continue with the same energy. Could be a big week for him next week because he'll be up against Lucho, who's one of the other weaker players in the group. So, but yeah, I'll reach out again, Orlu. Thanks again for joining, man, and take care.
Of course, always happy.
Alrighty, see you.
Bye.
Salutes in chat, please, for Orlu and mods. If we could do a shout out to Orlu, that would be awesome. He's a YouTube channel and a Twitch. He's a good guy, and please take a look at his channel. He's has been a long time creator, just like me. We both come from the old days of AoE. And yeah, I really appreciate him. So I agree with everything he said. I'm really impressed with Ciskhan. I do feel for him, right? I feel for him. because that could have been 2-1 win for him. He was super close in a lot of those games. Next series is going to be starting shortly, so I'm going to take a very quick break. When we return, we have Hart against Lucho. And then final series today is going to be, why am I forgetting? Oh, Tatau against Lix in another group. I have people to thank, both on YouTube and on Twitch, for the support of TTL so far. I have some things to talk about, but let me take that break. We'll be right back. Hart Lucho coming up.
To die like this? You played like this? You played 2 hours to die like this? You played. You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played like this. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this.
Okay. I am back. Thank you for waiting. We are back into it. How's it going, everybody? A lot more people here now than we had at the start of stream, as it tends to go. Thank you guys for showing up again. This is the last day of the second round of TTL. We got 2 more sets, and then round 2 set. We have 3 more rounds to go. I meant to say TTL Platinum, because Silver final round will be full covered tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm doing 4 sets a day the next 3 days. So if you guys are here every day, the cast is going to be going every single day. And there's a lot of stakes as well once we get to the later rounds. So I'm going to have this calendar here. Again, it feels like work. You guys are just here to watch, but here's what the schedule looks like right now. So here's today. And then that's all the action we're going to have over the next 3. When I said the stakes were high, I didn't mean like food stake, you know? So I meant like another steak. The steaks are rare. The steaks are well done. I don't know. Yeah, so next 3 days of silver, then we move back into platinum. This is basically what the whole rest of TTL looks like. And I'll be simultaneously streaming it all to YouTube and Twitch. Now I'm hungry for steak, dude. I barely ate anything today. How dare you guys? You guys get to snack. You guys get to eat. Chill. Some of you take naps. And then I'm just sitting here talking, guys. How fair is that? Stomp Gnomes, thanks for the 17 months. Thank you, King Solomon, for the Prime. Thank you, Spit Oven, for the 20 months. Thank you, Age of Histories, for the 11. Captain Tinsley and Supplies. Thank you very much. Fred, thank you for 2. Neo, Swivel Hips, Palm, Cole, Plants Man. Holy crap, everybody. Thank you. Game 1's about to launch. Let me do a couple housekeeping things so you guys know what's going on. It's too late for you guys to submit your predictions, unfortunately, if you missed it. What you can do as things progress in this event in all the leagues is you can go to the Titans League site and you can look through the matchups. For example, we're looking at Lucho against Hart. Notice they have no TTL history. They do have a bit of tournament history, but not a lot. And then you've got the ranked ladder 69-29 for Hart. So Lucho lacked confidence against Hera. I'm hoping he shows as much fight as Ciskhan does. I do think he's skill-wise, he is very close to Hart, but he lacks experience. He's like 19 years old. But yeah, you guys could check this stuff out. If you want to see the stats yourself, I'll always show them. Also have the probabilities, which is very fun, right? So you can go into Platinum and look at Group B now. You can input the results of Vinchester Ciskhan, and you could show exactly what that means for Ciskhan's chances. Not very good chances of survival, which would mean top 4, but doable. So I figured I'd mention that. There's also the merch. If you want to wear the hoodie I'm wearing, we've got the t-shirts as well. I've got the mugs here, all that stuff. A little bit of that goes towards me. Obviously, it gives you something cool as a reward for supporting the show as well. That's there, and we just switched companies to Fourth Wall, who I've been very happy with. So, but yeah, technically, apparently, Ciskhan can still win the group. So there's still a lot to play for. That would be crazy. But which sells most T90? I don't know. I haven't looked. Maybe the baby onesie sold the most. I haven't actually looked yet. I would guess t-shirts, hoodies, mugs. That's where I fall in, but I don't know you guys. At least to that level. I don't know. You tell me. And if you have ideas or any tweaks with the merch, let me know. I can give we could look into the options there. So okay. Puffle Prime says, this is very weird. In traditional sports like football, teams get super hyped in David versus Goliath situations and never surrender. Meanwhile, in AoE, it feels like the Davids don't even get to play the game. I don't think that's accurate to what has happened today. If you said that last week when Lucha played against Hera and he resigned really quickly, that statement might be accurate. Ciskhan was winning in every single game today. In our David versus Goliath situation, Ciskhan was... Vinchester was like bleeding out on the ground. And he was able to rise back up and somehow bring it back. We've had underdogs give the big guys problems, and we have had underdogs win in some sets in TTL. So, anyways, we're going to start it up. We're going to start it off. Puffle Prime says Vinch is not a David. Come on. Okay, then who are we talking about? Is Hart the David? I'm just saying... Like, who's the David then? How many Davids do we have? We can't have too many Daves in this world. That's what I know. So, be careful. I feel like Puffle Prime, your comment was like a really good comment for a different scenario, you know? That's why I was surprised by the comment. Sorry to call it out. Yo, Fabio, thank you. Thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Appreciate it. What's up, YouTube chat? Every time I look at YouTube chat and I want to see like T90, thanks for streaming, thanks for this. It's always someone saying we are really second-class citizens. We are second-class citizens. T90 doesn't love us. What do you mean? What do you mean? Humble Chris has been folding his laundry. And what else is going on over there? We got... Okay, someone says, yes, we are filthy casuals here. All right. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. All right. Puffle Prime says, help, I accidentally one-guyed by streamer. Yeah. One guy emotes in chat. 15 seconds till we're in. It's going to be Stranded game number 1. I showed the draft, right? I don't think we did. That's my bad. Those are our maps. Was never expecting to see these maps with these players, to be honest. We have Quarry as Lucho's home map and Coast Arena as Heart's home map. Coast Arena from Heart is wild to me, but I love it because that means he's prepared. That means he's going to bring us something different here. All right, so welcome everybody. This is an important set because all sets are important in TTL. And shout out to the format not spoiling how long a tournament is or who wins a set because of the play all threes. I hope people watching the videos later on appreciate that. Oh, also hope you guys appreciate this. This little pop in here shows the stats of the group. Hera, Yo, Hart, and everybody except for the 2 players we're casting here. I misspoke. Have played 2 rounds. And now Hart and Lucho are hoping to rise up the ranks. With Lucho, he played against the tournament favorite Hera, and Hera made very quick work of him in the first round. I don't think that should be a representation of what Lucho is capable of. He's like 19 or 20 years old. He is very young. The fun thing about him in TTL, I was allowed to play in the first season. I was in the qualifier or silver eventually. I beat a 1600 elo player who gave me some problems, and I said, keep at it. You'll get very good. That was Lucho. Yeah, like years ago, he was like 15 years old then or 16 years old, and now he's 2800 elo, and he's in Platinum League, and he's an absolute beast, and he's maybe the future of our scene. So that's a fun story. Hoping for big things from him here today. He's got, we've got Stranded, all right? I know you guys want the flags. We'll add the flags here. So Lucho and Hart know each other very well. I just showed the amount of times they played each other in ranked. I think they played about 80 or 90 games. Now, all of those games would have been on Arabia, which is very different than what we have for this tournament set. But the point is there's some experience. And when you're competing, whether it's ranked or tournaments, there is a slight difference. But just having that history between the two of them tells me that Lucho will feel as though he's the underdog. And the thing is, for Lucho, when things go wrong, I find that he has a really tough time stabilizing his mind. Maybe that's because he's a bit younger. Maybe that's just because he feels like the game is truly over. But we see some fight from some players. They never stop fighting. And Lucho has been criticized for resigning very early on. So I think that might be the difference in the series. I think if Hart has something go wrong, if Hart falls behind, I expect a really big fight from him. Both players will be adding fishing ships here. And it will be a combination of water and land. Where it depends. That's what's best. It depends. You just don't know. You could win water and win this game, but you have to stabilize on land. You can win land and lose water. It's a really tricky balance. But I would say, if I had to predict this, just based on the map draft, which is kind of wild for me. Here's the Civ draft, by the way. I think I'm going to predict 2-1 for Hart. I think Lucho's gonna snag a victory, but I was actually leaning towards a 3-0 from Hart just because of, again, the quick resigns from Lucho in the first round. But chat, I want to ask you, what's been your favorite map so far in the tournament? If you had to pick one. Don't worry, the 14 other maps won't get offended. I promise you. We've seen some maps more than others. I think typically people are really going to like the maps that create chaos. So I'm seeing some Coast Arena. All right. Valley. Stranded. This one. All right. Cool. Bypass. It's always the maps with walls that the viewers seem to like. Somebody in YouTube chat said Arabia. And someone said Pokeball. Well, there's no Arabia. There's no Pokeball. But I think I know what you mean with Pokeball. Is this Pokeball? Or are you thinking of Quarry? Probably Quarry, right? Excuse me. Definitely feels like Hart is going to play towards a barracks here. Otherwise, I don't think the villager would be standing out here. How come every time I come up with a new map concept and I give it a good name, you guys have to call it something else? And that doesn't happen with other maps. Is this like a me problem? Am I unintentionally making maps that look like things? I feel like all of like we've had Pants or Bay. We've had Pokeball or Quarry. Someone said Evacuation looked like what was someone saying about Evacuation? It looked like a Ninja Turtle or something. I mean, some of it I get, but then other times I think you guys are just really looking too difficult at it. Yeah, someone called evacuation assless chaps. I mean, come on. That's just offensive. You know how much effort we put into these maps? Calling my maps assless chaps. Imagine, so I reach out to somebody and I'm like, hey, we've got this cool tournament going on. We're an amazing scene. I basically, as this Rhino is trolling Lucho, I basically sell them on Age of Empires. They're like, all right, everything he said sounds good. Let's show up and let's see what it's all about. Man, crazy quick walls from Lucho. And then he shows up and my chat is spamming assless chaps. And then he goes, you know what? I don't think this streamer's serious enough for me. I'm out of there. I mean, come on, guys. Brutal. I will say, everything but assless chaps, I actually got. I'll be real. But the assless chaps one just crosses the line. Barracks in the middle from Hart. He's going to go for Man-at-Arms. I think all players, once they get this map down, are going to be up to 7 to 8 fishing ships on this map. It does actually take quite a bit of time to be able to pressure the opponent's fish. And then that means 0 on food underneath the TC, and everything on wood and everything on gold, which can be really strong. Hart will struggle to find Man-at-Arm value initially, but it feels like he's going to go Man-at-Arms, and instead of the Archer follow-up, it'll be mainly Navy, because he does have the second dock as well. Because we've made some changes so the players can get safer town centers on the big wood and the gold at the start, it's kind of difficult to get value from Man-at-Arms in most cases, but no loom, just passing, and that's an amazing start for Hart. And it's just tiny details, right? One house there, that villager never goes down. That might be the only villager that Hart ends up getting. A good start for Hart. Lucho will know the Man-at-Arms are out there. He will drop a barracks and plan on the archer range, and he will also go for the fire galleys. But Hart is going for the range. We'll probably mix in some fire galleys as well. Would love to see arson here. I feel like if your opponent has no army, you can just take down the houses. That's what I would do with Japanese, for example, is I would just snipe the houses. Malians are a really good civ because of the wood discount and all the wood spent here. Thank you, Late Blue, for the donation on YouTube. He says Pokeball is my favorite because of the Lewis and Andy series. That was a fun one. But Hart looking around. He attacks the houses with 3. He's attacking now with 1. And Hart is a player who loves to have that early initiative. He'll always base all of his build orders around it. And he does have it here. Fire galleys will move this way. You see what I mean, though? Lucho made the Navy a bit faster, but by the time he gets over there, Hart could probably be safe in the choke. Nervous start here for Lucho. He's gotten housed. He's gotten housed because he's losing his houses, actually. Hart didn't actually end up going for arson. This is some really good value. And Hart will have some archers and skirmers behind. So far, so good for Hart. Slight lead with the resources collected. I think he's expecting the archers now, because he's seen the archer range. Is that 2 houses he's taken down now? That 2 houses. Hasn't lost any fishing ships. Was actually checking the shoreline as well, looking for the other dock, but didn't find it. But I think he'll know it's 2 docks because it was 2 fires that arrived from Lucho. And it's his turn to move in, and Lucho's turn to defend. Wu were just so annoying here because Wu Man-at-Arms regenerate. So you can't just chip away at them with the archers. You actually have to just straight up kill them. And now there's skirmishers here from Hart too. The Hart, I think, will just be better off backing up here. But he's coming forward with another fire and another demo. Lots of micro on the land. Another situation where Lucho is going to get housed because of losing houses. And another house has to get scrambled up. Which he does do. Demo. Demo. Lucho sees it. Lucho needs an advantage on water here. Honestly, Hart's micro has been really patient with the demo. Still have this to look at. Hart's already on fletching as well. So much pressure on Lucho right now. And I feel like the pressure is mounting. Again, he's housed. He just cannot get any momentum and any control right now. Here goes the demo. Lucho micros it, but still getting harassed on the wood line. Knows he's housed. He has to get town watch. Guys, I'm a big Lucho fan. I've seen a lot of Lucho games, and this is just Hart adding so much more pressure than the moment does, right? It's a really tough map to start off your series. The whole wood line's getting harassed. He's had to build so many houses. He is all the way to Castle Age, though. That I wasn't expecting. But he'll move in. Hart has fallen back. There's some weak ships there for Lucho. Hart's shown the patience. And Hart has the demo here still. He'll pull the weak ones back. A beautiful play from Hart. Oh, man. And just the eco is such a nightmare for Lucho. His army's sitting underneath the town center. He goes to make a play here. Hart doesn't even use the demo, guys. Like, that's how much faith Hart has in his abilities. He doesn't even feel he needs the demo. He's just going to hold. Let's look at the damage. These men-at-arms have done 4K damage. Damn. Pretty soon we'll be using the plus 7K emote for the for the 7K damage the man-at-arms have done. That's ridiculous. And the inefficiency on Lucho's eco has been a problem. What does Lucho do with the faster Castle Age here? I feel like the only obvious thing is he can get Bodkin for his range units. If not that, he would probably go for War Galley. And that way he can maybe swing a fight on water. I don't think he realizes just how much Hart has on water, though. Here we go. Smart to not put the demo on the front just in case. Now you circle that demo back. Lucho. Oh, no. That hurts Lucho so badly. His demo doesn't hit any fires. He loses a fire. The demo's trade. Now he's behind. I mean, there's the stable. He's clearly planning on knights. But what a statement here from Hart, man. Hart, I don't want to share everything that players tell me because then players don't tell me things anymore, okay? But Hart told me that he really likes his chances in this group. Now, obviously, people have called it the group of death, but Hart feels as though he can put himself in a good position to get into the playoffs. I think Hart is really growing in confidence these days. It feels wild to say that Hart is getting better, but he is getting better. Even though he's maybe been in that top 10 for the last year or two, maybe 3, Hart's definitely getting better, and that was just a clean opening. The entire game he was punishing Lucho. The entire game. And, like, I'm curious now to see what Lucho can do to turn this one around. He's got a home map, right? But when Lucho played against Hera, it was very similar with game 1. He ended up losing. He never was able to have much control against a more experienced player. And then the next 2 games were very short. But just like the conversation with Ciskhan earlier, every win counts. If Lucho can snag 1 win, and let's say the rest of the results go the same for him and Ciskhan over the rest of the group, that's a $300 difference because there's a prize difference even if you're relegated between 5th and 6th. But what he lacked there was he lacked archers. He lacked man-at-arms. He was unable to get the follow-up properly. And then he made the fire galleys a bit earlier, but Hart just kind of waited at home. It was sick. Super smooth. It's funny. I said, here's the other thing about Hart. I think I can tell you. So I was applauding Hart for his preparation because I always feel I can tell, right? And usually I can. But I forget what map it was, but I was like, man, you can tell Hart prepared for this. You could tell he experienced this in training. And I said all of that in my cast. Hart sends me a quote. You can tell Hart practiced this. He sends the quote to me. And then he says, hadn't played the map in 2 years. Lol. Which is just so unfair, by the way. Like, that is so unbelievably unfair that you could just not play the game, not play the map in 2 years, and then have it look like everything's perfect. But yeah, he was a little bit of a flex. But I like that. I like to know that players go back and listen to what I have to say. Every once in a while, I should throw in something that's completely like out of left field just to bait the players to message me if they're watching the cast, you know? I don't think Dave does it intentionally, but if he's ever casting one of my games, he always says something that he knows I'm going to remember just to try and lurk me out of hiding. So, but yeah, that was just really, really good for Hart. And the thing that Hart does that Vinchester does not do is that Hart doesn't give you a chance to come back. If Hart gets ahead of you, it's over. It's over. If Vinch gets ahead of you, Vinch is like, well, okay, we'll chill a little bit. Like, that's kind of how the other series went. I mean, Vinch even struggled to get the leads in those games. They were all comebacks. Yeah, Hart just completely snowballs you. So I'm curious how it goes now. Lucho's picked a really closed map. Map he played against Hera, and it was a very quick GG. He's gone for Bohemians now. A Hart's home map choice is also fascinating. I would have never expected Hart to pick a water Stonewall map. But here we go. All right. Game number 2. Lucho's still hunting for wins. No, it doesn't seem likely because Hart was extremely dominant, but could be maybe 2 straight wins here for Lucho. And then maybe some question marks there for Hart. Lucho, I think he needs some control, right? He needs to have some control through army. The previous game, he wanted his advantage to be on water, and it was immediately met with resistance. He's gone for Bohemians. This is what everyone is calling Pokeball. How dare you? It looks like a quarry. Quarry is the name. Pokeball is nothing but slander. Lucho is not a player who's going to go fast castle unique unit. He is a player who will play the meta. The issue, of course, is that he has only matched players who are some of the best meta players in the game so far. He played Hera in the first rounds. Hart is like maybe Hera light, if you could say that. So they're just going to push their deer. Would not be surprised to see early barracks here. In the very late game, both these civs are insanely strong, and that can sometimes happen. ABC says, T90, do you find Lucho's extreme lack of fight disrespectful of all the time and effort you put into making TTL an elite and rewarding experience for both the viewers and the world's top players? Wow, I can tell you do. Holy crap. I mean, thanks for the compliments there. All the time and effort you put into TTL making an elite and rewarding experience for both the viewers and world's top players. To be honest, I have a little bit more understanding than your words do. Against Hera, his resigns, when you're up against the world's best, those resigns make a lot more sense, right? And the previous game, he was super dead. I would have liked to see him use his knights, but I don't think he didn't fight in that previous game, to be honest with you. I would have liked to see him do anything with those knights because we didn't see the knights get used. So maybe play on a little bit more. But no. I do think it is hard for a viewer who isn't playing at the level of Lucho and the players here to recognize when a game is over at times. But also, here's the flip side of it. Type a 1 in chat if you've seen people fight and you think, why is he not out of the game? I mean, if I was in chat, I would type a 1, right? And sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes they could convince themselves, they could say, you know what? If I survive that long, it can boost my confidence for the next game. And then sometimes people win. So that's what I would actually like to see. I would like to see a shift of thinking. So I'm not disrespected. Honestly, the ones that bothered me the most was Silver League. We had some resigns there, and I was just like, come on, bro. Like, there's so many people who would love to be in Silver League. They would love that opportunity. Stop resigning there. But no. Not quite as severely as you're saying. Now, Lucho needs to get the walls down. He is expecting the Drush, which was the meta we talked about. He is committing to a full wall, and Hart sees him here. I really think you have to loom up and just complete this wall. You do not want the militia to get through. This is risky. We haven't seen anyone try just the full wall against the Drush yet. I actually think it can work, but just get loom and bring 3 vills. Players are resistant to getting loom just because that'll put you down a villager, but Lucho, I think he's just hoping right now that Hart doesn't have anything on the way. But this is a perfect build from Hart. This is why people have been doing it, because it is tough to full wall this. There is no loom for Lucho. Lucho maybe lacks a little bit of mental strength. If things go wrong for Lucho early, the resigns can be quick, as that one chatter pointed out. He is fighting this back. Can another militia make it in? I think so, and Hart will be so happy with this. And guys, he's not stopping. He's not stopping. What's what's like the Wolf of Wall Street? I'm not freaking leaving, right? He's not stopping. It's kind of different, but it's the same. He's going to continue with the militia. He won't get loom himself. Quite the build here from Hart. And these militia could walk on by. Lucho now invested in the walls. He does have his berries protected. He could pre-wall his wood line. and he is on the way to Feudal Age. Kind of surprised that Hart is going for 4 Militia. That's not a very Hart thing to do. Hart's more of the invest as little as possible and go Feudal Age as quickly as possible behind it type of player. But Lucho's not expecting it to be this many either. So maybe he's trying to catch Lucho off guard. Because again, they know each other very well. And Hart almost... I would have confidence that 80% of the time I could predict what map Hart is going to pick, what civs he's going to pick, what style he's going to play them as. Just because he's so good, you just can't stop him. But the 4th Militia haven't done anything yet. What really separates the best from the best with these builds is not the Militia, but how clean their eco is behind it. If they can follow it up with a lightning fast Feudal Age time, then that's where it becomes killer. Ferox, thank you for resigning. He says, I've resigned to the fact that I love TTL. Thank you for the 3 years, Ferox. But no, I think... I don't know. I think there's definitely something to a player not quitting when things go wrong. And I think it can speak to a player's mentality. The Lucho. Oh, dude. The scouts are so weak right now. 2 HP against 1 HP. He pushes in the deer. And Lucho will probably complete the full walls for the long run. And probably go for the archer range. He does not seem too bothered by this. Hey T90, quick question. You have a neat way of putting people in their places when they're being disrespectful. Is that just you being you, or did you develop that over the years of casting to a larger audience? I don't know. Probably both. Probably both. I would argue that I need to stop responding to certain types of messages. I think that's actually a weakness, but I've been at it for so long. Sometimes I just don't want that crap to exist in my chat, you know? So, but I do think if anything, I should probably just move on from messages more and more. But when you've been at it for 10 plus years, sometimes I just want to be like, no, dude, like, no. I disagree with you. I don't think you should say that. So I try and get the balance right. I'm never perfect with it. First archer's out here for Lucho. And this first archer and the TC damage there is going to lead to some nice kills. He didn't take any eco damage. He got some good eco upgrades. The Militia, honestly, instead of sending him on full tilt, he's dealt with it perfectly. The build's pretty much perfect. His walls are up. Hart is an archer range in the middle. And Hart wants to pressure here. This is, again, not something that I see from Hart very frequently. Hart's normally the archer range at home type of player. But Hart doesn't have the scout anymore. Lucho's just pushing in another deer. And that is a tower from Hart now onto the berries. And look at Lucho snag even more deer. It's crazy. I don't really think that the tower is going to accomplish a lot, but it might start to make things a little bit messy. Lucho does still have to micro this archer perfectly against the Militia. The Militia are circling around. The skirmishers are going to trade there. Skirm War is always going to be better for the Vietnamese. Yeah, there's the tower. But you already have this many farms with horse collar. You already just pushed in a couple deer. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think Lucho just really needs to respect Hart, though, and really field lots of military here. I'm looking at this archer range production time. At all times, it's 60%. You look at Hart's, all time it's at 87%. So it's one range for both, but Lucho just hasn't really been producing. I think he doesn't want to overproduce because Hart's going to be walled behind. So there's definitely some logic to it, but now you need to respect this a little bit more. And he's going to. He'll drop a tower here, and he runs in, and he just wants a quick stonewall on Lucho. That's so good. That gives him a lot of time. He could take his time. The army won't get in. The fact that fletching isn't in yet is not a big deal. But get the tower up. He can always take the stone. That's fine for Lucho. Let's not forget the reeds on the sides. We have seen more cut on these side reeds than we ever did when this map was used in tournaments in the past, which makes me happy. I find the more that we add maps, and you know, I've had my hand in making quite a few and the ideas behind it, it actually takes 2 to 3 tournaments for players to start to do some of the things that I think the map is envisioned for. There's like a There's like a 2 to 3 event lag, which might end up being like a 2 to 3 year lag. But the amount of times I've seen basically this scenario where someone's walled in Lucho's position and he doesn't go over here to chop this and think about counterattacking the opponent is crazy. Hart should get paranoid. I think if Hart doesn't see the army from Lucho, he needs to outpost the sides. But he always sees the army from Lucho, so he never thinks Lucho is going to counter him. And Lucho's on the way to Castle Age with a lot on stone right now. So that could be for a castle. Villagers have been out and about walking the middle for Hart, and we just see another defensive tower from Lucho, which is perfect. You just do not want Hart to get any unnecessary damage. He's been very greedy, but calculated greed. 5-1 KD for Lucho, and he never even got fletching. And meanwhile, Hart's sending it. And what is Hart hoping to accomplish here? He sees the tower. This never has any chance of doing anything. I don't really understand why Hart is here. The villagers are always going to get some wall or house down. Lucho micros it back. And yeah, Hart just needs to back up. He doesn't even have the stone for another tower right now. Well played, Lucho. That's a lot of idle time for Hart. Still no outposting on the sides where the reeds are. T90, do the players get any sort of documentation on the map? Yes, we give them a 15-page document. And it is double-spaced and fits the industry standard. And the players, if there's something you need to know about high-level AoE2 players, they always read the handbook. And they always listen to all the details that we give them for tournaments. So, yeah, they definitely read the 15-page document. Oh, sorry, 15-page per map. We really break it down for them. I'm joking. Yeah, I mean, there's details on the map. Players don't read crap, though. And, I mean, they will actively do whatever they can to not have to read. Usually, they'll load it up. They'll maybe do some practice. And they'll look through and get a feel for them themselves. So outposts on the sides from Lucho, just in case Hart does something crazy. Right now, Hart seems very interested in continuing to push. And it's like, I don't actually blame Lucho for not having anything here. Because Lucho's thinking, I'm good. And then every time he thinks he's good, Hart still tries another tower and another Vill Rush and attack. I think this could go horrible for Hart, though, because the Mangonel is about to hop out. The Mangonel will hit. And, oh, no! This is why you do not do this, Hart! Like, Hart still trying to force the issue and be aggressive, but that's just not that easy with how well Lucho has played. Lucho has outposted the sides. Lucho's on 2 town centers. Lucho will soon have enough for a castle as well. I mean, Lucho is flying right now. There's a lot of details. I'd like to see the monastery. And then you can get fervor, which adds to your villager efficiency here. I mean, Hart is going to try scouts and archers. That only works if Lucho leaves the walls. If Lucho does not leave the walls, the scouts and archers do very little. I think Hart is desperate to keep this tower up, but he's so late to Castle Age. Guys, Lucho should win this game. This should be Lucho's game. I've seen Lucho in these positions before. Can he calm his mind? Again, he's very young. He hasn't had as long a career. He got swept the first round. But again, that was against the tournament favorite. This has been played like a home map for him. And it honestly was a good choice because Hart seems rather uncomfortable here. None of these fortifications for Lucho are really weak enough where I think Hart can break through except for the gate. If Hart could get in with Light Cav, that could be a problem for Lucho. But Lucho doesn't expect that because it's pretty crazy that Hart has done what he's done already. Lucho is never expecting Hart to have this much army. Second TC, third TC for Hart. Cheap eco upgrades and a strong eco for the Vietnamese should be good. There's a town center for Lucho. There's a castle now for Lucho as well. I think he's placing the castle because he's expecting siege from Hart, maybe. Also, Hussite wagons are just a really good unit against skirmishers. An army of Mangonel and Hussite wagon could be the way to go here for Lucho. Sorry, looked away. Again, Hart gets hit by a shot. I was looking at chat and went to look away to answer the question. Hawkman asking if you think people will wall here. Yeah, it's a good place. Some players will build houses here. So you just house the whole way along the line if you don't want to use the sides. And I think Bohemians do not want to use the sides. Bohemians just want to be full middle. Pufnitsa, Haub. Vietnamese have a little bit more mobile options. But again, does this look like Hard has played this map a lot? Does it look like he's respecting the sides at all? No, dude. No outposts on the sides at all. He really tried with the militia to get under Lucho's skin, but Lucho's just played great. And any map control that Hard has might be short-lived, because this tower will probably go down. The Hussite wagon will be on the way. Do think Lucho's first Mangonel probably goes down, because he doesn't know about the light cav. He also doesn't know about the siege workshop, but now he does. That's important. Seeing that is really important. How good is the economy looking? Let's actually compare farm numbers. We've got 26 for Lucho. Hart has 21, so it's pretty close, but Hart just added a couple of those farms. Hart does have a hill here. That attack round was perfect from Lucho. Can he get another one? He will. What? I swear I saw an effect on the side of the Mangonel. That happens sometimes. I think it might be just an accepted bug at this point. But it definitely looked like it did damage on the Mangonel. Feel bad for Lucho there. He sees the light cav, though. Has the castle fire and also has the Hussite wagons and the repair villager there. Maybe with the repairs he could have saved it. Unlikely, though. The Hart almost kills his own skirmishers. Again, Hart can't really do anything but hold the middle. But he could maybe snag the relics. Mangonels are really good against these Hussite wagons, so... T90, are there map designs that could encourage some picking of the rare civs, like Poles, Bulgarians, and Teutons? Well, for Bulgarians, I think it's already in the map pool. We have Monocle, which I think can be good for Bulgarians. The problem is Bulgarians are maybe like 5th best there, because Armenians and Burgundians, those civilizations already look very strong. I like the 4th TC for Lucho. If your civ can get maxed out, it's one of the best civs in the game, and you're walled. So why not? I think this is completely fine. A couple more walls here. I don't think it's too much greed. Because what does Vietnamese do against 8 Hoofnitzes and a bunch of Haubs? Like, they probably go Skirms. They might try Fire Lancer. Maybe a big wave of Fire Lancers could work. But Fire Lancers could be a problem. Sorry, might not end up working. It could be a problematic unit to make against the gunpowder too. So, Teutons, I don't think you're ever really going to see picked at a high level. The conversion resistance is a big reason why you might see them, though. So you might see Teutons for arena style map. You won't see them on Coast Arena. Coast Arena has water where Teutons lack bonuses. But yeah, I respect the Teuton fans. I'm a former Teuton fanboy myself. Say what you want. Hart has at least been consistent. He hasn't lost the middle map control, so he's gained that from everything. And he's starting to get the relics. Can Lucho boom up? And can he beat Hart with the Bohemians? Was this his #1 pick? I can maybe check real quick. I keep hoping to show this at the start of games, and I keep forgetting. Yeah, Bohemians was his #2 pick. Malay he hasn't played yet. That's probably for the next game. I have a feeling that Hart might go for his #1 pick in the next game, too. But yeah, so far, I think Lucho's quite happy. Because he did not draft around game #1 at all. He picked Malians last. And Imp is on the way. So... the keys now is you need to get chemistry. University's on the way up. This is the only civ that can research chemistry in Castle Age. So, there it is. Yeah, Hart's on the way to Imp, but Hart is still behind in Vils. And he's also behind in town centers. And it's double castle for Lucio. Hart doesn't have a single castle. If you build anything in the middle, you're at the bottom of a hill and it's cracked terrain. So the quarry is very vulnerable spot. Cracked terrain, your buildings receive more damage. So, like, basically they get nuked by siege. Chemistry needs to come in for Lucho, but he's fine, man. He's chilling. He's chilling. Like, even if you don't instantly get chemistry, I still think you're okay. You obviously want to click it, but Hufnitsa takes a long time. I think he's going to go for Hufnitsa before he does anything else. Hearts Tower is still up, though. I mean, props to him. And, yeah, Heavy Plow got denied. It was being researched. No Heavy Plow for Lucho now, which could actually be a factor. Would like to see Lucho get, like, Blacksmith upgrades and University upgrades. He's just going full economy right now. And there goes some stone walls from Hart. Hart might do the same over on the left side. Hart's Tower has taken a decent amount of damage this game, but man, his micro is on point. There's chemistry. So you won't be able to make bombard cannons right away once you're an imp, but it doesn't really matter because your opponent still has to research chemistry once they're an imp, which will take a long time. So Vietnamese, one of the best late game civs there is. Bohemians, one of the best choke point closed map civs there is. These are great civs at what they do. I think it's been a little unnecessary for Lucho to lose this archer range, for example. A couple of the houses, the blacksmith, but who cares? I mean, his economy is looking incredible. That has always been the case. Lucho will find out his elite skirm upgrade is denied when he goes to make some skirms, and he can always still research it. And Hart's micro continues to be really good. But now the bombard cannons are on the way for Lucho, and Hart is now 70 seconds away from being able to make his own bombard cannon. Villager just gets rocked by the trap. Don't you hate it when that happens? You won't catch me out there, man. That's why I stay at home on my computer. There's no way. I'm not repairing a trebuchet on the front lines. Or not repairing a trebuchet. I don't even know what he was there for. I just know he died. Look at the upgrades for Lucho. Wagenburg tactics. The gunpowder will move faster. Siege engineers. I always forget if Vietnamese get siege engineers. They do get it. Without siege engineers, I think you're completely cooked. That adds the +1 range. But yeah, these mangonels are basically useless now. I think if anyone's going to want to cut the sides, it would be Hart. So it's surprising to me that he doesn't try that. Like, he could actually run through, but it's a slow crawl from Lucho. He might soon want to build a castle towards the middle. I like the patience, considering the Civ matchup. You still haven't seen Hufnitsa yet. I still would have liked to see it. I think Hufnitsa is a really nice call. I also like the Hussite wagons. The beauty of Hussite wagons, too, I don't actually think you need elite for them to be good against skirms. And, ooh, nice shots from Lucho. Is this going to be Lucho's first win in Titans League? Was not looking good. After that series against Hera with some quick games, it's not looking good with how game number 1 went. But we saw the draft a second ago, and he clearly wasn't really planning his civs and his strategies around game number 1. He's planning on the home maps. Archer ranges going down will hurt the production. Hussite wagons going down means that the skirms become a problem. Vietnamese skirms are the best skirms in the game, I would argue. I don't know. Is there a civ that has better skirms? Maybe Mayan skirms. I don't know who wins there, but Imp skirm just always feels like the better unit. Hart did get paper money, so he's getting some gold income from the woodlines. Yeah, there's also Lithuanian skirms. But it's all about the cannons. And Hufnitsa is on the way. So not only do you get Hufnitsa, which is just better than a bombard cannon in every way, but you also get Wagenburg tactics, which makes your bombard cannons move 15% faster. Also, losing your siege workshops is so painful. There was a bombard cannon in queue there, and that gets denied at 60%. You get the res back, but you don't have the space, you don't have the momentum, you don't have the time. Look, he has 2 more in queue here, and that siege workshop will also go down. The skirmishers for Lucho are just going for the bombard cannons. Maybe that's ambitious. But look at his upgrades, guys. He's waiting with the trebs as well. He feels like this is his time. He's waited the whole game. And Lucho made it here. There's been so much hype about him. He's so young. He's so new to the scene. Like, he started playing the game a couple years ago, basically. I don't know exactly when at this point. It might have been 4 or 5 at this point, but Whenever Titans League Season 1 was, he was 1,600 elo. Now he's over 1,000 elo higher, and he's got so much skill, so much potential, so much hype, but he's got to show it in one of the toughest groups. I see him planning on champion. He's adding barracks. It's important to know if Hart sees that. If Hart sees the switch, Hart could go rats and archers or something, and oof, Hart with a big shot. Lucho is really respecting Hart here. He doesn't want to overextend. Kind of what Ciskhan failed to do earlier today. Ciskhan would get to a position and he would say, all right, I got to win the game now. And then the opponent would hold, and then he would fall behind. No, he's going for the patient approach, which I think at this level is what you need. More and more skirms. Champion upgrades coming in. I don't hate it. You get full upgrades, right? Champions should be great against skirms and bombard cannons, especially the fact that it's hidden. Hart might know, but he only sees one barracks. And Hart's bombard cannons are just, again, worse than the Hufnitsa. So he's microing at a disadvantage here. I think this is why Hart was just trying to attack the entire game. This is why he was so intent on pushing the walls, because he didn't want to get to this game state. And Lucho's landed some massive shots with the Hufnitsa here. Still getting the tech switches in. Still getting the upgrades. He'll see a castle here. Hart will need the repairs. Hart needs something more, because this is horrible. He'll defend with the Trebs, hoping to hit the Hufnitsa. The Hufnitsa are being microed. Tech switch is still coming in for Lucho. He could have champion upgrade in a moment. Hufnitsa probably do need to back off. You could tell why you need to be patient, because players will find a way to hold. But yeah, there's the armor upgrade. There's the champion upgrade. Hart doesn't have anything against this. And I think now Lucho can just circle back and go for this castle. Look at the swordsman dive. The swordsmen are going for the bombard cannons, and Hart quick walls them. There's another bombard cannon from Hart now. That was a nice save from Hart, but there's also Trebs from Lucho. You have to move out if you need to get to the Trebs. Nice shot from Lucho. Lucho with the split micro on the cannons. The champions in the skirms are still pushing. The castle will fall for Hart. Once the castle is dead, the Hufnitsa and the champions are just going to win the game, guys. The castle was the key. Hart has not been able to do anything to stop Lucho from getting to this composition. He tried the entire game, and Lucho played this like a veteran and just took his time, right? That's not what we felt, because there's the storyline of Lucho being 0-4 and, you know, Lucho resigning early and all that. But he played it cool and calm. He played it like he felt he could win the late game. Even gave up a couple relics. Bunch of towers in the middle now. Dave once said that these towers look like salt and pepper shakers, and I've never been able to unsee that. But there go the salt and pepper shaker towers. There goes the two trebuchets for Hart. And yeah, Hart just doesn't have a comp here. I think you'd have to go elephants. Elephants are arbalest, and you need resources and you need time for that. There's no time. GG. So clearly, Hart the entire game was worried about this. If it went to late game, if this became a wall map, Bohemians are super dangerous. Lucho, that's why he played patient the whole game and played it towards Imp. I liked how he used the Hufnitsa. I love the champion switch. It's really kind of rare to see. Most people only go Halb. And I liked how when there were moments where he could have killed Hart in one swing, he didn't even try it, right? He took his time. He just chipped away and slowly pushed across the map. From Hart, I get trying to fight and keep it open in the middle, which is what the Drush tried to do. I get that. I even get everything else he tried with like the tower, the archers and stuff. Why did he never cut here? I just don't get that. Like, you're always going to die in the middle. So it was a good home map choice from Lucho, because I don't think Hart was comfortable on this map. That's 50 wood. If you create some chaos on the sides, like maybe Lucho drops a castle there, maybe Lucho makes some mistakes, like that was an opportunity to just get through and do anything. And it was never even a question. Like, Lucho did have an outpost there eventually, but both players were kind of late to noticing that. And that might be something that Hart regrets. But ultimately, sometimes you just draft a better civ for the map. And I think for Lucho, with how the game played out, he got there. And yeah, 65k res collected versus 60k. The KD was pretty brutal. And Lucho wins. 1-1. So yeah, I know that the way we've been looking at it, a lot of, in some instances, people who get promoted in TTL struggle to stay alive. Let's not forget why they got here, right? And I know we have this pecking order in AoE2, and certain players are expected to do this and expected to do that. But sometimes the players who expected to do this and expected to do that also don't have as much reason to train and practice certain things. Players who've survived in TTL before, when they make it up to plat and they're expected to get pushed back down, they gotta be prepped. So I like that from Lucho. Now, I'm still baffled that Hart picked the next map. I'm pumped, and I hope we see some hype for it in chat. Thank you, chat, for being here. But what world is Hart gonna pick a water arena map? He goes Coast Arena. Hart is not a player who's usually in love with water maps. He's not a player who's usually in love with wall maps. And that's exactly what the next one's going to be. So, thank you again, Late Blue, for the super chat on YouTube. If you're watching the first stream, maybe, for me ever, say what's up. I saw a couple comments from YouTube earlier. Makes sense. Not everyone makes their way over to Twitch, which is where I typically stream. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you, Max Tape. Thank you, Paul. Thank you again, Ferox, for the subs on Twitch. There we go with the hi, I'm news, the usual. But yeah, I'll try and look. What's up, George? What's up, Reflexes? This person's name is Reflexes of a Dead Cat. If I've ever seen a username that describes my Age of Empires ability, that might be it. That's super funny. Thank you, Reflexes of a Dead Cat. We are here now in game number 3. Which is so important. It's so important, man. This is huge. Hearts live standings is 3 wins. And then Vinchester's live standings is what? Now 4 wins, right? So Hart will want to tie that at the very least. I think Yo's is also live standings is 3 wins. So Hart will want to be above Yo. Lucho, he gets a win here. He's right there, right? He's got a lot to play for. 1 win definitely keeps him alive, but 2 people get relegated out of every group. So you do need to be 4th place to survive. And who knows? If Lucho beats Hart, he could maybe beat Yo. I actually think Lucho's best chances to get wins is against Yo and Ciskhan, just stylistically. Maybe Yo goes down. We've had Vinchester relegated, MBL relegated, Nikov relegated. These players hate me for saying it all the time because I'll always say it, and it reminds them, but it does happen. All right, so to the map. We have Coast Arena, which has been a lovely map so far. You, of course, have the coast where there's water. And there's also the oysters if you wish to take gold. So you do actually have some back gold. The majority of golden stone is all in the middle. And all the golden stone that is mineable in one's base is along the front walls. If the golden stone was not along the front walls, we would see water play every single time, I think. But now it's like, now it's bad. If you play too much water, because you can lose the stone and gold. Melee for Lucho is a perfect arena civ and water civ. So I really like the pick. And in terms of the priority, we're actually looking at first picks for both, I believe. Should be able to show that again. Yep. First pick versus first pick. Melee have Great Navy. They advance faster to the next stage, so they fit perfectly to harass on water. Maybe go for fast castles and fast imps. Bengalis have very strong monks. And they also get 2 additional villagers when they make it to the next age. Their ships also do regenerate, which is a navy bonus. I think, like, what we saw from Viper is that you can lose water and you can win if you push on land fast enough. But it's important to note that in that situation, it was the plan to lose water. If you are investing into Navy and, you know, the same investment and then you just lose water quickly, then it can be game ending. But if you factor that into your builds, because you're obviously investing into the army a bit faster and monks a bit faster, it can be fine. Oh, civs are still up. My bad. There we go. Thank you. Hart. And the red here, he might want to get on home because the melee player can get to feudal age a lot faster than him. They're just scouting for the relics right now. It looks like there's 4 relics positioned over to the side. But imagine how easy it would be for someone to just walk out of their gate and drop a castle. I mean, it's so strong. And especially if Lucha were to see that. In Feudal Age, you'll see that easily. A castle here denies both. And a castle from Hart here denies both. Well, pay attention to the builds here. I would be shocked if either player gives up water. I think they're both going to fight for it. I think this might be the closest Coast Arena game because we might see both players have their ecos locked and loaded. Have seen the occasional transport ship and land pressure. I don't know if that fits either player's style. It's too risky. Hart just going for a second lumber camp, which I think means 2 docks from him into Navy. Lucho, I'm not so sure. Now, this is not cracked terrain. I know it looks kind of cracked, but it's actually a completely different type of terrain. I don't know how you would describe this. Is this what, like pebbled or something? I don't know. Not cracked terrain. Thank you, Jonathan, for the donation on YouTube. He donated 20 DKK. Can someone tell me what currency that is? No offense. He says, you are the glue in the community. Thank you. Hey, thank you. I'm not trying to be the glue. I'm trying to be some type of foundation for it. I don't know, but thank you. That's Danish. Okay, cool. Thank you very much for the dono. And Feudal Age is on the way for Lucho. This is very quick. Very, very quick. But fast Feudal Age into what exactly? Feels like, if anything, he's going to play fast Feudal into just like 2 galleys from 1 dock. And that's it? Not really sure. Oh, and Lucho lost his scouts. Oh, you never take that trade. Okay, sorry. Danish guy, you distracted me. Hold up. Back. When did that happen? They took the fight. They took a 50-50 fight. And that's always going to go one way. They both have the same amount of HP, and Hart gets the luck there. And now Lucho can't see anything Hart is doing, and Hart can see everything Lucho is doing. So, the reason I don't like that, the reason I don't think that's an acceptable fight, is because of this moment right here. The Malay are always faster to Feudal. So, with that in mind, I think it's just I think it's a really poor decision, because you should be faster to the attack and the speed, and then you can get the kill then. But I always take those traits. The underdog always takes those traits because you're like, ooh, 50-50 chance. That's great. There's not a lot in a game that's going to be 50-50 chance, right? So, Tang in YouTube chat says, a 50-50 fight is always going to go one way. Okay. Do you need me to explain? Since we have the time, we will follow this galley and let me clarify what I meant by that, okay? So in Age of Empires, when 2 scouts love each other, or I'm sorry, are fighting each other, and they both have the same HP and they both do the same amount of damage, at the end of that fight, 1 scout will remain. And that happens from time to time, and while it is 50-50 on who can win, there is always going to be 1 winner, okay? So when I said it was always going to go one way, what I meant was that, that 1 player is going to benefit, 1 player is going to lose, all right? I don't even know if this explanation has helped, but I think you knew what I meant, okay? This is what I said earlier, that you guys are like children sometimes. In a good way, in a good way, in a good way. But yes, here come the galleys. Now, look at the timing on all this. I don't know what Hart's Villager's doing over here. This is that random chatter giving me a hard time. It's giving Hart a hard time because there's no way you should be doing this. That's a little bit wasteful. But let's pay attention to the timing because it took some time for the galleys to get there. 1 villager down for Hart. That's a little wasteful. And now the galleys are here to snipe fish. Now, Hart has had 10 fish, so he's had more fishing ships. But if he loses them, and then Lucho adds the fish behind, which he has kind of done, this could be good for Lucho's economy. So far, so good for Lucho, I would say. But he needs to snipe 2 to 3 more fishing ships for me to be happy with this. Hart is on the way to Castle Age already. Hart is going super heavy onto gold. Would not surprise me to see him play monks in the middle. Again, Lucho will want to win water at least. But it's so tough because it takes him such a long journey to get here with his fires. Still only killed that Vil. He's weakened fish, but he hasn't killed any. Hart's blocking with the fishing ships to get the galleys, but that's another eco down. Fires are also weak for Hart. Super inefficient for him. Oh, man. Hart needs the repairs right now. He can't repair. The fishing ships are blocking. He'll lose one. He could lose another. Here come the backup fires to save the day. Yeah, and in the end, Hart might end up being all right. I just look at the kill count on the eco. It's still only been that villager and one fishing ship. Now it's 2 fishing ships. That's okay. It's awkward, but it's actually very acceptable. And now Hart has the middle. And I think from Lucho's perspective, he understands Hart is probably going to push mid, and Hart is probably going to play like Monks and Siege. And the Karambit Warriors could be a really good call there. I'd love to see some outposts from Lucho so he knows what Hart is going to do. Also, that scout is weak, so you can still be in the middle with outposts. That's what an experienced arena player would do, is they would still be in the middle. They would not fear the scout. But I don't think Lucho has the experience here, and I think that's why Hart ended up picking this. Box says, T90, can you try to imitate an MBL rant? No. We're focused here. We're focused casting. I know, you guys try and distract me. We're focused. This game matters for a lot right now. So, there's the siege. There's the monastery. Still Navy coming out from both. It's the same deal, though. It'll take Hart some time to get over to Lucho's side, so Lucho has some time to stabilize. Res collected is basically even right now. So a very close game. War Galley upgrade needs to come in for Lucho. It's not yet. And he does not know about the Siege Workshop until kill the scout. Oh, well, he loses. The 3 HP scout gets the job done. He didn't see the Siege Workshop either. And he does not have Loom. And Hart knows the stone is there. Oh, but Hart didn't check the stone. Hart's on water. If Hart's focusing here. Oh, when he's luring Lucho away. And Hart killed all the fish as well. Hart killed all the fish with those fires. And he's actually... I don't know where the fish went or what killed the fires. Okay, these fires killed the fish. They're coming back. And now the mangonel hits the gold for Lucho. Okay, can he drop the castle? The issue is... you kind of need gold now because you can't just take the oysters on the back if you're losing water. And Hart can see this. Can Hart deny it? Scout goes down. Villagers decided to take one for the team. Get Loom, bro! Get Loom! He's Loomless. Hart will convert a Vill and then repair the mangonel with the other. Oh! More villagers dying because of no Loom. This is looking so bad for Lucho. Oh, it's a massacre. The castle goes up. And Karambit Warriors can be good to clear this. He does kill a villager, but he was an imposter anyways. He had betrayed the squad, and now it's on Lucho to really push somewhere. This is a beautiful job from Hart. He took calculated damage at home. He's got the fishing economy. The siege did enough. I think he needs to brace himself now. And I think he needs to understand that a lot of Karambits are about to come out. I think if he just plays safe in his walls, he's okay here. And honestly, Bengali monks are so strong. It will take Karambits quite a few hits to kill them. So maybe you could still continue to make monks here. I mean, what else is he going to make? Lucho still doesn't have Loom. So if his villagers get hit, they just get splatted. And Hart knows it. Tries to splat him there and is still pressuring the stone. Yeah, this is what you can't have if you're Lucho. If you lose water, you need to have the land control. But it's the opposite. At least for now, it's the opposite. Everyone counts for so much, so he's going to continue to fight. Hart sees the Karambits. He also still has the mangonel there. He seems pretty locked in. I like the approach from Hart, too. If you have the water control, build new docks, add more fishing ships, and staying on 2 town centers is also the play. Because you're already way ahead with fish. The way you lose this game is if you get castle pushed or something. So save for your own castle. Just maintain your lead. No Loom, no problem in my Twitch chat says, I don't see a problem not getting Loom. Well, apparently, that's the opposite of what your name means. But I like the themed name, so... That's Lucho right now. That's Lucho. Wait, why is Lucho on my Twitch chat? That's so rude. Lucio, you're not allowed to do that, man. It probably explains why he doesn't have Loom, because he's distracted. There's more than enough fires from Hart. I mean, Hart's in a great position. He just needs to defend. And he's fallen back. Hart, just like Lucio in the previous map, playing this like a home map. He fully understands his win conditions now. He simply cannot lose if he doesn't get fully cleared up and pressured. And now he drops a castle there. If there was maybe a siege workshop from Lucio, this would be dangerous. But there isn't. And he knows it. And that castle also gives him some coverage over this area that'll actually keep the monastery alive. And still adding fish. Adding fish, and there's nothing that Lucio can do about it. Lucio was, like, really hoping that Hart would have 4 monasteries, no eco, and be going YOLO monks, but nope, not at all. And Ratha should be a pretty good unit for Hart to invest into as well. I think Lucio will try a siege workshop possibly on the side. He is getting the relics. Maybe he'll drop town centers to go for a second TC. Another win condition for him could be trying to get the resources for Imp. If you go fast Imp, you can maybe go for Trebs, but he doesn't even know the castle's up. He does see the monks in the siege, though. Hart may be overextended a little bit. If he can save the monks, though, this will be pretty big. He will save some of them, possibly. He backs up towards the castle. That's fine for Hart. Look how many Karambits die. He kind of one-shots his own Ratha there. I'm sure his friends will make fun of him for that later on, but that's just the cost of doing business. That's just how it goes sometimes. And Hart will even plan about a town center over here. Yeah, Lucio's, now that he knows the castle is there, Lucio wants to go in. Which is why I'm actually not a very big fan of the third town center. I feel like that's just more food investment into Castle Age, and you're delaying your Imperial Age. Hart might feel like there's no way he could lose, so... By the way, we had Twitch drops over the past couple weeks. I changed my server. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems like it was the Twitch server, guys. We've had no issues today, which has been great. It was really weird, though, because it would be really out of the blue and for like 15 seconds. But I think it was a Twitch issue because YouTube didn't have any issues during the periods we were dropping, so... No, don't fake it, chat. You're not even funny. You're not even funny. That's the sad thing is you think that is funny, but it's not. I do love how people, like, universally on the internet will always just say F, though. If something disconnects, I love how that's still a thing. Monks are going to get the relics for Hart. Hart's on the way to Imperial Age. But his eco lead is crazy good. 83 eco against 45 here. And actually, it's now 44 because she had to get deleted. It's interesting how they both opted for a closed map, expecting the other player to get it wrong. And Hart was correct. And Lucio was also correct. Usually, it's like one guy goes open, one guy goes closed. And they're also both open map players, so... It's not your typical situation here. It's one castle Karambits. It'll be one castle Trebuchets. And for Hart, he'll have 2 castles. Even just squeezing in another town center here so he gets the villager boost. Still 16 fishing ships all around. Don't see any reason for Hart to really focus on the outside. I mean, you could transport something there. But yeah, it's just not looking good for Lucio. When he sees Hart's imp time, he's going to be thinking, like, really? Like, how could he get the castle? How could he invest into water? How could he still get imp? But Hart's just transitioned this perfectly. And Ratha should beat a Karambit if they play melee mode. I think so, anyways. You have to get a couple upgrades, but Ratha in melee mode is really nice against the Karambit warrior. Karambit base attack is 7. The base attack for the Ratha is 10, and then the Karambit HP is super low compared to the Ratha. It's at 70 less HP. Thank you, Cornifilius? Cornfusilius. Thank you for the prime. What's up, Alenth? Thank you, Grenj. Thank you for the prime. And here we go. Ratha also do a little bit of like trample damage as well, right? So the Wrath of Trample damage will help. Hearts and Imp as well. He's going to make his own trebs. His monks are getting conversions. His mangonels are getting hits. And in a game that's already looked so bad for Lucio, it just somehow continues to get worse. His treb will get sniped because the Karambits had to run for their lives. And that was the way you could win the game. This was long over at this point. Lucio did try and get to the Imperial Age, hope for the win, but Hart made it look easy. I think for Lucio, he missed out on a bit more success on water this game. I really think that changes everything. The fact that he invested into water and then lost it almost right away, it's precisely what I said in Dark Age. That's what you can't have. I think if your opponent invests more into water and then it takes them an extra 3 to 5 minutes to win it, by then that's okay. But he was planning on having some of that economy and then also getting to that castle. And then the second he lost water and Hart killed the villagers with the mangonel, the clock is ticking there for Lucio. And it just hurts Lucio because he just couldn't even build the castle forward. It had to be a defensive castle. But overall, I think that's a really nice result for Lucio. I know 1 win out of 6 doesn't feel that good for him, but like he had a good series today, right? And he doesn't have to play Hera or Hart anymore, who people would argue are going to be top 2 in the group. And maybe can lean on them for some tips and advice as well, because they're no longer competition, and you can move on and take down some of the other players. I really think, as far as the style goes, I can actually see Lucio beating Yo in the 5th round. I think that Yo's style is not that big of a problem for Lucio. Lucio and Ciskhan is the 3rd round. Also, Hera and Hart is the 3rd round, and Yo and Vinchester is the 3rd round. But as far as Lucio and Ciskhan are concerned, if they are the weaker players, they will have everything to play for here. So we'll see if Lucio can turn it around and survive. Hart, I think, will be very happy now. That's 4 wins of 6. I think Liquipedia will refresh for me here. Yeah, Hart tied in 2nd place with Vinchester and Yo right behind him. Kind of how we expected things to go. But Hart may be a little disappointed that he didn't get the 3 wins, but honestly, it wasn't like he threw the second game. It wasn't very close there. And actually, we have 1 more series now in the 2nd round, so let me just go back to that real quick. Next series we're going to get into after a short break is in Group A, where we have Leary sitting at 6 wins. We have Barles sitting at 4 wins, MBL at 3, Tatau at 2, Lix and Rapard at 0. But Tatau and Lix have only played 1 round, and that'll be the matchup we watch next. Now, I don't know what to expect there, because I thought Lix played well. He played okay, but, you know, he played like a promoted player up against Leary, right? Like, he had no confidence against Leary. Leary just completely smashed him. And then Tatau against Barles, I thought he played very well. But, you know, maybe he wasn't quite as sharp at times. Like, Tatau goes crazy army in Castle Age. Lix likes to go crazy army in Castle Age. I think it could be a really entertaining series that lacks a lot of that clean meta play we see from, like, Hart and Lucio. So, the Goldfish is asking for background on Lix. Oh, dude, Lix has been around a super long time. I could pull up Lix's Liquipedia real quick before our break. I don't want to wait too much time. I encourage you guys, Liquipedia does show all this, but Lix has been active since 2010. He's 40 years old, according to Liquipedia, and he could be an absolute menace to play against. I honestly, I thought his best days were behind him, but last season of TTL, he got promoted up here and performed very well. But I do think that Lix will struggle to get wins to stay alive in Platinum League. So, thank you, Lord of the Rabbit. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you again, Jonathan, on YouTube. He says, how much percentage of dono on YouTube versus Twitch? There shouldn't be a big difference. I think a YouTube super chat works a little bit differently to bits on Twitch. Most people who donate on Twitch, like Hello Potato Woman, thank you for that, they're actually using Streamlabs, which means it pops up. If you want to do that on YouTube as well, I have a link for that. I could maybe pin it, but yeah, I think YouTube super chats, the majority comes towards the creator. I think it's the same for Twitch bits. I don't have it memorized, but there shouldn't be a big difference there. So it's also the same if you wanted to if you want to subscribe on both platforms, 70% I think goes towards the creator on both. So, and thank you very much to everyone who who does it. Dono's, it's like 90% or something, or 85%. I don't know. Anyways, quick break. We'll be right back. Next series coming up, Tatau versus Licks. Catch you soon.
Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Rete.
Du wäre.
Hover, Sucher, Hover, Sucher, Hover, Sucher, du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Wocha. Auber.
Heise, das war.
Wocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Rete.
Rete.
Das ich soll. Das war, ja. Heise, Flickmann, das ich soll. Rete. Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise, Heise, das war Heise. Das dumme Fischere. Ja. Jägere. Ja. Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Streete, sa.
Auber.
Flickmann, ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Rete.
Hey, ja.
Ja, Rete. Das war das dumme Fischere. Ja. Jägere. Ja. Fischere. Jägere. Das war, was ich soll. Das war, das ich soll.
Okay. Trying to keep the breaks as quickly as possible while still being a human being that drinks water and gets snacks and, stands up for half a second every now and then. The things that I probably should be doing that I usually don't do. So, apologies for being a human being. Maybe I can create an AI version of myself soon, and then I can go drink on the beach. Not that I would ever do that. That's actually terrifying. I really hope that can never be possible. I would hate that so much, actually. That would be horrible. Game 1 is High Tides, and then we'll have African River and Bypass as the home maps for the players. Licks has drafted very heavily towards the Game 1, actually, picking up Dravidians. I guess that could also be for African River, though. So lots of water civs there. Then goes for Vietnamese, Malay, Mongols, and Spanish. Civs that Lix has done a lot of crazy things with over the years. Man, I just realized we have 2,000 people watching live on YouTube. That's wild. Are these people that would not normally watch a stream on Twitch at all? Or people who are like, you know what? YouTube's a little bit better for me and would prefer to watch on YouTube. I'm curious. I know you can't answer for everybody. But thanks. Okay. Some people are on both. Some people don't like Twitch. Other people, YouTube's easier for them. Somebody said they're old. I mean, aren't we all? Okay, cool. Well, thanks for being here. I will be live every single day on YouTube for the next couple weeks. Basically, till March 22nd, you can expect them likely going to be live with something. All the uploads are going to go to YouTube and the extras with uploads in 4K as well. So YouTube is going to get a lot of love, all right? I try and look at both chats. I do my best on that. Obviously, I just hope you guys enjoyed the show, so we'll get into it here. But yeah, thank you, everybody, for the love everywhere. We have had some crazy gifters on both platforms, actually. So many people subscribing. I took no sponsorships for this. I had some opportunities, I could say, this event is sponsored by blah, 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 blah. And then I could, talk about it for a little bit of time and show you guys stuff. I just figured, let's not, because I don't want it to be, I think there's maybe value in it not being ad reads every hour and stuff like that. So thank you to everyone who supported, because it really makes me feel better about turning some of that stuff down. All right. Now, we're going to get T West into the call. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. We'll speculate on the draft and all that good stuff. But I do want to remind you, and the conversation of me not having any sponsors and stuff, if you would like something in return for your support, there is also merch. I don't know how accessible this is for all the countries watching, but we have a lot of different options here. I get like $5 to $10 to $7 for all these items, depending on what the item is, which is fine by me, because then you guys get something in return. So I'm wearing one of the hoodies. We also got the TTL mugs. We got some cool stuff on there. We also have, if you continue to search, there's Super Cat Thief. You are distracting me right now. How dare you distract me right now? There's other things there too for like Loey the Legends merch and stuff like that. Oh my God, Super Cat Thief with 50 gifted. Thank you. Had to be when I was trying to practice my merch mention. Sorry, let me ask my bank to cancel. No. Sorry, dude. You don't have to do that. I think those 50 people would be very upset. They no longer have the emotes and are no longer subscribed. I mean, you can if you really mean it, but thank you. That's insane. Jonathan also on YouTube. I see you. Thank you for the sub there. All right, let's get T West on the call. Let's break it down a little bit. We'll talk about the results and we'll get into the games. Thank you for your patience. T West said, I'm waiting. Surprise me whenever you would like. So here we go. Should I just join up and be like, huh? And just make a weird noise? Ugh, I want to so badly, but I don't have it in me to. That's too rude. All right, I'll just say boo. Boo. Did I scare you?
Hello there. You didn't scare me. I was expecting it though.
Okay. I have to go a little weirder next time.
Yeah. Like if I'm casting with Ornlu and then you just jump into our call unexpectedly someday, that would probably scare me.
Okay.
But when I'm in the T90 casting booth, I don't know if T90 is the person to scare me. I think Dave could probably scare me. He'd give a good jump scare.
You know, that sounds like a challenge. That's all I'm saying. So I'm too much of a troll to not take that as a challenge. So I will think on that.
T90 going to be hacking Discord, changing his profile photo to look like Ornlu and calling me one day.
One time, I forget who it was, but players, when they join up to play in tournaments, they're in a voice channel. And very frequently, players will forget to leave those voice channels. They'll just sit in there until like someone kicks them. But I was pretty noob and I didn't know I could kick people from the Discord. So they were sitting in there and I kind of knew the guy and I joined up and I was like, sup. So they imagine their tournament series ended like 4 hours prior and they're just hanging out on their PC. And then I jump in there.
T90
Yeah,
jumps in, they hear you.
terrifying.
That's a good one. That's pretty good. Our base should do that next time players hang out in those channels.
All right, so before we get into it, let's just talk about where these players are right now. We have Tatau, who is far from guaranteed to get playoffs because the group's very competitive, but Tatau did get 2 wins at the starting week. He went 2-1 versus Barles. I thought Tatau played well, but above him right now is MBL with 3 wins, Barles with 4 wins, and then Leary with 6 wins. Having said that, Tatau and Lix both have only played 1 round, so we're about to see it. Lix needs wins for survival. Tatau needs wins for a playoff push. What do you expect from these two in the series?
I hope we see a lot of Vil fights, because if there's 2 players anywhere in TTL who are going to have a messy game and fight with Vils, it's these 2.
Yeah, I mean, that if Valley was here, I would think that could maybe happen because
now if Valley were here, they would ignore the middle, wall up, and boom. Maybe we'd see like Vil fights 2 hours in the game when they're out of resources and finally go to the chickens.
You know what's crazy? Because these players have been around for so freaking long. There's very little tournament history between them. Tatau was 1-0 against him in tournaments. I don't know what tournament it was, but that's only 1 tournament set between these two, and they've both been around for well over a decade. They also have played 0 ranked games against each other on the Definitive Edition, which is like 6 years now. 0 ranked games.
I mean, they are in very different time zones, to be sure.
Yeah.
But that's also crazy never to have played a ranked game against each other.
Yeah. Like the previous matchup, we had players play 100 plus or something. Tatau's not really ever known for playing a lot of ranked. He's always just practiced for tournaments, but it's actually 0 here. The predicted outcome based on the stats that we have is 2-1 for Tatau. My prediction was 3-0 for Tatau, and then the community prediction comes out to 3-0 for Tatau as well. So many people seem to think this should be good games for Tatau, and I think it's just going to come down to, honestly, Lix, because part of the issue for the category of player that gets promoted, a lot changes in a year, and maybe they had their best performance 12 months ago, and now maybe they're out of shape or out of form or out of confidence.
I feel like that can kind of be true for Tatau, too, though, because he won his group in Platinum last year.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's maybe more so compared to 2 years ago, maybe not at the same peak that he was.
That's a fair point.
In recent times.
That's a fair point. We have a lot to talk about. We do need to get into the games. I'm going to load up. If you could just get to a point in capture age and let me know where you're at so we can start it up.
I'm at 1 second in the first game.
Cool. For transparency for the viewers, we're doing as many live sets as we can. Obviously, with China and Spain and then having only 3 sets a day, it was tough to get a live one for this. So this was played, I think, earlier today. And we're going to load it up, cast this as Unspoiler Directs, and that's why we're doing the countdown to sync up. I said I was going to start a minute ago to our base. So I'm going to get there right now, T-West. And 1 second in, you said.
Yes.
Could do the countdown. And 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are, everybody. And it's now my job to just repeat basically a lot of what I just said for people who are watching later on in YouTube videos. Sorry, live viewers. But Tatau, it was previously top 5. Some people would argue maybe he's not top 10 right now. He's looking to prove everybody wrong. He got 2 wins in the opening round. And I think Tatau's looked good there. He beat Barles, who's playing amazing. And he will look for many more. And then Lix got swept, unfortunately, against Leary. But honestly, Leary is my favorite for the group. So I think today, T-West, is when we find out how good Lix is this season.
Yeah, and that group is Leary, Barles, MBL, Tatau, Lix, and Repard. So when you look at that, you're probably thinking Leary number 1, and maybe Lix, Repard, most likely the 5 and 6 players. So Tatau getting a win over Barles feels kind of like probably Barles, MBL, Tatau competing for those 2 other playoff spots.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. But maybe Lix will completely change that today, right? Like if Lix gets a 2-1 victory, live standings would be 3 for Tatau, 3 for MBL, 2 for Lix, and then the 2 players above. So it's very easy in our scene to predict how certain things are going to go because players have been so had been around for so long and they've been so established. But I just wondering how aggressive Lix ends up playing. I think Lix has a reputation for being a messy style, but that's mainly from his team games. Like in his 2v2 World Cup, which is one of the most legendary sets that I've ever covered in AoE, he just created chaos for Yo, and then Yo played the game
how he
normally.
plays with Yo.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw also the Terra Nova duos. That was a tournament with like 50 custom maps. And Team Yo won every single game. Lix turned every map into a villager fight map.
Yeah, exactly. But then you play him in 1v1s, and he doesn't always do that. So I like it because you have the wild card. But like here, if you create the chaos, you can't have Yo to come in and carry you. You're going to actually have to play real solid, high-level competitive AoE. So he's bringing in his hunt here as the Mongols on high tides. And Tatau's got Persians. Tatau already making a move to the north for the dock.
Yeah, and Lix just luring both of his, or luring his first elephant, not going for the dock. It is definitely viable, especially with the Mongols on this map. Just to go up, ignore the water, try to do men-at-arms and pressure on land.
Yeah. And we've seen a couple different build orders where you can just skip water entirely in the Dark Age. Typically, it's like you go water at the Dark Age, and then you go, like, you don't add any fires, and then you go Step Lancers or Fast Castle or something like that. But we got the early barracks here from Lix. I've been liking this meta, but it immediately puts you in a position where you're behind if you don't find the damage. So the scouting for Lix is critical right now.
Yeah. Also, Mongols on this map, if he wants to mill the south, he did take a bit of a detour there with his scout just to find some zebras. He can.
Yeah. And I think that is something that more people need to do. Not players who go for water, because when you go for water, there's already so much, I guess, risk in the investment there, and you don't want to lose water and then lose 4 villagers. But if you're giving up the water in the north, the whole reason we designed the map this way is so you can have an economic boost elsewhere. So maybe that's why Lix has picked the Mongols. He's actually up. He's actually clicked up. So no militia. This is going to be an 18-pop man-at-arm build from Lix. What is that?
Ooh, no mill from him either. He's just going straight to the gold. Feels almost like that same opening you do for a team game on the flank. We'll see. I wonder if he goes for 2 ranges right away if he wants to be really aggressive behind the men-at-arms.
Well,
he has 3-4 vills over to gold. That's a lot of gold.
Well, the timing here almost matches a forward for classic Lix. I don't know if he'll do it, but sometimes in 2018 or 17, you would see man-at-arms like this into 4 villagers forward for a tower. Just something to point out here, T-West. Tatau will have the fish, but he will have a really awkward front of his base there with the berries. So eventually you need to mill, and if Lix constantly controls the front here, maybe things even out, and Lix is bringing the militia around that direction now.
Also at home, Lix, no loom. So this is 18 pop, no loom, men-at-arms.
Wow. Like, guys, you just normally cannot achieve these times, right? Like, this is insane. He hits Feudal Age at 8 minutes to go for one of the toughest builds in AoE. And here he comes. What does Tatau actually scout here? Tatau saw the barracks? I don't know if that barracks and this uptime tells him man-at-arms, though. I think Tatau is assuming this is going to be scouts. That's what I would
Lix
assume.
is going to get 2 goats.
Yeah.
He's going to find 2 goats there, but Tatau's walling. He knows something's up since he saw the barracks.
Okay.
He can feel it.
But, I mean, Lix could block this off, though. And Lix is blocking it off. Tatau can see the man-at-arms. If he can get a palisade down, he can get the trap, and Tatau does. He could lose the villager still. He also might not be able to hit the palisade wall very easily, but Tatau does, and that's nice damage control from Tatau, but down goes the palisade. Oh, this is worth it for Lix. If he can kill the Vill, and he's so close. He gets one.
He gets 1. Can he block this?
Oh, wow.
That's 2.
Yeah, that's really good.
Tatau had loom too.
Yeah, okay, so
2 vills dead, and 2 goats lamed.
Yeah, but the goats are coming back home for Tatau. The bigger thing for Tatau now is he's going to get pressured on water. This is a masterclass from Lix. Tatau is never expecting water against an 8-minute man-at-arm build. How is Tatau isn't on gold? Like, Tatau was completely unprepared for all of this. This is the perfect 1-2 punch from Lix.
Yeah, now Tatau has to fight on water when he's already taken losses on his wood line. He wasn't prepared for gold at all. And he can do 1 fire galley because he did loom earlier. He'll have to mine gold for another.
I'm just really impressed that Lix has been able to to not skip some critical steps in how a game would play out. Like, obviously, the Man-at-Arms on the water are impressive, but he has double bid-axe. He's got a healthy amount on food right now. He's going for the archer range behind this. It's just very, very clean play. And Tatau is basically just stuck here defending with a couple skirmishers right now, and he's been sailing around with his fishing ships hoping to survive, but I think he lost one, and he could lose more if more fire ships continue.
And now another lumber camp under attack by the Men-at-Arms. Oh, and Lix is going to get another villager.
That's
and
so
maybe
good.
even a fourth?
You know what?
He's going to back off.
You know what detail would be super sick here and tell me Lix is prepped? Is you don't actually follow up the archers to Tatau's base. You send the first archer over to the shoreline to snipe the repair villager. Because if Tatau doesn't have that repair villager, he's losing water. I guess Tatau's going to be losing water anyways, but I'm really impressed with Lix here. And it's not Tatau being under... It's not Tatau being underprepared, in my opinion. It's just an amazing play from Lix.
Yeah, right. It feels like Tatau did almost what he needed to do when he walled the lumber camp. That scout just got in.
Yep.
But that's part of the Men-at-Arms rush, knowing how to block with the scout to keep those walls open.
And now Tatau won't have the fish. So now he'll have to transition to food elsewhere. He's running out of goats, so he'll go for the mill. The mill on the hill has a nice ring to it, but it's extremely awkward to lock down long-term for Tatau. And there go the archers and the spearmen for Lix. To the north to take the repair villager. And if he's paying attention to this, he should find it. And Lix is locked in. He's locked in. It's just a perfect game so far. We'll see if he can keep it up.
He knows,
but, my God.
he knows exactly what to do. And while that feels killed, he also went to the hunt in the south. So he is everywhere on the map.
Dude, I was saying in my cast earlier today that I feel like there's a 2 to 3 year or 2 to 3 tournament lag when we create new maps on players taking advantage of certain areas. Because this tournament, we've seen more people taking the hunt in the south on high tides. We've seen people on bypass, like taking the outside res more. The list kind of goes on. On quarry, people are cutting through way more than they ever were. So it's cool to see it. It is risky, though. And Lix, he's taking a bit of a risk here, not having any army at home. And Tatau's hungry for revenge. And Tatau, nice revenge. 1 villager kill.
Yeah, he is. Lix has the range up, but was thinking about going forward. We saw him kill that vill on the shorefish, but now he has to defend himself at home without any army. I think what you're saying, though, is in maybe 2 or 3 years, people will go to the middle on Valley.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. And that's my hope anyways, because right now there's only been 1 player. This is where I think Tatau's the better player. When you have the transition off the early builds, and now it's just pure like intuition and adaptation. This is where the better players should thrive. I'm starting to see some cracks in the armor here for Lix. He got housed. That tower on the back was maybe unnecessary. He needs more farms right now. He's definitely realizing how difficult Tatau is to break down. And Tatau doesn't just have 1 fire in the dock as well, T-West, so he could easily come back on water to pressure Lix if Lix isn't careful.
Yeah, that Persian dock takes a long time to be cleaned up.
I think Lix just lost... Was it 1 more vill? Is that 1 body from earlier? I think he just lost 1 more vill on the berries.
That's the second vill.
Okay.
So what do you think about this stable from Lix? Feels like it's maybe a bit early when he should probably know Tatau's coming forward with archers and he needs a few skirms out first.
Yeah, well, I think he misread the game. I think he expected Tatau to have skirms there, and he thought that a scout or 2 would add value. So I just think that's a bit of a misread of the situation. And maybe... Sometimes what you practice is you practice the first 8 to 10 minutes, and then everything else is just adaptations. And so, as Tatau's scout goes in there looking for the weak villagers, so that's confident. And Tatau's going to get chased away. And Tatau, his tower looks much better for the long run here, right? It protects the gold, and he's got the woodline on the back. And Tatau's fairly walled up right now. So I think Tatau, as he comes back on water now, I think Tatau's feeling pretty good all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think it shows how good of a Civ Persians are. They can take all that damage in the Dark Age, basically lose the water, and they're still okay. Oh, and Tatau has a demo. Tatau has a demo.
I don't think Lix was expecting this. Lix has a demo too, though. Lix has a demo. And...
Oh, can he save the Vill?
Villager's weak. Repairs become important here. There could be another fire galley for Lix, but yeah, Lix is going to lose water. Tatau regains the water. Well played. Can maybe start to fish again, and he already is. Lix, though, has a big archer mass in the back, chasing down Tatau's army and dropping the market, thinking about Castle Age. What a close game so far. There is about 200 resource difference with the resources collected and only 2 to 3 kill difference in the KD.
And honestly, if you're against Persians and you're only down by 200 resources, that's not that bad. Sometimes we see Persians, especially on these hybrid maps, they're 1.5k ahead as soon as players are clicking castle, and Lix will be the first one up. And we have seen a couple of games where players try to go FC Step Lancers. This isn't an FC, but it is also an option for Lix, especially if Tatau has a lot of skirmishers out.
If you check Lix's Fog of War, he is just now finding out all of this, right? He doesn't know about that big line of houses. He doesn't know the berries are almost gone. I guess he just found out, but Tatau's structured his base pretty nicely to defend for the most part. Lix will trade away the scout, so he did use the stable to make that. And just hoping to kill off the ranged units here, which he does. But Lix is actually getting armor on the cav. I think I would cancel that here, to be honest with you, T-West. I think playing crossbow and cav archer is fine. I don't know if armor works, but maybe he just wants one knight to get into Tatau's eco to create some issues for him.
Maybe, but he's adding another stable. Well, he's adding 2 more stables. He's going to go 3 stables. This has to be Step Lancers then.
Yeah, maybe. Does he remember he added the first one? Because the first stable felt kind of forgotten. He's getting bloodlines now.
Well, he'll have an extra then.
It's really important that he trades against these archers then, because if he wants to go, Lancers, he needs the crossbow upgrade denied from Tatau, and yeah, that's a good fight from Tatau. I think Lix took the fight because he clearly wasn't planning on the upgrades, and he's going to try knights with no fishing eco, with 11 no horse collar farms that only have 700 food remaining. This is a big military commitment for Lix that has to pay off soon.
Yeah, he still has a few vills in the south on the shorefish and the hunt down there.
Yeah.
So that will be good for him. But I think maybe knights are a reaction to not killing those archers and knowing that he'll need something against the crossbows to start with, at least.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, Tatau's not expecting +2 knights. I don't think he's expecting knights at all. I think he's expecting cav archers. Like, that's what I would have expected here. And Tatau's not fully walled yet. There are a couple archers running around. Tatau is fully walling in the north, though, I think. The tower defense. But the knights can still get in. So Tatau's like, hold up a second. He's got knights. I need to be walled. And he does get the quick walls down. And this is just not the situation you want to be going knights, right? You want to be raiding. You don't want to run knights in 1 by 1 against an army like that. And
yeah, and you want Tatau to be open. I think actually he has managed to full wall himself. He'd need a quick wall by the TC and by the berries.
Yeah.
But other than that, Lix has been losing knights to those crossbows and can't get in.
Tatau found the villagers in the south with a skirmisher. Lix knows he's spotted. He will run away. I think if Lix wants to go with knights against the crossbows, it's still fine, but he might want to have some siege as well. It's still only 13 crossbows, to be honest. It's just the fact that he lost 2 knights kind of hurts the massing of them.
Yeah, he has 5 knights now, but you feel 2 or 3 knights behind where you want to be. You're waiting to take an engagement, and Tatau did a monastery behind this. We'll probably have monks by the time he really wants to fight.
Yeah. At 3 stable knights is just a very big investment that has to pay off early. It's very rare you see 3 stable in early Castle Age. And just what a great job from Tatau. I know the Persians have their bonuses, but like Tatau was really thrown off in the early stages here. To lose 2 vills and then almost immediately lose your fish can win a game on high tides. But here he is. Lix is snagging relics. Lix, I think, has enough knights to kill this army now, and he does see it. This will come down to Tatau's micro here, and if the knights can group up around the crossbows. Tatau needs some time back at home to mass another army. Let's see how many kills he gets here.
He's going to take the fight. This fight will come down to pathfinding and whether Lix can actually take the engagement.
Yeah, it's click priority. So if you're spam clicking the crossbows, you could kind of block off the knights. Lix could also just click his knights in front. Really what he's doing, though, I think he knows he has enough army to win the fight. He's just pulling back some of these weak knights to heal them up. That's good work there. And he does have the monks already. And now he adds in a couple lancers. So he full clears it. Nice clear for Lix. Second town center on the way up. but Tatau still has some fishing eco in the north. Tatau is Persians with 2 town centers pumping out vills. Tatau has a very healthy economy and even a 3rd town center in the south.
And he's going to go Cav Archer plus Camel. And having the Camel option against Knight plus Step Lancer is great.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think if Tatau just holds right now, if he doesn't take any risks, if he's walled, if he has monks waiting at home, the list goes on. I think it'll be very tough for Lix to break him. This is such a big issue with the Mongols. They're good early and they're good late. But in the mid game, they don't have the bonuses the Persians do. Unless it's Cav Archers, maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of the hole the Step Lancer fills for the Mongols now. That they get up to the Castle Age and they have that early power spike. But Tatau lost the army, but other than that, did a great job holding off the early pressure. And he's up by about 20 vills and booming with the Persians. He must feel really good about this position here.
Yeah, I think so. I think Lix is also recognizing that there's just not a lot of areas for him to do damage. So if you're not going to do damage, you do need to boom yourself. So it's good for him that he's on the TCs. I also think it's good for him that he's on stone. But he did not see Tatau. Tatau looped the entire way around that mill. And Tatau comes in out of nowhere, completely against the run of play. Will find the villagers on stone, and he gets rewarded for it.
Oh, he does. And Camels even can block a bit here. They can slow down the pathing on the vills so they don't get to the tower. That was great. Before even Ballistic comes in.
And now Tatau sees the army as well. So Tatau's like, okay, your army is here. It's not at my base anymore. Maybe I can be more adventurous with my Cav Archers or with my economy. Look how good Tatau's eco is, too. He's sometimes late with Wheelbarrow, sometimes late with some of the farms. That's what I felt watching him in the first round, is that his he's just late with a couple eco upgrades, but he's locked in right now.
Yeah, I don't see a way for the Mongols to outboom this. This is already a 30 vil difference.
Yep. Yeah, I think the castle's the key. You just need better units at this point. And Mangadai is maybe one of the best units in the game. But it's going to be tough. 30 eco difference. Eco upgrades are similar, but the castle's not exactly that close either. I think Lix could always buy one, but even that will take some time. So, Tatau just bending but never breaking. Massive army of CA in the middle. And I don't think Cav Archer Camel is an army that Lix can engage with. And he will even get his Siege Workshop denied.
Oh, that hurts. I mean, it feels like there's not much Lix can do at this point, but it still hurts to have that workshop denied when it's so close to your base, too. You're not thinking about losing that vill.
Yeah, maybe Lix needs to win this fight, though. The camels are gone. There's Lancers in the mix. Tatau's not exactly running, but I think if he's not running because he doesn't think he has to, because he thinks his army will win the fight, and he will win the fight. More upgrades came in for Tatau. He also snags conversions, and now he'll snipe the monks from Lix. And Lix has got to be thinking, like, I was ahead. Like, I was so far ahead. Like,
he was.
The opening could not have asked for a better start. And yet, here we are.
Yeah, I feel like it all fell apart with that stable he added, and Tatau counterattacked before Lix had any scouts that were useful.
I think Tatau also reclaiming water was huge. It's very rare that you lose water and reclaim it. And Tatau was patient enough to wait for 4 fires there and took some really big fights. But, I mean, my God, man. Tatau's heavy on stone now, maybe thinking about a castle soon. 95 villagers versus 55. Lix is bringing more villagers to the back to try and get on stone for a castle. But he's just hoping that the Step Lancers are going to be enough for him. It's his last chance.
Yeah, he knows he's against Persians, too, so he knows it's only a matter of time before Tatau really comes in with army.
I think if you're going to go Lancers, you got to get the +2 attack at least. But I still don't think that's enough against this many Cav Archers and this many Camels. He's also patrolling up the hill, so none of his units are doing any hill bonus damage because Tatau's positioned on it. And GG. Wow. I mean, I thought, like, I was getting really pumped that Lix came to play and that Lix was maybe going to shake things up in the group. And Lix came to play, but Tatau's back, dude. That was a crazy response from him.
Well, that's part of what makes Tatau such a good player. You're not going to win every stage of the game, but even when you're down, finds ways to come back. And I guess the Persians are maybe the perfect civ for retaking water if you lose it while also counterattacking.
Yeah. I think it's so tough. I can't really suggest much more to Lix than what he did with the opening. I think it was really nice that he went Man-at-Arms into the dock because Tatau lost his fish. But yeah, you're right. Not having the archer range on time, that counterattack from Tatau, adding the stable when it didn't really fit the situation. Those are part of the things that allowed Tatau to stay in the game. And then again, Persians. I think it was the first Civ pick for Tatau. Persians are just that good, right? Like, you lose 2 villagers as the Persians, and by the time you're in Castle Age, you've already recovered those losses because your town center produces so quickly. So, I think, though, with Lix playing that well, T-West, I'm now very curious. What is his number 1 Civ pick going to look like? Because that was a 4 pick. That was a kind of a risky pick, you could argue, but now he's got higher priority Civs. And it's going to be on African River with number 1 pick against Tatau's number 2 pick. Just give me what second you're at, T-West, and I can get rolling here.
All right, hold on. I'm loading the rec right now. Kind of crazy that Mongols are so low in the draft, too, with all the extra hunt we have on these maps.
Yeah, it's just, I like Mongols. I know chatters out there will say Mongols are OP. But anytime you guys are up against Mongols, you just need to remember you survive the early game. They really no mid-game bonuses. There's so many civs that have cheaper vills or cheaper units or faster working town centers like the Persians. Like, Persians are just they're worse in Dark Age. They're probably worse at like very late Imp, but they're the better mid-game civ, and that's why Mongols are a 4th pick and why Persians are a 1st pick.
All right, so I'm at 0 seconds.
All right,
so
cool.
Whenever you're ready.
Yep, I'll do the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are. Game number 2. We've said this a couple times with some players. Lix is going to need some wins. He played very well game number 1, but he's now 0-4. And live standings in the group, I think that would put Tatau tied with MBL with 3 wins, which won't be reflected on Liquipedia yet. But if Tatau can win 3-0 here, then he moves up and he's in 2nd place in the group. So he's going to be hoping to repeat the success here. We've got African River, a map that you helped balance out for us and tweak a bunch of different things. Very aggressive map, T-West.
A map where I expect Lix to do some Vil fighting. He's already going to the lumber camp using the shorefish, and Dravidians feel like a civ. Well, I don't know. Don't really feel like the most aggressive Dark Age civ, but maybe he could go Men-at-Arms again, just like he did the last game.
Yeah, I think if we're going to see Vils do anything crazy, it's probably just going forward with the Man-at-Arms. I think a forward archer range, maybe some towers could work, but the economy is just so important to keep working. So I think I'm with you. I love to see Lix Vil fighting. I just think that he won't take the risk because Dravidians are so good otherwise. The golden stones on this map, kind of interesting, right? I don't know if you remember the specifics of it because you scripted it, but it's scattered around the middle ring, and then it's usually next to some wood lines, which could always be towered and be pressured. So we see a lot of defensive towers. We see a lot of offensive towers on this map.
Yeah, each player has one kind of close to the TC. Usually it's towards the back of their base. And then there are a total of 6. So 4 more that are scattered around the middle. They can be in different configurations. Here it's pretty even. Both players got one in the back. And then there's one at the top and at the bottom. So about as even as it could be as far as the gold spawns, but they can be a bit random.
I think a detail players need to pay attention to is where the golds are in position to the wood line. So it's kind of unlucky for Lix in some ways, I guess. But if Lix would have scouted this wood line, which he's just now finding, I think that's the better lumber camp, because then you can drop a tower and it protects both the gold and the wood, right?
Yeah, I mean, he could do the same thing for the berries, but maybe on this map, since you have the fish, you're not as worried about protecting the forage bushes as you would be the gold.
Yeah, and that's the other thing to touch on then is, of course, the fish. You've got 6 deep fish. That's about 1,000 food, maybe 1,300 food there. And Lix will dock the north. Tatau is docking more towards the south. And there's 4 pools of water that are connected to each other. So you'll find the opponent's dock if you look for it. But it's just a really difficult hybrid map. Because typically you have the water and the land on a hybrid map, but there's space between the players' bases. Here, you are like right next to the opponent. So, and you could even
Lix,
dock the middle in theory.
Yep.
So
you could, but the deep fish are on the outside, and Lix has already found Tatau's dock. You'll be attacking that fishing ship with his scout. Tatau's lucky he has a Japanese fishing ship because he can just kind of ignore it for a while.
I hate it when someone does this. But yeah, Tatau's giving him the hits, and Tatau will bring his own scout over, and Lix is like, oh, there you are. Okay. All right.
At least he noticed at time. So sometimes you might think he's gonna like try to take the fight. Oh, will Tatau block with a fishing ship if Lix runs away?
Yeah, maybe. That's true. So Lix will take the fight. Lix will just take it. And Lix wins it. It's a 50-50. And that's so annoying because now your fishing ship has nothing to protect it. I've been saying it for years, T-West. The underdog will always take those fights. Usually the favorite runs away. Only if I'm the underdog, I always lose that fight. But Lix has got to be loving life now.
He does that. And those are Japanese fishing ships, too. You have one that's not doing what you want to do on the fish, and that can mess up your build if you're going for something really tight.
Yeah.
Tatau also didn't leave a Vil out by the dock. That's something you can do. Vils can walk on the shallows and take the big fish and maybe then help protect the fishing ships.
Lix shouldn't lose the
Your
scout.
Lix needs to notice this.
Oh,
Lix, no.
Oh, man, dude. All right, so let's check the scouting for both players. Lix, the only thing he's seen from Tatau is the dock. Shocker. Tatau, he has seen nothing from Lix. So they are both...
What is this scouting?
They're both
What is
blind.
Tatau's scouting, seeing the back of the map rather than going forward?
Well, if Tatau prioritized scouting the back, I think that's a good thing because when it gets really messy on this map and you could be towered, people forget it. There's hunt there and gold and wood. So maybe Tatau wanted to early scout that.
Yeah, but like it's always there. Each corner has a hunt, a berries, a stone, and a gold. You can just run there and find it.
Well, hunt's a little hard to find. I mean, it's all really hard to find if there's only one of them. So I don't hate it. But yeah, this really influences how this goes now because they don't know where the target areas are. And also, Man-at-Arms is a little less effective if you don't have the scout to block. But Lix is up way faster. And here come the villagers.
And where is Lix going with those militia? Tatau hasn't seen them yet.
He's going wherever... He doesn't know where he's going. Nobody knows where he's going. But here he is.
Oh, will Tatau see this?
Yeah,
It's
Tatau
gonna be
sees
close. He doesn't get in. All right. But Lix, you talked about a forward earlier. He's going for the range. And these wood lines are kind of annoying because in the back there are holes archers can get in that Vils maybe could tower. So Tatau has to be careful here if Lix gets to an attack position with the men-at-arms and the Vils get distracted.
Tatau's up quite late, but that's not actually that big of a deal in this scenario. As long as he doesn't get hit by man-at-arms, as long as he gets the quick walls down, which he's done perfectly, he's okay. He'll get the walls. He'll get man-at-arms himself. He's Japanese, so the man-at-arms attack faster. And his fishing eco, I know the one fishing ship was weak, but that'll be protected with a fire galley. It'll take Lix some real time to ever get over there with his own fire. So, pressure from Lix, but the tower is going to be the first real thing that gives Tatau some problems.
Yeah. And Tatau doesn't see that yet. I think he should anticipate it, though. He can maybe see the Vil walking past the house.
Yep. Getting Town Watch, he'll see it. Does have a decision to make. You could build your own tower in a way that protects your gold and your wood line and shoots that tower down, but Tatau's just going to leave wood lines, repair, and Tatau's man-at-arms are heading to Lix's base, but Lix is already pre-walled. He knew that Tatau would be on the way.
Yeah, Lix has to be careful by that mill, though. Can't really wall the Vils on the hunt.
Yep. Same as last game, multitasking is going to be crazy here. And we even have like a random spearman from Lix down there on the fishing ships, which Tatau has to focus on. That's kind of a fun detail. This game is so hard to transition your economies because you're just so cramped in. Especially if Lix could get to multiple towers. There, I think Tatau would have some problems. But for now, I like Tatau. He just replaces the lumber camp. He'll place his own tower. He's repaired. He'll drop 2 quick houses here. And on water, he's defending. And doesn't lose the fire
like you were
galley.
talking about earlier, that tower from Tatau now, he waited until he had a spot between the wood and the gold, so it defends both of them.
Yeah. And Lix went forward tower, which means he cannot go defensive tower. And he did, it's like the double commitment to the forward range as well. So any counterattack at the Lix's base, and he has no army right now. And Tatau's archers are already on the way.
Tatau also sending an archer back. So this is awkward where Tatau wants to go forward, but he also needs to make sure that those men-at-arms don't break in.
Yep. Lix should know, like, Lix is fully aware that Tatau's going to be over here because he doesn't see a full archer army from Tatau, but running home would be a waste. So he's added a range at home to add archers in defense. So this could go either way. The villagers on the front for Lix as well are going to take that stone, which feels important to me because he could build future towers. Tatau's just repairing. Lix is repairing. They're both going to have to pull the weak villagers away. This is crazy good play, but fletching is already in for Lix. So with fletching
And
being
armor.
in,
He's just finishing armor.
yeah, this is good. This is nice continuous pressure. He's definitely got a small lead, but that's only because he also has the fishing ships, and now Tatau's made his fire galleys over.
And he has to run those vills off of the hunt. He really doesn't want to leave the gold where he has the vills walled, though.
Yep, he'll have to leave. Also, his army is getting hit by Tatau's tower. Tatau's tower gets 2 kills now. I think that was 2 of the man-at-arms, and now Lix needs to back away. You're starting to see how difficult the map is to focus on, right? It's extremely difficult to balance an economy while everything else is happening. In these types of games, I really think an early market can be beneficial to buy and sell resources because faster castle age can swing so many games.
But it's so hard to afford when you're just struggling to get the blacksmith and range down to start.
Yeah.
And if you lose your fish and you're still needing to pump fire galleys, you're spending wood on everything else other than the market.
Imagine if you had an area with safe economy that the opponent never knew about, though. And that's why I think maybe Tatau was thinking about it with the scouting. The back areas with the stone and gold in the hunt. They're risky now because Lix is kind of on the back of your base, but could be a really nice area to lock down. Close game on water, but Lix is just sailing around with his fishing ships, hoping they don't die yet. They're not working efficiently. Lix needs a mill on his berries. His eco is just a gigantic mess. Tatau's eco is looking a little better, but I mean, even Tatau's economy is looking pretty brutal with villagers walking to the middle of the map right now.
Yeah, it's so hard to balance everything on the map, but there's also a lot of food in the middle. I mean, Tatau, he can take a zebra, he can take some shorefish.
Yeah.
You have to walk a long way, but that's fine if they have the high efficiency gather rates on all those food sources.
That's fair. Like, this walking distance is normally something you judge and say is not ideal, but I think considering how difficult the map is, that is amazing. So, he'll take that. I don't know where Lix is headed with these villagers, but Tatau will maybe find them. Lix wanted more villagers to go for a tower? There must be something else happening right now. Lix has his army in the north. Okay, here comes the craziness. Lix is bringing, like, 9 villagers with an army running towards Tatau's base right now.
He's bringing the whole village with him. Is he going to rush down that tower with vills? No, he's going to do a tower.
If you do the tower, though, you can rush down the archer range. Tatau has a choice to make here. Tatau was never able to take stone, so he can't build a counter tower. This is what I like from an underdog, though. You don't know exactly how this is going to go, but you don't want a normal game against Tatau. You want continuous pressure, right?
Yeah, especially if you Lix. You're the player who's going to hope you can adapt better to the crazy pressure.
Tower doesn't really do much, though, right? Like, that's a good tower to control the hill for Castle Age, but that tower doesn't immediately deny any resources from Tatau, except for maybe a farm. And now Tatau's counterattacking, and now Lix wishes he had a tower here again. Tatau is the perfect call. He saw the army. He assessed the situation. He knew that tower would not do damage to him, and he is blocking the escape of the archers. The villagers.
Oh. Yeah, great positioning by the archers. The skirms weren't there in time. Well, Lix can garrison the tower and vill fight a bit, so he's not dead, but he lost a few vills.
If you put Lix behind you in villagers, you know he's coming to your base. So now Tatau's getting towered again. This tower will actually do something. And Tatau's running away with his archers. Tatau still wants Castle Age. He has no gold to mine right now. And Lix is going to rush down his tower, but Tatau's other tower is perfectly positioned behind this. I don't think Lix knew about it, and Lix is now unsure of what to do.
Yeah, Lix wanted to rush that with vills, but the Tatau's tower just close enough to snipe off 2 of them, and Lix has now lost everything to those towers.
Yeah, crazy game. But Tatau might lose his fish. We have fire galleys from Lix coming in out of nowhere. Licks definitely needs a market, but he built one.
Yeah, he has a forward market.
Yeah. So, and Tatau has no gold income right now until he shoots this tower down. I still think Tatau can use the outside gold. This is where you can send some villagers over and mine some gold. Licks will repair. Nice save on the fire galleys. Obviously, way late to Castle Age. That is not good for Licks. He needs some advantages here. But his economy has just never been good enough. The fact that he's never taken berries, T-West, is a problem. 1 mil on berries here. It's 100 wood investment for 8-10 villagers to take food. That's the difference in the game right now. That's 1,000 food.
Yeah, you get extra berries on this map. Usually you get 6 bushes. On this one you get 8. So it is a bit longer lasting.
Tatau is back on his golds. At least I think he's about to be. He's fighting back the
Tatau still has a
tower.
demo.
Yep, Tatau's got the demo chasing the fires as the fishing ships are going to be targeted by Licks. Tatau's on his gold. He's in Castle Age. Licks is nowhere near. And Licks does not have a very big army either. And oh god, the demo from Tatau. The demo could kill the skirms and the fires. Oh my god.
He gets all the skirms. I mean, 4 fires, though, not enough to clear that. But it's still great.
Yeah, I think it's...
He's lucky he has Japanese fishing ships. Otherwise, those fishing ships would be threatened right now. But he can just run away.
I mean, the thing I'm looking at right now is just the land army. Licks will have 4 or 5 skirms, if that. They'll have feudal age upgrades. Tatau's able to get Bodkin now. And Tatau's ranged army can just go over to Licks' base and do so much damage. Licks is still on stone, so Licks could still build towers, but Licks needs to be on the way to castle or getting some kills quickly. At least there's the fish. So that's a start.
Yeah, but there's a knight from Tatau. And Tatau's sending vills and skirms, and those forward vills could be cleaned up. That second tower won't go up for Licks. And that's important because it gives Tatau gold control. Once that tower on the hill goes down, Tatau will be safe. He'll be able to mine gold. And also has extra gold in the south, so there's the GG from Licks.
Wow. Great job from Tatau. Again, I think solid play from Licks, but just Tatau was able to manage the chaos a little bit better. Licks losing the scout to the villager, T-West, feels kind of bad, right? Because he didn't know his target areas with the man-at-arms. He killed the scout from Tatau. He then lost his scout to the villager. And I would have liked to have seen Licks be able to get a full look at Tatau's base, know where Tatau's resources are, and then decide on what direction to forward from. From my perspective, I think had he forwarded from the north, it is a lot more success in denying the golds long term, which ended up being the key. His initial tower was a good woodline to deny, but yeah, he couldn't keep up with Tatau. He clearly needs some type of early initiative against Tatau to have a chance. In game 1, it didn't work out. And then here, Tatau was ahead most of the game, I think.
Yeah, maybe going around the north where he later tried to do the towers would have made it more difficult for Tatau.
Yeah.
I still feel that the forward range in the long run made it difficult for Licks to deal with Tatau's counterattack.
Yeah.
And he was constantly trying to fight Tatau's base, but had nothing at home. Like, Tatau could be in both spots at once, and Licks was only on one side.
I feel like a forward archer range when you're right next to your opponent isn't maybe necessary. I guess you could say a forward archer range is like a home archer range on a map like this, but if you look at Licks' range next to his town center, I mean, if he produces from that distance, he still has a pretty quick follow-up with army. So, but Tatau just took valuable engagements the whole game. Like, Res Collected was really close, which is a bit surprising, but yeah, Tatau just ended up just winning the fights, both with the man-at-arm value, the archers, the skirms, the navy. And now Licks needs to hope he can snag one victory. It will be on Tatau's home map, but it's one of my favorites, and there are some good civs out there for Licks that I've seen him use and others use with a lot of success.
That there are. So I'm in the game. I'm at 1 second whenever you're ready.
All right. Yeah, this is easily my favorite arena style map out there. You said 1 second.
Yes, 1 second. One whole second.
All right, perfect. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. Game number 3, and Lix drops to have fun, and he needs wins.
Have fun.
He needs wins. He didn't say good luck.
If there's a if there's a closed map where you can Vil fight, he probably won't do this, but I would love for Lix to send all his Vils forward in the Dark Age and try to push down this gate like he's playing Black Forest.
Well, fun fact.
Pretend you're a Black Forest flank, go forward, rush down the palisade, and break in before Tatau gets feudal and gets the HP.
Well, I mean, fun fact. The first elephant is always positioned near the gate. So if you do that, you might actually be able to kill their elephant there. I know you're obsessed with Lix Vil fighting. How's a compromise and just fast feudal into like man-at-arms and towers instead? That could be good for him.
That can work on this map. I've seen Doubt do that. But I think Bengalis are maybe a tough matchup there. Because when you do that, you're not going to have the eco lead with Bengalis that you usually have, or with the Malay that you usually have, because Bengalis will get extra Vils too.
Yeah. I think you're doing it with a little bit of a risk to deny a stone, to deny some golds, because you don't know exactly where the positioning is. Lix is actually bringing a Vil. And
there he goes.
He's looking for the elephant, maybe. Is going to wall in front of the gate and just wants a forward wall for now. I don't know why. But the villager is here, and the scout is look a little bit more. You could see the elephant. All right, just a wall.
The elephant just needs to walk to the left just a bit.
I mean,
he's probably aware of this. Oh, walks to the right. Oh, it goes no.
if there's something that Tatau's always done, Tatau loves tower rush. So I think I've been thinking about it the wrong way. I think Lix is worried that Tatau will tower rush, and he doesn't want that. So he just places a layer of palisade walls to keep him safe. Tatau has shown no reaction, and honestly could still tower rush. But yeah, for now he's just gonna have to live with Lix walling up in front of his gate.
Yeah, and well, that will prevent if Tatau wanted to say go for pressure in the feudal age. It means he has to break through the palisade first, so it does slow it down a bit. I don't know if it's worth the Vil time though. Because if you're the Bengalis and you're Tatau, and maybe you're thinking of going Rathas, and you're dropping the first castle, you're dropping it at home, no matter what.
Yeah.
So you're just shooting through the palisade, and it doesn't stop anything.
And you cannot drop the castle on the extra sandy terrain. I don't know what to call it. The terrain with the
quicksand.
The quicksand, yeah. So you can't drop the terrain on the quicksand. Man, growing up as a kid, I felt as though quicksand was going to be a way bigger problem in my adult life than it actually has become.
You probably saw all those movies about adventures where people dealt with quicksand, and then you've probably never encountered it. Every hazard that you have down in Florida, quicksand isn't one of them.
I mean, I just remember walking around and I'd see like this kind of like muddy sand, and obviously I still would stand in it for a little bit, but I always thought I was going to encounter quicksand at some point in my life, and still haven't.
So you were training, standing in it. You were thinking, I got to be prepared for this in the future.
Yeah, seriously. Like I was learning about quicksand instead of like how to do my taxes, and all these different things. Like, I mean, I guess at 6 years old, maybe they shouldn't have tried to teach me taxes, but yeah, I just feel very misled.
Well, at least now they added it to Age of Empires, so at least it is part of your life, if in a small way, it's still there.
Yeah, but it doesn't. To be clear to anyone who's out there watching, your units don't actually sink in this. It looks like quicksand, but they don't actually sink. I don't know how the units died. These are all these 5 skeletons are 5 people who didn't want to be converted by monks going out there for that relic, and they were deleted. So. But what?
Maybe they just didn't learn about quicksand when they were children, so they didn't know how to survive.
What is this, like, weird mind build from Lix? Because he goes forward wall to prevent Tatau from attacking, and now he's going fast feudal into an attack.
Well, maybe the forward wall just prevents Tatau from doing his own forward wall. Because now he has room to do a tower, and if Tatau were even just to wall a few tiles forward, he wouldn't be able to do that tower.
Well, Tatau sees the feudal age time. We'll know exactly what that means. I know Tatau was watching Doubt in Gold League when he went for the Malay Tower Rush.
Yep.
That was a really fun series, by the way. I was actually watching Doubt's point of view. because he's one of the rare ones who's been streaming his point of view with the delay, which is awesome. I love that so much. And yeah, I mean, Doubt was just crazy aggressive every game, right?
Yeah, and I think Doubt's Civ matchup was a bit better because he was against the Burgundians, who kind of like to stay for a really long Dark Age to afford their eco upgrades. Tatau will still be up, but definitely slower than Licks. And when you're in the Dark Age, your palisades and your houses won't have the same HP they do in Feudal. So Licks will break in pretty quickly. And Tatau has to decide how to wall behind this when his stone is somewhat forward.
When a player loses, sometimes I can be critical on their form or maybe their strategy, right? But honestly, I think with Licks, his strategy has been A+ today. I don't know if it's going to work, but his game 1 opening, the way he played game 2, I mean, this is exactly what you got to do. Early aggression against Tatau. It's just another question of if it's going to work. Tatau's walls gave him some time. Pretty soon he can build a defensive tower if he needs to, but he will see the archer there too. So he goes market, he goes blacksmith.
He's going to FC. All right, he's just going to wall this. Tatau's going to say, you know what? I saw Fat Slob isn't playing any more games. I'll do my best to wall this off.
Yep.
There's a narrow passage. I'll build palisades. I'll build behind it. I'll keep Licks out as long as I can and try to get to the Castle Age. But that is a risk then, if the Malay have a good boom in the Feudal Age, and you're trying to do mangonels and workshops, and you're spending stone on towers and can't get your own TCs out.
Okay, so Licks will want a tower that either A, ranges Tatau's tower, and then he can put 5 villagers inside of it, which I really like. Or that allows him into the other side here, which seems like the obvious play. Tatau's bringing all of his villagers to Stonewall. He'll drop off his res to click up to Castle Age. I think this tower is going to accomplish both for Licks. I think if he can complete this, he'll just put his archers inside, and he could shoot Tatau's tower down. It's all about holding map control before Tatau could break this.
Yep, but he's doing fletching too for a bit of extra range, more attack against the villagers. And there's not much HP on that stone wall to the south.
True.
Only around 350.
Yeah, true. If he puts the archers inside the tower and he uses some of the vills to attack the wall, that one stone wall could maybe be taken down. And Tatau might need another layer of walls here. Tatau's garrisoned, but he can't range everything there. And I'm hoping the tower bug doesn't affect anyone here. There's a bug right now where when units go in and out of towers, sometimes the towers will stop attacking, which would obviously be horrible for Licks. His whole strategy is for this to work. And yeah, nice job from Tatau. He just boops the wall.
Yeah, but here Licks, he's paying very close attention to that tower. So even if that happens, he's probably going to retarget pretty quickly. And so I think it's more those late feudal messy tower wars where maybe you have a couple of towers and you're not paying attention, where that can really bite you if you don't notice your tower stops.
I think Tatau's dealt with this pressure very nicely. I think that Licks needs to consider using his scout on the outside, because if Tatau wants to, there's plenty of resources out there to take. And I could easily see Tatau just sneaking out there for a town center. Licks still has an archer range, so a couple archers patrolling the outside could be a play. And Tatau goes for the siege workshop, and Licks is looking at his resources like, uh-oh. I haven't done any damage, and I only have 100 food, so abort.
Yeah, we were talking about that Doubt game earlier. Doubt had men-at-arms with his Trush for pressuring buildings.
Yep.
Licks here doesn't. It was just the vills and towers.
But, I mean, towers with fletching, so Tatau has to repair the mangonels. And if he has 2 towers with fletching and a good repair game here where he can just still run around, he can give himself a lot of time. So this is the right play. Doubling down on this a little bit, I guess tripling down, is the right play. You can't just try and stonewall behind right now, because Tatau will break down the towers and take down the stonewall before you're up. So just give yourself some time. You put Tatau under pressure. Tatau doesn't have a good economy behind this, and Tatau doesn't have a second town center. So these are all positives for Licks.
Yeah, and right now Lick's up by 5 vills, and he knows he's seen Tatau doing stone for the walls. He saw the workshop. He knows that Tatau doesn't have the greatest economy right now, so it's not going to be instantly like Tatau throws down 2 TCs and booms and outbooms Licks. He's still going to react with 2 mangonels, and that will clear the towers for sure as long as he repairs. But Licks will see that, and he knows Tatau had to spend a lot of resources training them.
Guys, if you ever get tower rushed on Arena or something, Do exactly what Tatau's done. Just wall it out. You build your own tower, fine, but you wait for 2 mangonels. You do not go in with 1. If you go in with 1, it's too big of a risk. 2, take down a feudal age towers so quickly, and it's critical you take down the towers before they can be upgraded. So, well played from Tatau, and yeah, this additional tower from Lix is not going to end up looking very good at all. And now Lix is stonewalling, and his archers are going to be left to die, I guess.
No, but Tatau did a 3rd mangonel.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that. I think that's pretty expensive, unless he tries to push down the middle soon.
Well, yeah, I mean, who's to say this push has to stop? There's 1 more tower, and there's a tiny feudal age stone wall there. That's it. So if he doesn't want to boom, and he just wants to kill, Lix could be in big trouble. Lix is going to click up here in a second. Thankfully, he's melee. But Lix has some nervous times. I would want another layer of stonewall from Lix at his base right now.
I would too. It's Lix's turn to pretend he's Fat Slob and start walling up the passage.
I really like how Lix is distracting with the scout, though. He's just giving himself some time. The scout! Delete it! Oh, he deleted it, or it got killed, actually. But that scout would have gone to Tatau with the conversion. And yeah, I don't know what you
Tatau's
suggest to
scouting.
these archers now, but the archers are going to run in. And the archers still just giving him time. Tatau misses the attack round. Lix's micro was amazing there, but the archer gets converted. And the attack will do nothing for Lix.
He'll get to the wood line. There's... See, these vills, they do have loom.
Yeah.
You know what the archer will do, though, is it will scout Tatau throwing down a TC. So he will know Tatau's starting the TCs right now. And probably can be confident that's the first extra TC because Tatau invested so much into the mangonels.
I gotta say, Lix bought himself the perfect amount of time. Because when you reach Castle Age, your walls get double the HP. So now he's got a way more time to breathe than I thought he was going to. He will drop a university, which I think means he's going to play guard tower defense. A 2nd town center now. And a monastery, so his plan is to get relics. But that 1 scout being out there for Tatau still feels pretty important with monks being in Lix's plans. I think Lix might, weirdly enough, want to make like a cav archer or 2. It's a very doubt thing, but a cav archer or 2 out of the range to patrol around the map for to protect the monks.
Yeah, I mean, Doubt did make melee cav archers when he played them on this map, so you were 100% correct there.
I was laughing when he did it, but then he killed, like... He only made a couple. You didn't plan around cav archers being his long-term strat. He just had the archer range, and it was a situation like this, where you don't want to make a stable for a scout. Yeah, and there's a cav archer for Lix. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, and Lix getting 2 TCs right away. He's only down by 4 or 5 vills right now, but he's had a lot of time to stay in the feudal and keep his vills working, so the res collected is pretty equal.
Tatau actually stops pushing the walls. He's maybe expecting a pushback from Lix. He's dropping the outpost now. And he's taking down all the houses from Lix. Lix just got housed because he lost like 3 or 4 houses. And he's also going to lose his blacksmith, which we'll have to rebuild later. I hate
Tatau
that.
also on the outside. No melee cav archers from Lix, so Tatau can go forward and grab the relic. And do that on both sides. So this could be a 4 relic situation as Lix grabs the one in the middle.
Did Lix not just delete a town center a moment ago and rebuild it? Because I could have sworn he had a town center right next to this wood line. And he just rebuilt
I think he did. I think there's an unbuilt farm there.
Did he try and
I
delete...
think you're right about that.
Did he try and delete his lumber camp and then misclick it and delete his TC instead?
I think so. I think that's exactly what he did. There was that foundation there.
Ay, ay, ay.
I've done that before. I will admit, I've done that before.
You're 0-5 and then you delete your town center. So, funnily enough, in the past, so they have this safe delete in the game, right? And if you accidentally were to delete something important, there's this pop-up. It says, do you want to delete this? Yes or no? And then you have to click yes or no. A lot of players, I'm guessing Lix is the same, have safe delete turned off because they like to tower rush. And if you would try and delete a tower foundation, let's say you build a tower at like 15% and then you go and delete that, it would have the pop-up. And that's annoying because, and you can make mistakes.
Yeah.
So people turn safe delete off including myself, because of those pop-ups in those scenarios.
Yep. Yeah, same thing for me. It's like the option needs to be fine-tuned a bit more because it's too safe.
But I was told by my chat, which, you know, I think we could maybe sort of kind of trust most of chat. I was told that the Tower Foundation thing doesn't happen anymore, and they changed it. So I think, like, I still haven't re-added it because I don't trust it, but I believe they have changed it. It should be customizable. It's not, but I think Lix is probably in the same exact category as me, and long story short, that's why he deleted his TC, because there was no safe delete on, and that's the end of that story.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, honestly. I have it off because you try to delete stuff and it stops you.
Yep.
Maybe we need to go through every single building in the game and check yes or no, does the pop-up show up?
Yeah. Well, here comes the push from Tatau, which I thought would maybe start early Castle Age, but he's been very patient. He sees the guard tower. It's just one guard tower with no bodkin, and he doesn't have his blacksmith because his blacksmith was on the front. So if he wants to panic-click bodkin arrow right now, he literally cannot do so without scrambling up a blacksmith. I don't see it anywhere, but that's funny.
And he just did loom. If Tatau realized he didn't have loom, he could have dove the mangonels under the guard tower and tried to get some attack rounds.
Yeah. Hey, Tatau knows. Tatau goes guard tower more than any other player. So Tatau looks at that and says, haha, I took down your blacksmith, bro. You don't have bodkin. Lix might not even realize at this point. Lix is going for a bit of a sneak on the left side. There's a university. He's going for another university? Oh, Lix, you deleted your town center. You're going for a second university. Maybe because his towers are going down. I think because his towers are going down so fast, he doesn't actually realize he doesn't actually realize that he doesn't have bodkin. Okay, and now he's like, oh wait, I have guard tower.
The blacksmith.
Now I just need bodkin. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't realize what he needed to do there, or maybe he had his hotkeys messed up and did a university instead of a blacksmith, because you used to having both of them.
Nice detail here is Tatau's actually healing up the armored elephant with the monks behind. So he's breaking down the wall, and he's pushing the tower. Now, what would happen to me here is I would lose all my mangonels because I would get overconfident. But I imagine Tatau is eventually just going to fully expect Bodkin will come in. And Bodkin should make a significant difference here in the damage. And it does. And now the first mangonel goes down, and the rest should go down too, to be honest.
So not the cleanest from Lix, but he does get it in time as long as he can repair.
The elephant's thickness is blocking the mangonel from that one tower. That tower cannot hit the mangonel because of the fatness and the thickness and we should say muscle that the armored elephant provides.
This sounds like one of those Phosphorus strats where he would use siege towers to block arrows because they're taller than rams.
Yep.
And like they block the arrows more, so he puts them in front of the mangonels. That's exactly what Tatau's doing here.
Tatau
just... And you can heal the elephant. You heal it for free.
Oh my god, is he going to lose his blacksmith again? Oh my god. Lix, your next blacksmith needs to be in the left corner. Like, get it as far away from Tatau as possible. My god. Maybe that's why he built the second university, because he's expecting to lose the first one, but... maybe he has time to get the upgrades here, T-West. This randomness from Lix on the left side is what he needs to shake things up. But unfortunately, Tatau built an outpost there, and Tatau sees it. And Tatau's castle will likely go up. I'm not sure if Lix's will. Lix is getting Bracer out of the blacksmith. And Tatau's still holding the middle.
And a monk. And
yeah.
He deletes his castle again.
Oh, God.
Lix getting some work out of that delete key this game.
Yep, that's true. Lix with that delete meta.
I don't know if you've ever seen players' custom hotkey profiles, but I've seen Tatau's before at LANs, and he puts delete on F1. I don't know if he still does it. This was years ago, but he had delete in I guess a much easier to press location on the keyboard. So it seemed like it was a really important key to him to be able to delete stuff quickly.
Interesting. I mean, I once tried to change my delete key to something that was more accessible, and then I just either kept misclicking it or kept pressing delete and it wouldn't delete. And I just said, let's just plan on not deleting. And I just called it a day. I didn't change anything there. I'm not sure. I mean, we all the old players, like I would say Licks and I are old players because we've played for 10 plus years. We have older hotkey schemes that wouldn't match the base version of DE's hotkeys. But I gotta say, like, Licks' win condition here, because he doesn't have the relics, was to push on the left side TOS. So he's still gonna try and commit to this. Forward buildings, forward archer ranges. But Tatau's just, his economy is so good. Like, he's got 50 on food. He's got 30 on gold. He's got 4 of the relics. Perfect game from Tatau again.
Yeah, and what do the Belay usually want to do? They want to get up to Imp faster and win a Treb War. Tatau he was a bit slower, but the timing was still there. The timing was enough to stop the forward castle. And I don't know where Licks even can do damage now. Tatau is basically walled up almost to the edge with all those houses he has. Could maybe add a couple more houses, but that castle is going to be a hard thing to push.
You might need to stall a little bit. Like, you might just need to keep Tatau off the left golds because you don't have the gold over on the right or the north. But unfortunately, when Tatau sees all your production buildings and he sees exactly what you're producing and Tatau's got this big of an economy, Tatau's going to be able to just go for the kill here. And Licks is building up army on the sides. He feels like guard towers are enough to defend him. Tatau's going for an upgrade you so rarely see. He's going for siege elephants. So he's upgrading from armored elephant to siege elephant. And the thickness is coming back to Licks' town here. And I think the raids are just going to be insane.
Yeah, now Tatau with the thicker elephants will be pushing through the towers and the barracks. And Licks doesn't have enough cannon out to stop the elephants.
Yeah, bombard cannon gets sniped like almost immediately. There's no production buildings here. All the production is on the side. He is microing there. He is taking down Tatau's trebs. But I feel like these skirmishers on the front are about to receive a phone call. Or I guess, like, I don't know, a dove with a carrier pigeon with a message. And it's like, don't forget about us. Come save us. What are you doing? It was the right try, I think, from Licks to try something. He was behind the entire game. And I do have to remind everyone, this was Tatau's home map. This was the map that was supposed to be convincing for Tatau. And it was. But yeah, Licks played well today. He just was not able to get any wins against Tatau. It was a very entertaining set. Game 1, I thought Licks was going to win. Tatau brought it back. Game 2 was kind of 50-50. And then Game 3, Tatau just played super clean against the pressure. Very good display.
Yeah. I wonder what Licks' practice sets look like, because it felt like he had very clean Dark Ages for all the games.
Yep.
But then things kind of fell apart going forward. I know when I've played events in the past, sometimes you get to this feeling where you have a really good build order and everything goes right, but then your opponent reacts in a way that you haven't seen in a practice game before.
Yep, that's fair.
And maybe something like that was why Licks did that stable. Maybe in that first game, maybe the practice games where, I have to deal with skirms, and then Tatau does something different. I mean, with how accustomed Tatau is to these messy games too, he's a player you expect to react properly.
I mean, speed isn't everything in AoE2, right? And neither of these players are known as the fastest. But like, I would say the average of the players that people call slow is like 52 to 60 EAPM average. Those are our slow pros, okay? Tatau's at 60 in this game. And I know it's a slower map too, so that's part of it. Licks has been faster. But Licks averaged out to 39, dude. Licks averaged out to his
39.
age. He's 39 years old or 40 years old. He averaged out to his age. So, I mean, Licks is just not someone who can... Licks strategically needs to get the lead, but when it comes to the multitasking that's required, if he's not already ahead, I think he struggles. So I still think game number 1, like, Licks is going to be like, how did I not win that? 2 villager kills, insta-killed his fish. That's just Tatau being a different class. So tough for Licks.
Should APM go up as we age then? Like, do I have the future to look forward to for getting faster in AoE2?
I mean, my APM has not gone up as I've aged. I'm pretty sure it's going down for everyone else, but yeah, maybe. Who knows? Maybe you're gonna be 80 APM someday, dominating the ladder.
Oh, maybe. That would be great, an 80-year-old playing AoE2.
Well, that does make the group a whole lot closer for the top 4. And I felt like coming into it that I thought Licks had some chances. Rapard, it was his best tournament result ever to get promoted to Platinum. Rapard
Right.
didn't get promoted through a playoff, by the way. He won his group with players that I think if I were to poll, everyone would say he's worse than. But that's not what happened in Gold last year. I think Rapard and Licks seem outmatched so far, though technically, mathematically, they can still survive. MBL is 4th place with 3 wins after 2 rounds. Barles is at 4. Tatau is at 5. And Leary is at 6. So very close. Next matchup is going to be Rapard versus Licks, though. So Rapard and Licks, maybe both will get wins there. We'll see. That would be where Rapard or Licks would want to sweep the other. You get 3 wins there, like everybody else did. Then you could maybe turn it up a little bit. Like in theory, I could see Licks 3-0ing Rapard, getting a win against Barros, and then maybe beating like MBL 2-1, and then getting up to 6 or 7 wins to maybe survive. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think Licks will be the favorite against either of those, but he has chances. But I think what you said is right. Licks and Rapard like sweep, or one of them needs a sweep. If they go 1 and 2, that's kind of bad for both of them.
Yeah.
Because then they're kind of taking themselves both out of the runnings of getting to top 4.
I think it's going to be a tough ride for Rapard because he has to play Leary yet, and then he also has to play Tatau, who are currently top 2 in the group. So at least for Licks, it's like he plays the other player who's in the relegation zone, and then he's playing the other 2 worst players so far. But yeah, very close. Reminder, if you're in top 3, you go playoffs. First place in every single one of these groups moves into the playoff bracket down here. It's actually public now, exactly how this would get spaced out as well. So we could start to speculate a little bit. But yeah, group winners go to the quarterfinals, all separate from each other. Second place in the groups and third place in the groups go into the round of 12s.
Yeah, and the groups are split up so that when you go into the group and you face someone from a different group in the playoffs, you're not going to potentially face someone from the same group until you get to the semifinals at least.
Yeah, which could have positives. I'm already thinking about like Group B, right? People are saying Group B maybe has the strongest top 4. Well, that would mean like, let's say Hera wins Group B, then Hart and Vinchester or Yo, whoever falls into the playoffs, if they win their round of 12 set, they don't then go immediately back into Hera, who they already had to play in the group stage. So bad to be in that group, maybe good to be in that group if you make it out of it. I don't know.
Yeah, and extra motivation to finish first and avoid a first round matchup with Yo, Vinchester, or Hart.
Yep. Yeah, agree with you there, man. Well, good cast. This was a result we thought would happen. We thought there would be some sweeps today. The brooms came out, but the second round's completed in Titans League Plat. T West, thanks for all the map scripting and everything, man. Also, thank you so much for all the coverage of silver and gold. It's been amazing to see all the work you put into the event, dude. I appreciate it.
Yeah, honestly, the silver and gold sets have been pretty amazing to cast too. What I'm really looking forward to though is the community event, because I think those players actually will use the maps and go to the middle on Valley and chop through the reeds on Quarry.
Yep.
And you use all the parts of the maps that players have been ignoring so far.
Oh yeah, we'll see lots of mills on the chickens once the community event rolls around. I haven't been talking about it too much, but for viewers, the community event already has 100 signups. You could play at any rank, and you'll be put into groups just like Titans League for your skill level. And you could, try some strats, make some friends, and play the game in a way that's different than just ranked. So if you want info on that, there's a Discord for it. You could ask around the main Discord as well.
Will your uncle be playing in that? That's motivation to sign up if they can play your uncle.
My uncle doesn't even have Discord. I don't know. I could ask him if he's interested. And then we could maybe we could call. Either way, we could call like his ELO league. We could call it the Unk League, maybe.
Yeah, the Uncle League.
Yeah. That could be fun. I could give him some strats. That could be fun. We'll see. I don't know yet though. So but anyways, dude, I appreciate you joining up. I'll reach out to you more. Or do you know, not to pressure you, but are you casting Silver League stuff the next couple days at all, or?
I plan to, yeah. Has the schedule for that been released? Has Rbase been doing work?
Yeah, Rbase has been doing work. So has JBR. Well, nice, because I will need some co-casters for that. And I already lined up a couple silver guys and gold players to join in. Let me pull that up. But yeah, viewers, we're switching gears into Silver League final round. And we're doing 4 sets tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. So still live, still have lots of action. We'll actually have longer days. I'm not going to read all the sets, to be honest with you. You can see it on screen there on the calendar. We got some big sets to close out Silver League before we move back into Plat, into playoffs, and then into the Gold final rounds, and then into the Gold playoffs, and then into the final rounds of Platinum, and then into the playoffs, and then it's all over. So that's like the whole month game plan. Lots of games.
Yeah, Silver League has been pretty cool. We've seen Stark go 11-1, and he's going to try to round out almost a perfect group.
The groups are, I mean, I don't want to keep you here for too long, but I mean, it's considering it's tomorrow, the groups are really interesting in Silver because, I don't know if there's a single player there that I would say is a guarantee if they go to playoffs gets promoted to Gold because the competition's so tight. And Group A, 9, 8, and 8 for the top 3. So the playoff positions are completely all for the taking there. Group B, 9, 9, and 7 for the top 3. So again, playoff positions are all for the taking there. Group C is 9, 8, and 8. And then Group D is the only one where it feels like Stark is guaranteed first right now. But I mean, these groups are really close. So it'll be fun. And then it's also fun too, the relegation fight, right? Like Thunderbolt, he plays up against Cosmonaut. He's going to want some wins. Hope that Monos loses to Huciel and that he can survive. Deeker will want to survive. Survivalist cannot survive. He's dead, I think. But wait, no, that's not true. Survivalist could actually... No, he could survive, yeah. If he wins.
Putting in chart... Or wait, I don't think he can, because I think did he lose the tiebreaker against both of them already?
I'd have to look at we could maybe look at the stats page, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, if one of them gets swept and then Survivalist sweeps his set, but that's going to be rough because he's against Say My Name, who's first right now.
Yeah, so I really encourage viewers. I know you might not know all these players, but like this is what the group stage all boils down to is the last rounds, and the probabilities here can show you where players are going to end up.
He is the set win tiebreaker against Chart. Yeah, Chart has been unfortunate. He's gone 1 and 2 in every set.
So Chart is a 45% chance of staying alive, and then a 55% chance of getting relegated. That's wild. Looking at the others, Goku can actually still survive with only 4 wins. I don't know exactly how that would pan out. I guess you would need Target to lose. And Target could lose because Target is up against Blue, who's group favorite right now. So,
Blue's been pretty dominant so far. That's a rough matchup for Target.
Yeah. Anyways, it'll be fun to watch. I'll let you know. I'm becoming very aware that these are long streams, and being live every day means that the voice might fail eventually. So I'm happy to reach out to you and cast more. So
I've definitely been feeling that.
All right, sweet. Well, we'll both help the other then. I'll reach out. T-West, thanks again for joining, bro.
All right, see you later. Watch out for Quicksand IRL. I'll talk to you later.
I will. See you. Guys, serious respect goes to T-West, all right? Because every time I do TTL, the tough thing for me is there's so many games. And it's literally impossible to cover it all, but it's important league to have, and the bronze and the silver and the gold is all happening. I'm glad we've structured it so we can cover the last round of silver and cover the playoffs and do the same with gold. But T-West has been doing so much coverage of some of these rounds when I've been missing it because I've been focusing on platinum. So big shout out to him, seriously. People always say, oh, Silver League and Gold is the best, because the games are more chaotic, which is maybe true. But, to actually get there and cover it, and on top of like him scripting the maps and stuff too, he does good work for me, good work for the event. So respect to him. Check him out. I see chat is talking about memes. Have there been memes submitted today? I'm guessing there have been some memes submitted. I don't know if the context on some of these memes might be lost on you, but I am going to show the memes, and if you were here the whole day, you should get them. Sorry, memers. If you said in between games, we actually moved along pretty quickly today. Bro. Somebody posted the selfie I posted on Instagram as a meme. That's not cool. Here, I'll show a couple of these. Then I'll open it up to questions from chat. Do you guys remember this? I'm so upset I missed this. This is such a funny meme. There was a Mangonel dance. They were microing, and T West said it was a mating dance. Or not T West, Ornlu. Ornlu said it was a mating dance. And I was like, I've never heard that one before. So yeah, that's funny. I just showed boobies on screen. This is when Vinchester used villagers against trebuchets. This is all probably from the first series. And also more. Okay, I'm a fight. Damn, got hands. I like that. And then this also still bothers me. Anyone else curious? What was he talking about? He tried to call the GG and he dropped a 34 RFZG percentage question mark. I have no clue what that misclick was. So yeah, maybe it'll keep you up at night. It's a lot of hotkeys to press at once though, right? Like, this is a weird combo. Maybe he... 3, 4... Oh, yeah, where are those things all located on the keyboard? Not really that close together, to be honest. Any TTL questions, guys? Any questions? Ask away. I'll stick around a couple minutes. Then I'll head off for the day. We'll be back tomorrow with Silver. 4 sets. Tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Platinum kicks back up on Friday. All the uploads will come to YouTube. Ah, yeah, he's French. He probably had a French keyboard. True. True. Real quick. There's someone on the YouTube chat asking about the Community Cup. If you want to play the Community Cup, I'm going to copy paste the paragraph here from the commands. And I'm going to, you guys can join that Discord. You can sign up now if you would like to for the community tournament. It has its own separate Discord. But you would need to sign up through that Discord there. Chat, you can just use the commands here on Twitch. Yo, Broken Robot, thank you for the 5 gifted. Damn. Gifted subs on YouTube. Let's go. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes. We need to add more. Someone asks, where is Viper? Viper is playing. Viper already played his 2 rounds. It's been fun watches so far. I would check the YouTube uploads. We uploaded Viper versus Vivi. Viper played against Dark the other day too. So Dark is definitely in TTL if that's what you're asking. I could pull up the group again and show Viper real quick for people who want an update on where Viper's at. But Viper's group is it's not what the predictions would have said. That's for damn sure. It's much closer than that. After 4 rounds, 4, 4, 4, 4, and 4. And then Dragonstar at 2 and Dark at 0. What are your thoughts on Doubt and Kuma facing off for first place? Oh, I'm so pumped for that. It's going to be so sick. That group in gold is so sick, man. I'm glad you brought it up. Let me go to gold real quick. It's so competitive. So you have Doubt and Sora Kuma with 10 wins, but Capoch has 2 sets. Capoch is up against Fire, who's had a really poor season. So that could mean that Capoch goes up to 9 with a 3-0, and then Capoch could... Like, this is essentially... I have to look at the percentages, but whoever loses Doubt Sora Kuma could end up 3rd in the playoffs. So it's a fight for first, but, like, Capoch could also jump into 2nd place. But yeah, so that'd be really fun to see. Because with how good the players are, I don't know if there's any guarantee whoever is in first place makes it to Platinum again. So I can't wait to cover those games. This group's really tight as well. It's a really close group. Prisma plays Veleza, and Veleza has a lot to play for, sitting here in 4th place. So yeah, that group's crazy. Gold has been crazy. Look at these two groups as well. Obviously, we only have 3 rounds for some of these players. So, what are the odds that Margugu and Doubt play each other in the gold finals? Is that set? Okay, so Margugu's Group C. Second place in Group C. So Group C plays D. So odds are 0. They wouldn't face. Monkey sold the Community Cup. Just use the TTLC command for the Community Cup if you want to join the Discord there. Thank you, Loco. I'm actually working on a llama emote. It might look horrible, but I am working on a llama emote for YouTube and for Twitch. So I'd spread the love. Mr. Fosty, no, I have not heard that. I haven't heard that. Jordan is performing well. How much is he playing nowadays? He was playing a decent amount, and then he actually he's on a big vacation now. So Jordan's last 2 rounds could be kind of rough because he will be playing while traveling. But I think Jordan has some of the weaker opponents in the group. So I think Jordan will probably be back to platinum, but the fact he's traveling the last 2 weeks puts that a little up in the air for me. Yeah, Slacker, we'll cover the Gabby games. We'll cover the last round of gold and the playoffs. Gabby will likely be, well, I guess she's silver, right? So we'll cover her and get to see her last rounds. My predictions on the day. Were actually all correct. Wait, no, they were not correct. They were not correct. I got the correct winners, but I did not predict the correct results for the second round. Shoot. It's a tough one. I really believe in Lucho, so I felt bad about that one. But anyways, we're doing okay with the predictions. What about the first place guy? Did he get today correct? No, he did not. Okay, so first place guy might fall off a little bit. How is T90 Feet Picks doing? T90 Feet Picks is behind me now, thank God. As is T90's left arm, as is T90's left testicle, as is T90 Cardboard League, and whoever T90 Clean is. I don't know if this is all the same person who've decided to choose random body parts as predictions, but I'm ahead of them, so that's all that matters. T90, you were going to ask the wife about the stingrays? I don't remember saying that, but I could ask her. I forget what the question was, though. Ah, Kirby, thank you. He says, not as sure if you still want to know. Foundations never ask for confirmation anymore. Completed towers, TCs, and castles do ask for confirmation. So I should turn safe to lead on then. Yeah, so that's what I thought. I was correct. They changed it at one point because people like me complained. And then we missed the change. We weren't sure about it. So I should probably have safe delete on. I have deleted a castle or two because of not having it on. I just turned it on. Nice. Cool. All right, guys. I'm going to head off. Mark is asking if Capwatch can get second. Well, I could look at the probabilities. I think it's because he has 2 sets. So I think because he has 2 sets, it is actually doable, Mark. But let's look real quick. We should be able to trust this. Yeah, he's got a chance because he has 2 sets. So like if Doubt Kuma goes 2-1, let's say Doubt wins 2-1 against Sora Kuma. Then Capwatch could actually snipe first, weirdly enough, if Capwatch went 3-0-3-0. So yeah, that's an interesting ending round. To have this much possible at the top 3 in the last rounds is pretty wild. Actually, Fire can even survive. I guess because Fire has 2 rounds. Yeah, so Fire is looking bad right now, but Fire could actually survive there too. Ah, Fosty, okay. I have to reread what they said. They said something about stingray tails. Yeah. Okay, I see. And I mentioned it in the video. Stream tomorrow? Yeah, stream every day. Stream every day. We have Silver League tomorrow. I'm going to head off, get some rest. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much. Seriously, the support's been awesome. It's super motivating. I appreciate you all. The follows have been motivating. The likes, the comments, the blah, blah, blah. Just so many people focusing on it is so cool. All right? I appreciate you. It's been a lot of work. Happy to do it. Take care, everybody. Catch you tomorrow for some Silver League. That's not correct. We have Silver League. So there's sets coming tomorrow. Sorry. See you. Guys, we're going to raid Dragonstar. Please give some energy and salutes to him. He's a TTL legend, man. He takes Titans League super, super seriously. Also putting a lot of effort and time into the game right now, so we'll send a raid on to him. And he's casting Gold League, so enjoy.
Everyone is watching TTL. Hello, hello. Welcome, guys. Hope you guys had fun. I thought you were playing. I'm watching a boy soon. He's winning 3-0 against Kaswa. I did not put the score. 1, 2, no.
I'm watching that result also for his mental stability.
Like, he really needed to win this one to stay in the group. And he's beating Kaswa, I think, who's in the number 1 in his group right now. Dragonstar, the dark horse in my fantasy team. I'm trying my best, man. I try to do crazy stuff, but I'm not able to pull stuff off. I'm not consistent enough. But hopefully. I think next guy I'm playing against is Viper. And I'm just hoping he starts doing FCs against me as well. Would be very nice of him to give me a couple of games like that. And after that, it's gonna be Dark and Mihai. Mihai seems the most prepped in terms of the games I've watched from him so far. That should be very fun. And Dark seems like he's just having a good time. No offense to him. I think he's just taking this season of TTL pretty chill. Is that chill Jaguar Warrior? Yes, it is. Thanks for the follow, guys. Luna, Lazoi, CTG Zealot, Nonstop Detour, Ajo Bush, Tuna of the day. Thank you. Thanks for the follow, guys. Your cultist. P-Cart. Yeah, I think I saw this one from Twitter and took it. Hopefully the artist doesn't mind.
That's better than more
Look at that.
arms. He even went for the defense.
I mean, Navy seems pretty like straightforward. Stone Please is already up to the next stage.
Yeah.
Double archery range should be able to hold this. You should change the title for casting. It was just a small break between playing games that I took so that I can watch my good friends' games. And it's gonna be 3-0, honestly. There's not much Caspa can do. He's like not close to going up to the next stage. He might resign once Stone is up, but he might take one last fight before doing that. Double archery range. Elite Scum plus War Galley plus Crossbow with Bodkin Arrow.
It's totally over. That's why you don't go for Man at Arms on this version of Stranded. You just don't have enough
I think I saw Hart.
points to apply pressure and get value.
Yeah, Hart did it today, right? I saw against Lucho, was it? Maybe? Where he ended up actually going for Mana Towns on Standard and felt like he was in a very comfortable position the entire game because of it. War Galley is in. Bodkin Arrow is also in, so these War Galleys will win the water for him. Caswa is getting ready to click up himself. 800 food. But Elite Skirmisher and Crossbows are in. Map control first. Stone Please probably needs to make a siege workshop in the middle of the map. One siege workshop can deny so much wood line from Aswa. Caswa messed up. 800 food, 800 gold. Yeah, his balance is definitely way off. Especially for the army composition he's playing with. There's the siege workshop. And now, once mangonels come out, I feel like land is gone. Stable for him. Stable can definitely catch Stone. But Stone is starting to add crossbows of his own. And soon we'll see a town center as the 200 wood. 275 wood he needs to add a TC.
0 land army for Casman. It's over.
He's just waiting for knights, but
yeah.
maybe. Like the navy has not really killed fish from Caspa. 52 eco versus 50 eco, so technically he is still in the game. He has not lost any villagers just yet. I mean, 2 villagers he lost were just fishing ships. Play Viking TV. Playing Viking TV. Thanks for the follow. Stone has 3% first after this. Really? 3% for the after losing 3-0 to Duduzu? Is that like still possible?
They still 0 armor upgrades, 37 food. That's such bullshit.
Double stable blacksmith.
He can't get eliminated, right? T90.
I don't.
He's in this for good now.
According to my numbers, which I'm too stupid to verify, is correct. Yes. Okay. Nice. I mean, he has secured his place in the group. Then he's not really
What was
getting relegated.
his-
He can get. Oh, he can get eliminated. Group is super open. I have to check
I
this.
forget
Wait.
what his last
Let's check.
was it Classic Pro, I think.
No, he already played Classic Pro.
There's the last one.
Oh,
I think whoever loses that game, that set has a chance of being relegated.
I mean, after this game, he's 6-6 against Kaswa.
And
Again.
same as Thers, right? Thers is also 6-6.
Yeah, Tours is also
So
exactly the
literally-
same.
And they play the final round.
Oh
Thers
my
and
god.
Stone. So yeah, pretty
I
much who loses that one.
Tours
It's in a bad
beat
spot.
Duduzu 3-0. And Duduzu beat Stonefleece 3-0. What the fuck? Man.
But we know why Stone lost that series.
Yes. Actually, it's super important that he wins against Tours as well. Then. At least
Yep.
2-1. I think he needs at least
What?
2-1 to stay in the group, I'm guessing. Group is, imagine a top player at silver. Yeah. Very rare that most can get relegated at top 3. Yeah, having 5 players in the group because of that is always just so entertaining for that reason. Anything can happen. This is the best groups by far. Actually, let's check for gold. Maybe that is true. Prisma's group, he's just killing everyone for free. Daud's group. Daud won 10-2. Who did he beat? He beat Sobek. He lost to Kapoch. Kapoch is 3-0. That, and there is Surakuma. But the lower 3, Z40, Sobek and Fire, probably don't seem as prepped. Jordan Margu are leading in their group, and Classic Pro, Caswater. Yeah, okay. Group D is by far the most competitive one. Daud Kepoch, Soragoma are fighting for placement. Yeah, this one, everyone has a chance, it feels like. Because everyone can beat anyone. We want to see the
And the
action.
only one that is dead.
My bad. I mean, game was super over, so I was not looking at it, but we have elephant archers and monks in the middle of the map, mangonels cleaning away the scorpions, Kaswa 72 population versus Stonefleece with 79 population. It's gonna be very difficult for elephant archers. Stone has a throw in him every now and then, so maybe this isn't over. That's actually true. So maybe.
Nah, but it's 7 on foot versus 17.
Knights counter
There's no-
attacking. Knights counter attacking. This is minus 6-7 wills.
No,
Kaswa
actually
has.
hurts.
Kaswa has. Because Stone please just win. Hey Kaswa. Hey Durs, what's up? You versus Stone please in the final round for chance to be placing in the top 2 or top 3. I think that should be a fun one to watch. Fist US, the Lord of Feet. Thanks for the follow. What the fuck? Nice snake, man.
What?
Hello.
Oof, that raid. And that's ballistics.
Yeah, elephant arches. Scorpion plus knights actually might be the correct answer against this.
Only 3 on foot for Casbah.
That's all you need, man. And that's 3 fishing ships. 1 town center. 2 TC, lots of farms for stone.
Nah, it's over.
Come on. Keep up the fake hype. Let's go.
I need to ask 94 fake hype lessons.
No. I don't know. It's just It's very difficult to lose from this position. Ozone, you need more hype when we cast Silver League. What the fuck? Oh shit, my pants. What? Yeah, I mean, elephant archers are just gonna kill the. As they're still doing like 1 damage per hit. It's still tanky enough.
They have bonus damage, right?
But again,
Or
that's
it's
over
only
when
heavy
you
scorpion.
throw as much as I do. I can always see the comeback.
No, the scorpions
Yes.
have bonus damage versus elephants.
Okay, good.
Man, game 1 was insane though. That went like the whole map had 900 word on the map remaining, which was scattered on the water. Like you had to go island hopping to take down trees, and the game went there. And Stone Please actually, yeah, Seashell is. And Stone Please made a monastery, a church, and a market on the edge of the map so that it can't get sniped. He had water control, and he walled, like he had a market on the edge of the map so that it doesn't get sniped. That's insane. He thought about it, but GG, congrats. Winner's interview. Let's add Stone to the call.
Oh, don't put him on the spotlight, man. He's a shy boy.
No, let's go. Add. Let's see if he's online. He should be.
Hey.
Hello, there's the
congrats,
champion.
Stone.
Congrats.
Oh my goodness.
GG.
He banned Bengali Portuguese right away.
He knew
I know,
about
I
your
saw
plan. GG,
Hey,
GG.
How
Stone,
do you
I
know
don't want to
about
make you
Portuguese?
Stone, I don't want to make you nervous, but there are over 500 people listening to you right now.
Yes, what do you want to say to your fans?
No, like, nothing much. Gotta chill out after a 2-hour game and 2 more.
Oh my god,
Thank you
that
for-
game
for
number 1,
supporting
man.
fans.
It's mostly us, man. We are the fans.
Stone,
We are the ones
how'd that
supporting
first game feel? Do you like games like that?
No, I thought I was losing.
You
And I
were.
thought I would lose.
Minus 40 wills, man.
I'm not even sure what went wrong. Sure, you went Castle Age faster, but I just don't get what I could have done.